Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. A very warm welcome to Mercury Baypark Stadium here in Mount Maunganui. It is the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship. The day is today. Hi, I'm Steve Daniel, part of the commentary team, and joined with me again. It's so great to have you here, Tony G.
Yeah, good morning, Steve, and good morning everyone that's come along nice and early and tuning in around the country and around the world. And it's such a good morning. It's a good feeling out there. The atmosphere is already sort of building. I think I'm preempting what's going to happen out there later on this afternoon. But
well, I say it in the voiceovers. It's a time where champions will be crowned, and today is the day.
That's it, and I think, you know, Case Penbury's got one hand on the trophy. It's not impossible for him to win at this stage, you know, like, sorry, to lose it. I want to preempt it as well, that a lot of people are saying out there on the social medias that Case Penbury has not won the championship. You know, they're saying that he has. It's done, it's dusted, but it's pretty extreme if he doesn't win. Nagashima out there looking pretty good as well on the pro sport side of things. We're looking to see him. He's got one hand on the trophy as well, but Adam Whitehead chasing him down, the opportunity to grab the win there for him, and I think he's feeling pretty good about that. I had a chat to Adam this morning, and he's certainly feeling good about getting towards that top spec.
Oh, I like the sound of that. 16 high. That is so much better than yesterday's 3-degree low. Well, this is a mechanical lap out of the South Island. Great to have Johnny Latham back in at the D1NZ. Johnny Latham driving that M3 E46 BMW. That's a genuine M3 edition BMW. This thing has one of the coolest motors you're ever going to find. When we talk about Toyotas, people always think about the 1UZ V8s and things. No, this is the TRD, Toyota Racing Development's NASCAR engine with a big shot of NOS as well.
As if the power that comes out of a NASCAR motor is not enough for somebody. And I do what I do like them about, it's very Carl Thompson-esque, is the air filters out in the bonnet there, very sprint car looking as well, those V8s, and they just sound extreme.
If we're going to have sprint car looking, it's probably best to have it in the fastest speedway in New Zealand. Of course, this is normally a speedway track. It's a 451 metre pole line normally, with 18 metre wide straights, 20 metres wide on the corners, 110 metres long on the straights as well. This is Baypark Speedway, but today this is the home of drift, the concrete jungle. That is, of course, Mercury Baypark's, well, the D1NZ Grand Finale.
Yeah, looking a beautiful morning here as well. A little bit brisk outside to start the day off, but that sun, like you say, slowly streaming in here, slowly warming things up. Now, if you're on the grandstand side, on the track side, I don't know if you're spending much time out there this morning, Steve.
Well, we're going to see a lot that's happened out here. We're going to see a lot today. Pro Sport Top 24, 1:20 p.m. Of course, then from there we move into Pro Sport Top 16. The Top 24 again for Pro. For Pro Championship, and then it's the Pro Sport Top 8. That finishes about 4:30. Then we switch over to Sky Sport. We'll be joined again by the man, the myth, the legend that is Stephen McGiver. But right now it's all about getting ourselves ready. And look, what's that in the background?
Wow. It's none other than the Taurus monster truck and the Kiwi Thunder monster truck as well. It's such a good, the retro themes, they just do it for me, and the way that the Kiwi Thunder's been done. We'll take a look at the qualifying order for the Pro Championship this morning.
Don't you love seeing the top few names that are up there? Cole Armstrong is back, a 2-times New Zealand Drift King. Darren Kelly, a 3-times New Zealand Drift King. Ben Jenkins, he's a round winner as well, as with Jace Brown, Johnny Latham. And I've just heard that Adam Camplan, who's 6th over there, he, like Pink Floyd, had a big hit with the wall, and that will see him out, sadly. So Adam Camplan's gone. Troy Jenkins, Calvin Clark, Kurt Blacky, that's the rest of them. We start moving through. Bruce Tannock, Shannon Davis Redmond. We're going to move down to Cody, Penbury, Clayton Daly. Jeremy Slammett down there at the bottom as well. This is a reverse order, and this is a championship order, so let's work it back. We've got Connor Halligan, Jordan Joyce, Sean Potros, Taylor James, and then the big three.
The top three, as they sit in the championship at the moment, Dave Steedman, he is in 3rd place. He'll be the 3rd last qualifier. Luke Fink, he's in 2nd. Now, both Dave Steedman and Luke Fink do have a chance of catching none other than Case Penbury, but the way the season's gone, he won round number 1, he ran round number 2. He's qualified high, if not top, every time. And it's going to be a hard man to beat, you know, so it's going to take for him to qualify in the top 4 or so, and I think it's pretty much championship over for the rest of them. But out on track first up, we have Mr. Armstrong.
Mr. Armstrong, and what a photo. Sensational looking guy he is. That is Cole Armstrong. He is a 2 times New Zealand Drift King. He's had every sponsor on the books. Now he's decided he's going to keep drifting fun. Turned up with him and Calby Clark, a couple of S13s. This one here running an RB S13, 600 horsepower. I think I guessed that one there. It's Cole. It's got to be 800. But let's see what happens as they head down the Napa Auto Parts acceleration zone, and Cole Armstrong will get right up on the Repco wall ride.
So there is right out by the wall, a couple of inches off it. It's exactly the wall ride that the judges want to see. Comes through and he's going to switch out, try to grab that inner clip there at the green cone into the Dale ITM teardrop for the first time this morning.
He gets up on the gas and you'll see him really start to work. He brings the nose down, and this is an important switch as he comes up underneath those the Mimico banner, back up onto the Repco wall ride. How's it looking? I mean, it's a clean run, isn't it?
That is extremely clean. I mean, well, hometown hero as such, one of the boys from Mount Maunganui. Armstrong plumbing on the door of that S13. And,
now, what we've normally seen is we'll normally see the drivers head straight into the pits. The next driver will come out. No, what we do now is a dual pass. So they come through. He's gone up and he's set his first lap. He's going to go around the teardrop. He will make his way around and take his second run.
So Cole Armstrong, and nice and quick on the scores as well. We've got his first result in an 87, an 85 and a 90. Add those three scores together, divide them by 3. Take away a 2-point deduction actually off Cole Armstrong's run. Not sure where the deduction was. And we'll take an average score, 89.3, the first score up on the board. Nice high score from Cole Armstrong to kick the day off. Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship. It is pro qualifying. Welcome along to Baypark Stadium as Cole sends it into the Repco wall ride for the second time, and he's right out there up on that ledge.
A lot closer this time to the wall. He's obviously knows he's banked the score. Now let's see if we can push the boundaries. Comes up into that switch. He'll get up on the top end of that Dale ITM teardrop. That's a nice smooth line. He's right by the yellow line that he needs to be. Comes up under the Mimico, diggers again, and he'll get back up on the wall.
So gets the switch nicely as well on the transition back up to the Repco wall ride for the final time. And there's good proximity with that concrete wall. Comes through to finish the run. Probably he might grab a couple of extra points there. There was the deduction in the first run for Cole, and I'm not sure I can see a deduction there anywhere for the second part.
Well, he's out there. We've got his first score. You said 89.3. We'll see what happens when we look at the sky. Blue skies and sunshine here in the Real Bay.
So there's the wall ride. I think that might have been from the first run, that one there. See if we can try and pick up where that deduction was. I thought it was a pretty clean run for the first time for Cole. And the Armstrong Plumbing S13, of course, if you are in and around the Bay of Plenty. Prime avocados as well. Look how close he, well, this must be the second run because he filled the outer zone exceptionally well through the Dale ITM teardrop there. And points are in second run for Cole Armstrong. 93 from judge number 1, 89 from judge number 2, 92 from judge number 3, makes it an average of 91.3. And he's setting the benchmark early on, Steve.
Wow. Let's see what this man can do. Turbo time trials on the side of this R35 GTR. Running that monster RB34 power plant. He's a 3 times New Zealand Drift King, a FD driver as well in Formula Drift in the United States, and he's just got the green light, and he is go. Turbo time trials. Let's see if it's going to be a turbo run for Darren Kelly.
So Darren Kelly's right out by the Repco wall ride as well. It's what we want to see nice and early. You can see the difference of the proximity to the wall between the Pro Sport and the Pro drivers throughout qualifying.
It comes down to grip, doesn't it? And these guys have got all the grip in the world. Hard to imagine when you see so much wheel spin from the back end, but these guys certainly getting up on the wall, using the power, and that's a nice looking run again. He's on it.
Oh, look at that wall ride coming through to finish the run. Darren Kelly, good angle, good smoke. He's got everything there. And of course, if you are on social media, make sure you head along and check out the turbo time trials. They're giving away a McLaren.
So what I understand is it's there's a few different sites that I've seen in the past, but you jump on your phone or any other device, you go through and you basically practice. You have the opportunity to practice on a track, and then you go onto a track that's very, very similar to that, where you can set a time and you can actually be rewarded for it. So turbo time trials, I'm terrible, so I did say to him, can you pay to play? And he said, yes, you can. I said, well, that's me.
Yeah, so I wandered in and checked out the sort of hard park area over the back of the pits there, and there's a bright orange McLaren there. I'm like, that thing looks familiar. It's from Darren Kelly's adverts on Instagram. So run number 2 for Darren Kelly, meanwhile out on track, as he throws it into initiate the Repco War Ride for his second run, and once again he's right out there.
He kind of marked off a little bit sooner than he did in the first one there, but we'll see how he comes as he goes through that switch. Really aggressive, lots and lots of angle. He's going to start making his way back up to the top of the tight and cheerful.
So a little bit of dirt drop there from Darren Kelly, just a minor deduction. Looked like it only appeared to be one wheel off. He makes his way back up onto the Repco War Ride for the second time, and he's all but touching the wall as he comes around. Look at that.
I mean, where is the fairness of this? We've got Cole Armstrong. He's got to, like, you're the newbie, mate. You've got to come in, 2 times New Zealand Drift King. Sets a 91. And wow, I've just been told he was the last team and they were well past midnight rebuilding the gearbox. I think he might have only just practiced today for his first time out on track.
So I did want to bring it up. I didn't want to bring it up before he started qualifying, but they had a lot of trouble with his car yesterday. The bonnet was up. They were up on axle stands a lot of the day. Didn't see him a lot during practice, and I guess the overnight, the extension of qualifying time.
Well, let's have a look at the scores coming through. So Judge 3 said it was a 94-point run. Judge 2 said it was a 94-point run. This was on the first one. Judge 3 said it was a 96. That's an average of 96.7. That was better than the second run. He goes to the top spot, 96.7 for Darren Kelly. I know there's probably one person that's rubbing his hands together right now seeing scores like that. It's all right, we don't have to mention that just yet.
So 96.7 early doors for Darren Kelly, the second qualifier out of 26, and we already have, that's going to be hard to beat. Do you think, well, yeah, it's way early to call. We've got a lot of cars to go.
Wow. So Ben Jenkins, he's not just a great commentator, he's not just a great presenter, one of the faces of Keep It Reet. And then, of course, he's back. He's back, and he's going to be not just drifting, he's going to go and play in a monster truck later too.
What a childhood dream to drive a monster truck. Ben Jenkins, definitely envy him at the moment.
So there's a couple of demonstration runs today. So for the monster trucks, and Ben Jenkins will be driving in the second.
So Ben Jenkins makes his way out into the cream insurance scrub box, and he'll get those tyres nice and warm for his 2 qualifying runs. If you are tuned in around the Facebook and YouTube around the world, welcome along. Try and keep an eye on that there and say good day to a few people. Let us know where you're tuning in from. Te Ako Tarawa, he's in and about out in the community.
So, of course, both Troy and Ben will be running the TM Electrical sponsorship this round. TM Electrical on the doors of these beautifully immaculate presented GT86s. I tell you what, they might have TM on the door. Watch these boys be on the door as well when it comes into battle. That's the inside clip, and that is a shutdown. What is that?
Oh, maybe he just missed the gear there because he's popped it back into gear. It wasn't obviously axle or drive shaft. No, something's definitely gone wrong. And I'm wondering if that could be 4th gear, maybe exit the chat. It's like he popped it back down to 3rd, got back into a drift.
Now, one of the things I was just thinking, it's okay, he can use his brother's car. No, he's already started qualifying. So that means that that car, so he will have some time to get it back into the pits. They will be able to go through and try and work out what they can do to repair it.
So we do have 26 pros qualifying, which means that 2 are going to miss out.
Hang on, he's turned left, so it's almost like...
I wonder if it's popped out of gear. It's popping out of gear, and he knows he's going to have to hold it there. So, good morning, welcome along to to Baypark Stadium. If you have come along and the crowd's slowly building, and come later on tonight, it's certainly going to be a huge crowd. The atmosphere, I'm looking extremely forward to getting out amongst that a little bit later on.
Great, isn't it? I know that there's so many people that love to come along. Talking about people that came along, we said yesterday that we could do with a truck that had the ability to pick up a car. Now you know about a truck that turned up.
Yeah, we'll get a shout out to Billy very shortly as Ben Jenkins leaves the line for the second of his qualifying runs. Let's see if he can get through there. He needs to bank his score if he wants to stay in that top 24. We're going to lose two of these pro drivers, but a good start this time around for Ben Jenkins. He's going to go through that switch point there, and this is the problem. No, he's got it back in gear now through the Dale ITM teardrop.
I'm hoping that's just going to be a low score. Obviously, I think you probably nailed it on the head with. He hasn't fallen out of drift, but he's definitely got issues with the car that are going to be needing some rectification. Great finish.
That to me, Steve, sounds like he's on third gear. I reckon he's lost fourth gear, so he's got third gear and he's just hung it out there and gone as hard as he can. And it was like, yeah, he chopped it into fourth as he went to hook back into fourth. It just had all the revs and no drive.
All right, we'll have a look and see, because I want to see if there's any reason to, I don't know, to say anything negative about this score, this run. When I say negative, I just don't want him to zero out. This was the only part I thought there might have been a problem. There isn't. He's maintaining his drift.
Yeah.
So that is going to be a scored run. Because right now, you've mentioned it, we run a top 24 bracket, which means we've got 26 pro drivers. 2 of them, you're going home via a grudge match first. Send it to the moon. If one person's going to be able to send it, it's going to be the Valvoline Bite to a Tyres Frankenstein of the 07 man, because Jace Brown, hashtag because Nicky said so. All right, scores have come through for Jenkins, and he's come through with his top run of an 81, 84, 79, and 80, average score of 81. Let's see what Jace Brown has it.
So Jace Brown and the Vitor Tyres Nissan S14 Boss kitted up. 1UZ supercharged V8 sounding fantastic out there. Good looking car everywhere it goes. Jace Brown throwing into Dale ITM teardrop for the first time and getting right to that out of zone. Just ever so closely hanging on, and a good fill of that out of zone as he makes it move through the Repco switch.
Riding on board with George from Inspire You Media. He's been our drone man since the get-go with the D1NZ as he comes through, and we watch Jace Brown bring that monster, taming the monster. I messaged him through the week. I said, how big is your wing? Because I want to put a camera out in the, which you'll see when they come underneath it. He said, I'm taking the wing off. I said, well, how big would it be? Because I'm still going to put it at that height. His suggestion was Dean Young in the Pro Sport Championship might have the tallest wing. I think I messaged Darren as well.
Oh, a little bit of a NOS squirt out the front of that as well. I didn't realise he was running NOS.
I just don't understand why he needs it. You know why? Because he can.
Because why?
Because he can, because Nicky said so.
Hashtag why? Because. So Jace Brown lining up for the second of his 2 qualifying runs.
Immaculately presented car every time it comes out. I remember when it started its life here, or my life with Jace Brown when I joined the D1NZ, was with this little S13 that always looked very nice. They decided to boss it out and put in some big motor, and now he's going to try and tame it. Jace Brown, he won his first ever round of the D1NZ in Tokyo a couple of years ago. Spent a couple of rounds leading a championship, trying to chase it down. And of course, this is the day for doing it. Grand finale.
So it gets through the Dale ITM teardrop into that Mimico switch, fills that box nicely. Jace Brown does on the way back to the wall ride. Needs to get up on the ledge, but he's a little bit off it. Still manages to maintain good angle and good speed though. He's happy with that.
Yeah, just swatting flies. Of course, the hand out the window was frowned upon, so none of the drivers do it, but every now and then, just as they're drifting, they get little, sorry, I thought I just missed something there, but here we go. We went from one NOS bottle to another. This is Johnny Latham. We saw him at the top of the show, Out of the South Island, he's been building or rebuilding this car for a number of years. We saw him drifting maybe 3 or 4 seasons ago here with a D1NZ, and then he disappeared. He disappeared because he found himself a Toyota Racing Developments NASCAR V8 with a shot of NOS. Go on, do it for me.
It's always the coolest part about having NOS, isn't it? The purge as they sit on the line.
Goes to the lights. And off we go. So straight to action, starts grabbing gears, putting it into, I think most of them are running in third, aren't they? Ooh. Clean run to start. He's actually just brought the rear of the car down. You can see a slight adjustment to the front steering, but he throws it in, backs it right in, and starts making his way up the top. And that
over rotation
will force an over rotation.
So Johnny Latham makes his way back around, just checks all the steering and everything. He obviously did have that mechanical at the top of the show, like Steve said, and might not be entirely happy with the car just yet. We'll be looking to bank that score, though.
What's he going to do? Any issues? No, we're back.
So he makes his way back into that cream insurance scrub box. We'll take a look at the first run, and it was a good start for him. Right out by the wall. And there he comes through the switch zone. And gets to the outer zone and just throws it too hard. A little bit of over rotation.
That shows the, on the rear of a drift car, you'll see the orange marks in this case here. They've actually got to go up and put a coloured piece of tape or coloured paint or anything on that, so that when the handbrake is pulled up, the judges are able to see that he's actually on the handbrake. It shows the foot brake, etc. So that's the reason why. If you're always wondering why there's a sticker on there, it's because it looks cool, really.
So we can hear that screaming TRD V8 of Johnny Latham, an absolutely good sounding V8, and he's dropped a wheel off there, a couple of wheels off. The introduction, he's kept it in drift though. Keep going, Johnny Latham, need to get through to finish and bang that point. And there it is, squatting its way back up onto the Repco wall ride for the final time, right out by that wall. He pours on the angle late through turn numbers 3 and 4 here at Baypark Speedway, and finishes off the run. So well, just the 2 tyres off.
It's going to be a points run, so we have, what's that? Where did Jace Brown finish as well? 85.7, so he's currently in 3rd position. Ben Jenkins with an 81 is in 4th. Johnny Latham will obviously take 5th, but would be nice to see a score come through that's actually bankable. So we should have seen Adam Camplan at this stage here. So Adam Camplan campaigns the 2JZ powered Roofing Industries FC RX7, but sadly we're not going to see a lot of Roofing Industries today because Adam Camplan has had to withdraw from competition following contact with the wall earlier on the day. I saw basically the result of that car, and the damage was I think we were together, weren't we?
Yeah, we were. It came in the truck, and it was a collective sort of arch.
TJ Motorsport on the back. He's got TM Electrical on the side. This is Troy Jenkins, North Shore Toyota Parts, looking after all those GT86 bits and pieces.
And look at the start that Troy Jenkins has got. And he certainly got the wall ride on the lockdown there as he makes his way into the Dale ITM teardrop and filling that outer zone really nicely. Troy Jenkins getting that 86 around here really nicely, looks to fill that box as well on the way back in through the Mimlico switch, doing real good. He's to get right back up on the wall, which he's getting right out there as well. Pause on the angle, a little bit shallow to finish there for Troy, but otherwise a good point scoring run for him.
And I've just heard, well, just come through, but I've just, this is a nice run. Arcs off quite nicely as he heads down. We'll get back underneath that front end loader. Needs to grab the distance inside clip. You'll see the marks on the ground, and then we'll go through and run right up on that. How they can stick it there without constantly dropping over is beyond me. Oh, she got close. I thought we were heading for the concrete.
extremely good run for Troy Jenkins for the main part. Just a little bit shallow in the latter part of the wall ride, but he will bank some pretty good numbers there, I would say. Johnny Latham's score just through, obviously got the 1 point average for the first run of his second run. 74 from judge number 1, 69 and 48 with a 2 point deduction for an average of 65.7. That will sit him at that stage in 5th place. But only 5th qualifier, 6th out on track. Adam Camplan is missing. And you said Shannon Davis Redmond as well.
Yeah, so Shannon Davis Redmond has had to withdraw from competition.
So that means that that'll be 2 drivers that won't qualify. All you need to do now is leave the line essentially, and you will qualify for the rest of them. So Troy Jenkins doing just that right now, leaving the line and heading in. Oh, late initiation there from Troy Jenkins. Gets back up onto the Repco wall ride. Throw that 86 down into the Dale ITM sweeper. Oh, an over rotation. It's very uncharacteristic from Troy Jenkins.
So, what did he get on his first run? 70.3. So he still set a score. What do we got here? What is that by that wheel over there? That's, I know what that is. That's random, guys. So Keith Lewis, one of our team and the ops team, he goes everywhere with these things here, and this thing has actually been smashed apart. He's had to glue it 3 or 4 times. And he's obviously just sitting there looking after Rex from Mimico's incredible case diggers. This 921G top loader, what is it, 16,000 kgs of force?
I want to say 19,000, I think.
Well, I'll go with 19.
19?
I mean, I can give you 300 horsepower just by saying it.
So Calvin Clark next out on track. Prime Avocados, the other of the green S13s out there this weekend. Himself and Cole Armstrong. Cole still sitting up there in 2nd spot at the moment. Qualifying wise, Armstrong plumbing on the other side. It's got the RB30 under the bonnet of this one, S13 with 650 horsepower. Calvin Clark heads off and through the Napa Auto Part acceleration zone.
Well, he's got Armstrong on the door. He's got Armstrong probably in his ear as well. Cole, he's not just his bro, he's a spotter most of the time. Prime Avocados as well. Calvin Clark, we've seen him, I think he's won a round of Pro Sport here in the past. Certainly podium before. Now up into the Pro Stakes. Still got the little SR under the bonnet. And here he comes. Oh, he's going to go and graze the concrete. Amplified Customs in the back.
Good finish off to the run there. Yeah, I actually said that it was an RB powered. And as soon as he left the line, I was like, that is the SR. Definitely sounds like the SR. So we'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay of Calvin Clark's first run. And a couple of metres off the clipping or outer zone there around the wall ride. Gets it into the Dale ITM teardrop and fills that outer zone really nicely there. Back through to the Mimico switch.
Limitless tyres on the guards. I was through at Limitless Tyres last night. It was about, I don't know, midnight, and those guys were still working away, making sure that all these drivers from out of town had their wheel alignments done, doing everything they can. A huge shout out to Clayton Daly. Aiden was there as well. Ezra and as many of the team, making sure they could look after the Jordan Joyces, the Connor Halligans, and anyone else that needed help.
That second run now for Calvin Clark. Throws that Prime Avocados. Armstrong plumbing S13 up onto the wall ride. And shallows off a little bit early there to get himself nicely lined up for that in the clip. And into the Dale ITM teardrop. He'll fill the outer zone. And a good looking run here from Calvin Clark.
We'll see how he goes. He was quite quick to get up on the wall, and right there, that's been... They don't seem to care about scratching up their cars, do they? For them, it's like, did I get it? Did I get it? There it is. So who's going to be our next driver up? Well, I can see it is. It's meant to be Kurt Blacky, but it's going to be Jaren O'Connor. Calvin Clark, He got an 87.7 in his second run. That's actually put him into third place.
Kurt Blacky has made his way back out. He would have been in the cream insurance scrub box.
He was scrubbing. So I have some breaking news. Cody Pullenbury and Case Pullenbury may be sharing a car.
Meanwhile, Kurt Blacky in the Wolfie GD86 makes his way into the Repco Wall Ride. Another one of the local boys driving out there this weekend from Tauranga. Kurt Blacky, good looking GD86 here. Gets into the daylight teardrop and he'll fill this outer zone on the way round there. Get hard on the loud pedal under those Mimico diggers. Back through the Mimico switch and back up onto the Repco Wall Ride. And pretty solid run as far as line goes, most certainly. Big angle. And there it is, the Wolfie Kurt Blacky drift. Good run from Kurt Blacky there. We'll take another look at it. Gets right up there onto the wall and up onto that ledge. So spoke to the driver, spoke about it yesterday as well. If you haven't been here over the weekend, quite a few of the drivers tell us about how the wall, there's a lot of camber on that corner, the turn 3 and 4 here at Baypark Stadium, and up the very top, about a metre from the concrete out to the concrete, is a somewhat of a tabletop or a ledge. Now if you get your car up onto the ledge, sort of steers itself around there. If you fall off that ledge, you'll find yourself fighting your car to keep it up on the embankment, and it just drives you down towards the pole line. And you can show there, see there, Kurt Blacky was showing exactly what the tabletop does when you get the car up on there. It sits up there. He left the line for the second half of his qualifying run, Kurt Blacky. And there it is, shallow, so he's going to fight the car to get it back up, and he's touched the wall ever so slightly. On his way around there, switches through into the daylight teardrop. And a good fill of the outer zone here, Kurt Blacky showing us how it's done here. And throws it through that clipping point, gets it back up onto the wall for the final time, and there it is up on that ledge. So it holds the car right out by that wall. And it won't be the first, it won't be the last time that I'll certainly speak about that ledge this weekend. And you can just see Kurt wasn't fighting to keep the car up on or off the cambered corner. It just sits right up there, and it's much easier.
A nice touch and go. He comes through. Just hits that inside clip.
So I want to say the second run was a bit tidier than this first one. He went out there and was somewhat conservative, but those clipping points for the zones and the clipping points on the wall rides both looked better in the second half. So it looked for Kurt to better what his first score was as far as qualifying goes.
So obviously we've got some big championship connotations going on with the potential that the Pullenbury brothers will be sharing a car.
So yeah, I did have a chat to Cody and Casey earlier on about their cars, but before we go there, look at the beautiful Moxie in the background. That is a machine, isn't it? Same as the machine on track though, Jaren Olive Krona V12 Hartley Motorsport twin turbo. Oh, trouble for Jaren early on.
So is that a reinitiation or a 1 point score? I guess he snapped in, he may get scored right down, but of course he's got a lot of work to do to...
Jaren looked really good in practice yesterday. He was putting that thing right out by the wall, which is something I wouldn't want to do. The beautiful Lexus, extremely well prepared, that car. Parts trader on the side. And he's got himself back out there. And there's the wall ride we're looking for. Look at that.
So
kind of finishes strong, but
let's go through and we'll just talk now about what's happened. When I found out, I know Pullenbury's are literally just next door to us, so I've just gone in, I've talked to the team, and I said, what happened? What's happened? Are you guys sharing a car? Cody said, yeah, we're sharing a car. And I said, well, whose car are you sharing? And he said, I'm sharing my brother's car. I'm sharing Case's car. So Case Pullenbury is chasing a championship? No, man. We're bros, we've got the same cars, etc. I don't care that I'm chasing a championship. I want my brother out there drifting as well. So Case has given his car to Cody so that they can both drift it.
How good is that?
How cool is that?
So Jaren Olive Krona, much better initiation for him this time. The parts trader Lexus gets right out by that wall, and a good looking wall ride from Jaren. And the screaming V12. through the Dale ITM, filling the outer zone. This is a good second qualifying run from Jaren. Gets to through the Mimico switch zone, gets his way back out onto the Repco wall ride for the final time in qualifying, and there it is, sticking that rear quarter all the way to the concrete, all the way around. Good angle. And that will be a solid score from Jaren. Scratch what happened in the first run. It doesn't matter, that little mistake at the start. This is the run that he was looking for.
So Jaren O'Connor in the Lexus New Zealand Parts Trader Harley Engines and Motorsport 1GZ V12 twin turbo. Scariest motor in World of Drift. This thing is ridiculous. So he'll fly underneath the Mimico switch and head back up onto that Repco wall ride. Makes his way back around and will head back down onto the front, straight here at Baypark. And man, that's a great drive. Let's have a look and see what the points get. So I can tell you his first run was only worth a 62.7. We're still waiting to see what the second run will be. This is James McManaway though. It's a supercharged LS under the bonnet. No, this one's got the RB on it, eh?
Yep, that's the RB30,
okay.
Sorry, R32 RB powered one.
See, this isn't easy because they keep on swapping cars, so we go up and get it ready. There goes our judges. So on the far left-hand side is JT, Jace Brown, Andrew Redwood, and of course Joel Counter. And great to see Coleman here in the back there. He's with charge of, oh look, there's a good touch and go again.
Yeah, so James McManaway had a big contact with the wall. Remember that the three-car battle train that we were seeing late last night? And he had the big problems. And McManaway now making his way through qualifying run number one. Didn't quite catch what happened on the way into the Dale ITM teardrop there, but back out onto the wall ride and sticking that R32's rear guard.
That's good.
Look at that.
Points through for Jaren O'Connor's past previous run, 91 points for third position. Jaren O'Connor still in behind Darren Kelly on a 96.7 and Cole Armstrong on a 91.3.
So McManaway.
Shout out to everyone watching here, of course, at Mercury Baypark Stadium. Shout out to everyone watching on Facebook, on YouTube. Tell us where you're from. Tell us where you're watching from today. Hello to Mr. Grumpy Ninja himself, Warren. He's just said good morning.
He's always one that's there and thereabouts, isn't he, Warren? He'll spit some good facts through as well, actually.
Just under 400 people watching. Yeah, between Coleman, who looks after all of our stats and stuff, he does it with a computer. Mr. Grumpy Ninja, Warren's here, he does it with his brain. What is that in his...
It's something cuddle. It's
I'm too scared to know what that is. Is that a sticker or is it actually a...
It's probably got something to do with Luke Fink, I would imagine.
Oh, most things have a lot to do with Luke Fink. Best thing about Luke Fink this weekend, he bought his wife Tiana. He's actually manageable.
So Jason McManaway, JDM Motorsport, throws that R32 into the Dale ITM teardrop. No mistake from him this time as he makes his way around that wall, clipping zone there. And he's going to get back out onto the Repco wall ride, stick that right rear guard into the concrete. And there it is, the proximity. Look at the wall ride from James McManaway. He comes back through to finish off his run. Of course, just before James, we were due to see Shannon Davis Redmond out there. He has also withdrawn along with Adam Camplan after damage in practice.
So next driver out. Well, actually, let's just finish this one here off. EFI and Turbo JDM. What is he? He's an Australian Kiwi that spends most of his life in Fiji.
That's exactly what he is these days, actually. And look at Pikachu just hanging on to that heart for dear life in the window. And one of the judges did give him a 1. Joel Counter gave him a 1 in the first run, which gave him an average of 36.3. But that second run for James McManaway, after an 88 from Andrew Redwood, an 86 from Joel Counter, and a 96 from Jace Brown, gives him an average of 90 points. Back to the action, though.
First run of the day in qualifying for Adam Davies. Adam Davies in the Repco 24/7 Mimico Napa Auto Parts It's a 20B rotary engine under the bottom of that 180. That's a nice way to take it out of the teardrop. He'll make his way through, switching up onto the Repco wall ride again.
Yeah, the Repco wall ride, he certainly gave it to it in the first half of his run on the way out to the teardrop. As you can see, the bumper just hanging on for dear life there and doing a pretty good job. That's going to be a solid score from Adam. Beautiful sounding 20B rotary under that Nissan 180.
Well done, Liam Smith. He's enjoying watching in Australia. G'day, Kevin, watching from New Caledonia. Mark Blacky from Newcastle, New South Wales in Australia. Ashburton, the Sunshine State of Brisbane. That's Carl Pat. Luke Ritchie's watching in Auckland. All right, well, this is Adam Davies. He's got a 20B, 180 SX chassis, 850. That's live. What do you reckon? Man, Willie's ruthless, eh?
Yeah.
Just got rid of that bumper corner.
So I think, from what I understand, Rex Davies has just watched that. I mean, he might be in the broadcasting truck just seeing what the operations centre, the hive of activity, and he's just seen his trusty bumper getting torn apart. Hello, Rex, you're a great man.
So Adam Davies initiates a little bit shallow for this time for Adam. Not the initiation he's looking for through the Repco wall ride. Comes through into the switch. He's going to make his way into the Dale ITM teardrop right now and try and fill this out of zone by those green cones. He's done a good job there, Adam Davies. Back under those Mimico diggers. And through that switch box there, back up into the Repco wall ride for the final time for his qualifying session.
Well, he'll come through absolutely singing a song out there with that 20B rotary. Got any rotary fans out there? Chuck in some hearts if you love rotaries. Angry reactions only if you hate them.
Tell you what, that was a little bit freaky, Steve. You literally just read my mind. I was going to throw out there. Give us some hearts in the chat, and you just I'm mind blown.
Oh, there's hearts coming through. Where's the angry reacts? Come on.
There's one. I can see one. Where's all the hearts? Come on. I'm just going to start tapping
that one. The one that hates. Oh, look, they're even pumping through the hearts on there. Hello to everyone in New Caledonia. You'll be watching your favourite man. Hey, Tukoroa. We've got some Tukoroa fans. Helen Webb's in Kalgoorlie in Western Australia.
Look at all those hearts coming through the Facebook live stream there.
Yeah, go Sean Stewart. P3 Earthworks. We said we need a sweeper. Next moment, boom, turns up. Now, what was now we've got all sorts of different things out there. I need to find my fact sheet. It's in my brain.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, big shout out to Billy McFarlane, 111 towing team for coming along, bringing the flat deck to the rescue today. And he'll be out there in case we need. Of course, our judges this morning, all throughout the whole day. We've got 9 hours of drifting, I understand, as we have Andrew Redwood.
What is this?
Joel Counter. That must be Jaren Olive.
It's got to be Jaren Olive Cronas.
Yeah. Andrew Redwood, Joel Counter, Jaris Wharedo upstairs. So halfway through this qualifying order at the moment, we're looking at 26 cars, 27 cars. We're missing Case Pullumurray off the bottom of there at the moment. Shannon Davis Redmond and Adam Camplan both not qualifying at this stage. So we're looking for 3 drivers to drop for the top 24.
Oh, look, there they are. Hello, team. Go on, pick up the microphone. You can do it. Joel Counter.
They've got that headset right in front of them, and there, so surely one of them picks up.
One of you. You can do it. Don't be scared.
Someone loves a chat. Come
it's
on.
in front of Joel's like, I'm not looking at it. But anyway, look, we've got our very first Drift King on the left-hand side.
Andrew's looking at it.
Keg's going to go up and say, oi, you guys, you've got to talk.
We're going to chat to one of them. There's the headset there. Yeah, Jaren.
Well, where is it? Where is it? There it is.
He's looking pretty confused there.
We'll talk to Coleman instead. Yeah, look. So the crowd, it's still building. It's going to get better and better and better.
Beautiful day in the sun there out there. Of course, make sure you do slip, slop and slap. We don't want you getting burned. It's a long, long day ahead of us here at Mercury Baypark Stadium. It is the grand finale. It is the final round, round number 5 of the championship. The championship of Repco.
Now, all of these drivers, they went for a drive down the mountain the other day. Went all the way down the mount, parked up in front of Tate Street, just happened to be outside of the Davies residence. And I got told, hey, Steve, do you want to come for a ride? I was like, yeah, I'd love to. In the West Plastering, Jason Oversbuilders, Zach Nova, RHP Reed and Harrison Performance. Do you think that's why he gave me a drive, so that I mentioned all the sponsors?
Well, I think maybe he just likes you.
Nah, that can't be true. He's mildly okay at times, is our Sam West.
Gone for all the red accents.
We were close, but he lost our 14-day Snapchat streak.
that is the height of losing a friendship.
Yeah.
Breaking a snap streak.
All right, well, this is a 2JZ God's Motor 180SX. This is Sam West. You once said this guy's so good he's going to top qualify. That was his first ever outing in Tokyo. How did he go?
And he top qualified.
You said he would win the round. How did he go?
And he still won the round as well.
Well, let's see what he can do. Let's just see if we can curse this man.
So Sam West, he's been out there battling a few sort of gremlins, I guess, through practice, but he's looking good out there today for qualifying. Sam West gets that 180 back onto the Repco wall ride. And a little bit shallow. You can see the car trying to suck itself back down the bottom to that solid run.
Sam West, of course, I thought that I lived the closest to this track here, being only a handful of kilometres away. He literally lives about 300 metres away from here. I asked why he bothered with his trailer. So we've got a replay of Sam's first run of the day, thanks to the team at Dale ITM, and you'll see just how much head movement there is when the car's so sideways.
I've got Michael Warner questioning Steve, actually. Where's your pink hat?
I left them at home. I've got like 30 of them on the wall.
If it's too old, here's a brand new one for you if you want it.
Yes, please.
All right, Michael, yes, please. Of course, hat's the right apparel that you need today up in the grandstands.
So certainly a bit of merchandise to be purchased and to be bought around here. So I know that the the Young Drift team have got some stuff out there. They've got a corporate box out there as well. So every time you say the Dean Young thing, they all scream. Who else has got some stuff? Is it Keske? Keske's got all those bits and pieces out there.
Kill It Daily, the crew we've turned up.
Yes, they have. Keske's wife, I, is out there.
So Sam West fires the JZ back into life. And his run number 2 for qualifying here in the 180SX. Jason Oversbuilders into the Dale ITM teardrop. He's to figure out his own. Pushes the car nice and wide. Gets through the Mimico diggers, back through the switch there, and on his way back out to the Repco wall ride for the final time. Sam West, one of the local drivers from around here, Mount Longanui. Comes through to finish his run, and he'll bank a score, most definitely. Get him through to the top 24 a little later on this afternoon, early this evening.
027 new home. Jason Oversbuilders on the door of Sam West's car. Had a good chat with Jason last night. He popped down to check on the boys down at Limitless Tyres as well. So I think it was, who was it? I think it was Sam that said that he feels like he's cheating with the grip of those Zach Nova tyres.
Something about those tyres, I went through the pits yesterday, I was digging my sort of fingernail into a few, and they are extremely soft. Those semi-slicks are just the compound that we've got out of them. They are so soft.
Wow. Oh, look, we've had a complete change. Yesterday it said 180. Yesterday it said a bigger RB. It said it was about 800 horsepower, and now it's turned and transformed into a Nissan Laurel. So this is the Valvoline Laurel, and this is Michael Thorley. GT Radials, Valvoline and NZ, why he had a mishap and ended up kissing the concrete, and that would put the 180 out for competition. I went down, I said, is everything okay? And they laughed and said, we'll just switch cars. And I think the car might actually be on the inside still on the pits as a bit of a demonstration. I'm sorry, in the infield, as a demonstration vehicle.
So Michael Thorley doing a good job here in qualifying, comes through to complete his run.
Michael Thorley supporting I Am Hope. If you want to make I think it's a $3 donation, text DRIFT to 469. SMP have some merch available, and Luke Fink does as well, as does JDM. Just got a growling from the chat. Thanks, Mama Shah.
So daylight team replay shows Thorley coming around that teardrop, filling that outer zone nicely, putting some good angle on the Laurel. Comes back through the Mimico switch, grabbing the outer clip.
That's such a great looking car, isn't it? I guess the problem is that's a good looking car. Did you see the mess of his second car though yesterday? Oh, there it is. That is the mess of the second car, as we see that. So you can see the drag marks too. Literally, they said we can't actually put it away, and they said that NZ would be good for the likes of those diggers out there as hose doctors. So wouldn't it be good to go up? And we said, sure, just leave it out there. We've got a monster truck. We can fix that up.
Product placement just like that, as Thorley comes through for the second half of his qualifying run. Number 2 into the daylight team teardrop.
So is this the old car that he used to use, or is that the one that Kim runs, his wife? So Kim does drift south, and they've got 2, they might actually have 3 Laurels. So I don't know if this is Michael's one or Kim's got Michael's one, but this is either the old dog he's always had. But points on the board.
So Michael Thorley.
So I'm just going to have a quick look and see what we've got in qualifying so far. Darren Kelly still leads away on a 96.7 from Cole Armstrong on a 91.3. Sam West on a 91.3 also. That was a good run for Sam West. As we see Michael Thorley coming through and finishing off the run. This is a Dale ITM replay.
So I think the next car out on track we will see is going to be Cody Penbury.
So we do have Cody Penbury coming out next. It is his turn to run. Now, we are going to see Go Loco out there. This is Case Penbury's car. This is Cody Penbury. We understand that there's an issue with the engine from Case's car. I went over and had a quick chat to them before, and I ran out of the commentary box. And I expected it to be an issue with Case's, and they laughed. They said, no, it's an issue with my car. I'm just going to run Case's. We're a family. We've got 2 cars.
Look at that.
So I said to Cody, I said, you'd be doing your brother a favour if you P1'd, if you got the top spot. He said, what do I have to beat? I said, I think it's almost a 97 from Darren. He said, I'll give it a crack.
So just a mechanical run. Oh, so no, this is it. This is not even a mechanical. He's straight into there.
So mechanical, we talk about mechanical laps. It doesn't have to be a mechanical lap under drift. All right, here we go. The lights have gone green, and we will send them. So Cody Penbury, he's in Case's car. Murray builds them identical, and you can see that they certainly must be the way he's just gone and slammed it into against the concrete.
So no issue at all from Cody, and not scared to throw it straight up on that Repco wall ride into the Dale ITM teardrop, and he's well on his way to a high 90s score here at the moment. Cody Penbury in the Core Civil Construction S15 of his brothers. Look at the run he's put on here, and put your hands together for that one. What a qualifier.
He said, there is mathematical equations. We're not going to go too deep into them, but he's got one that he could really do his brother a favour with. Right now, he's tried. Was it better than Darren's run? I mean, how good is that of Cole Armstrong and Darren Kelly to both come out as the first and second drivers and basically bank scores the way they did?
Look at the way he fills that outer zone. He grabs the clipper point there as well, and the wall ride right out by that Repco concrete there. And Cody Penbury,
oh, so good.
He is not driving that car like it's ready to win a championship for his brother, is he? There's nothing conservative at all about that.
Look,
trust.
The points have come in. The first points have come in. We've got a 95, a 93, a 93. It's not enough. 93.7, but it is good enough for second place. So...
the CRO out there, Kenny Ruddle, with the duct tape quick on hand. And
Mr. Oversteer TV himself. Oh, that's Launchmaster Willie. Oh, that's Peachy.
Got that all wrong, didn't I?
Well, I mean, I was just running off what you were saying, and I was like, oh, that was my fault. I told you that before. There you go. All right, here we go. Frequent, Go Loco, he's got them both. This is Cody Pullenbury. This is Case Pullenbury's car, and that's just a tap. That's a touch and go. So he's not. That touch and go is not going to be enough. I mean, are they going to give him a deduction for it? There's no way that he's going to do a 97-point pass with that.
The arc that he's just made through that Dale ITM teardrop is absolutely perfect through there for Cody Pullenbury and Case's car back onto the Repco wall ride. And around he goes, firing up all that rubber debris. And that's an even better wall ride on the way back from Cody Pullenbury.
Oh, everyone give him hundreds and then give him a deduction for coming off the wall the way he did, and that would have called 98.
So we'll take a look. There's a little touch and go you saw here, Steve. Bang, there it is.
But what that does wasn't that was a bad thing that he did. It took him off the wall. So it meant that he was a little bit off. I mean, I saw a bit of that yesterday. And look, there we go. Core Civil on the side, CK Earthworks.
Round he comes. Look at the wall ride on the way back.
So good. So good.
Fantastic drive. And, oh, geez, that would have been a very nervous one from the Pullenbury camp, but he just sent it.
So we've got the drone flying around. We understand that there's a bit of S15 out there.
I'd say they're the remnants of a, or the remains of a tail light somewhere.
She'll be right, mate. She'll be right. Getting down to the tail end of pro qualifying. This is our 18th qualifier. There are 26 in total, with two guys that are in a pretty good position to follow. Hey, we say we've got 26. This might be 26 or 27. Only because I see that after the 26 driver should be
Case Pullenbury, yeah.
Yeah, where are you?
Is Bruce Tennant not here? He's not here this weekend, is he?
No, he's not. So, okay. Bruce, come back and we'll keep talking about Mag and Turbo.
So here comes Clayton Daly.
Good looking run.
The Reed and Harrison performance, LSX, supercharged Supra. Throws it into the Dale ITM teardrop. This is a good looking run from Clayton Daly here.
Clayton Daly, limitless tyres, Hewlett Road and Mount Maunganui, RHP Reed and Harrison performance. Oh, look at him come through and grazing the concrete. A solid run. There's a couple of points there that might have differed from other drivers, but still a great run. Hello to Seaton and Tash. Daly.
So we'll take another look at that there. Look at the wall ride to start the run from Clayton Daly there, right out there with that rear bumper, all but scraping the wall. Comes through the switch into that teardrop. And look at the squat from that Supra. Fantastic shot as he comes into the Dale ITM sweeper there. And back on the gas to get out to the little touch and go there. I like that little terminology, Steve, touch and go on the wall. It wasn't so much in the wall, just on the wall.
Yeah, in the wall requires things like slider deck trucks. All right, we'll see what the second run can do for this man here. Clayton, he's just moved himself into third position. We'll see if he can improve that. What a run. 90, 87 and 86. Oh, with 4 points of deductions with an average. Okay, we'll come back to that because I don't understand how the averages are working on that. He's up even closer. That's even closer to that yellow line, which is now black, as he heads through the switch.
And that screaming LSX gets his way back out. Oh, a little correction there as he gets his way back onto the wall. But look at the wall ride on the way back around. Clayton Daly, Reed and Harrison performance.
We always do this. Anytime we see a movement, a correction, it almost looked like that was an adjustment to get him back closer to the wall. We'll watch as he comes back. So Repco wall ride to start for Clayton Daly. Comes through and switches. And then this one, I was really impressed with how far he came back up in that point there. Comes and just diamonds off the turn, heads through the switch, but then watch this point here. I thought, no, he's low. And then there's that slight adjustment. He's like, I'll get up higher.
Yeah, he did. He just, yeah, not correction, it is. Just adjusting himself back out by the wall.
You make it it's a correction when it's negative, but that was very much positive. Somebody else that's ultra positive when it comes to drifting. He must be. He's been doing it every round, I think, forever. This man here drives the Century batteries, Castrol New Zealand, CTB. It is a Coyote supercharged V8 under the bonnet. This is our 4 times New Zealand Drift King. It is Daniel Fanger Dan Woolhouse.
So down to our final 10 runners out of the 26 that we have qualifying. Of course, 2 of them, Shannon Davis Redmond and Adam Camplan, are both not qualifying, withdrawing from the event. So we will see every car that we see into the top 24. Just in what order they'll fulfill up that battle tree at this stage. Cody Penbury sitting at top at the moment, 94 points. Over Darren Kelly early on, setting that 92.7, and Cole Armstrong still hanging on to 3rd. That's a top 3 in qualifying as they sit.
Well, let's see what Fanger Dan can do in the mighty Mustang. Grabbing gears, and off he goes. He starts with big angle, and here he comes right out by the wall.
If there's anyone that knows his way around Bay Park as far as the drift circuit goes, it's certainly Fanger Dan. Nice and shallow through there, and we see cars that set themselves up for the Dale ITM teardrop fantastically as they go through there. This is a good run from Fanger Dan in that Mustang, working that big Mustang through the circuit.
Well, he's not quite up. One of the things, I was going to say he's not up by the wall, but he just starts making his way slowly back there. That's a solid run. How solid a run is it? Clayton Daly has got a 12th position. So he got an 87 with 4-point deduction and then got an 85.3. So, Daniel Woolhouse, Fanger Dan.
Yeah, right out by the wall to start off his run here. And the bit that sticks out for me there is how shallow he was through that switch there under the case front end loader in the way. Yeah. What that does is sets himself up to fill that outer zone through the teardrop just so amazingly. Actually, that's probably one of the better switches.
Fanger's moved into 2nd place. He got a 96, an 89 and a 95. Who's scoring low today? Oh, Joel Counter was actually the one who said, no, I don't think it was as good. 93 points. You can see the judges there. They're going through, and so what they do is they look, they observe, they set their score, they punch their score. You can see the phones and stuff in front of them. No, they're not theirs. Those are the ones that go back and talk to all the data systems that log everything, and then that's what's given afterwards. They go up and have a chat. They chat and say, what did you see? Well, we'll see what Fanger can do this time. We know he's good for 2nd.
So Century batteries, he's shallow again through there under that case front end loader. So maybe look for that throughout the day of how shallow those drivers are through there, because that's where they want to be to set themselves up for that perfect outer zone fulfillment through the teardrop. And Fanger Dan, Castrol on the door, Century batteries on the other side as he throws it up into the Repco War for the final time. I'm going to say this is even better.
That rubber on the window. Go on, Inspire You Media. You can land inside the cockpit.
And I'm going to go out here, Steve, and say I think that score there is going to be better than his first run from Fanger Dan Woolhouse. And that Mustang, we'll take a look at it.
So I'm just having a look at some of the scores and stuff. So a 96, a 94, and a 94 is what Darren Kelly got. Okay, we've had it. Okay, there was added deductions on this one here for Darren Kelly. So we see the scores have come in. The scores that we look at are provisional. It's quite clear they're provisional. Cody Penbury has actually moved to the top with a 94. Fanger Dan is in 2nd place. Darren Kelly is now in 3rd from Cole Armstrong. So Darren Kelly and Cole Armstrong both had a 2-point deduction to their scores, which brought them down.
Actually, that is a good reminder to everyone as well, Steve. Yes, the deductions. This is obviously provisional points that we are reading out. As Jeremy Slammett now makes his way out of the drift section, JDM Racing. This is the Supra from out of New Caledonia. We call him the New Caledonian Kid.
Well, I do, and it'll stick. Bonjour to everybody watching in New Caledonia. Great country, great place.
And this is another good run from a pro driver here, Jeremy Slammett. getting back out onto that wall ride on the way back through. But yes, just going back to it, of course, we have the fact that the deductions that come, they don't get added to what myself and Steve see.
So what's happened, I've just gone up and worked out why have we got a change here. So there was just, we haven't been taking into consideration the deductions, so although they were there, they weren't actually getting added to the average. So now that they've come through, they have worked out what the averages are. So I actually think they might have been counting up rather than counting down. So yeah, they had the number 2 on them for 2-point deduction. They needed to have -2, so it was actually taking away, not putting it up. I actually noticed that on Clayton Daly's one, because it had 4 against him for deductions. But I went, hang on, how does that put him on 94 points? And now that's actually what's moved him down. But so hang on with that. Cody was in P1. Fanger Dan has now gone to P1 with a 95-point run. Let's get ready for our second run though. This is, how many times can you say run in a 30-second bracket? I'm sorry world.
So Jeremy Slammett, JDM Racing, the Supra for him. And Slammett, he is currently sitting 8th in the championship. And the Supra, look at that, so close to the dirt, but staying on the track there. And
how great an operator is George from Inspire You. Well, we'll see how this JDM Supra can go. Working the 2JZ, all the angle, all the brakes, and we come to a stop. Heads past Launchmaster Willie as we get ready for our next car. I think that might be our next again, because they would have already sent out Connor Halligan, who should be out there. Connor Halligan. So here is Jeremy Slamett's run.
So he gets it through there, and as you see, not quite as shallow as Fanger Dam was, and just pours on the angle to get around that teardrop. And good shot from George there, just getting up and over that Repco banner. And
I guess it's easy to push up on the triggers. So.
And a good wall ride here to finish for Slammett as well. So you take into consideration, going back to those deductions and those points, Steve, it's not only a 2-point deduction, is that from each judge? So then that gets multiplied by 3 to...
Wow, it does. And then Jeremy Slamett's just taken a 4-point deduction in his first running minute, which put him to a 79.7 with but with a 90, an 89 and a 95. Slamett's just moved into 9th position. Connor Halligan is next in the 919. Jason Over's Builders on the door with McKinstry Roofing. He's running a 1.5 JZ S14. But as we've said to you before, as we'll say to you again, welcome. This is the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ Mercury Baypark Stadium. Let's see how they go as Connor Halligan gets released down the line. He's going to head down the Napa Auto Parts acceleration zone. And you'll see him grabbing gears before making his way up onto the Repco wall ride. Strong run out of the wall ride before heading through to the Dale ITM teardrop.
So gets in there and throws it hard, pours on the angle, gets back on the loud pedal for Connor Halligan there, pours the angle on even more as he goes through the Mimico switch, picks up that outer clip and back onto the Repco wall ride.
Well, he'll come through and finish the lap a little bit off the desired line. He's probably going to be scored down for that in comparison to the others.
So that was a good shot. We haven't seen a driver for some time actually get off the top of that lip, so it shows you there that Connor was fighting to get the car either back up on the wall ride or just keep it mid-track. The switch there, nice and fast, and throws it nice and hard, keeping the wheel speed. Didn't even have to touch the handbrake or the left foot brake on the way into the Dale ITM teardrop, did Connor, and just poured on the angle on the way back out. And the smoke coming off the side of the Jason Over's Builders S14 from out of Topor. Connor Halligan laying down a score. So you can see the smoke just lingering around the stadium as Connor leaves the line for the second half of his qualifying run number 2. And there he is, just about a metre off the wall. He wants to push it right up there. The smoke certainly lingering around the stadium as Connor shoots through under that case front end loader and into the teardrop. Oh, look at the fulfillment of the outer zone there through the teardrop. Oh, he's over-rotated himself, Connor, on the way through the Mimico switch, and that will be the end of that run for him. So just the 5 qualifiers to go. We'll run through the top 10 in reverse order. Connor Halligan, with his first run, he's got 87.7 points. And so that's enough for him to get up into 10th spot. Jeremy Slammett sits in 9th place, 88 points. 88.7 for Kurt Blacky is in 8th spot. 7th spot belongs to James McManaway, who's tied with Adam Davies on 90 points, also in 6th spot. We take a look at the top 5.
Well, as we move to the top 5, Jaren Kelly, a great run for him with a 91-point run. Cole Armstrong, 91.3 for 4th. Now Darren Kelly with the deductions coming in a downwards position, 92.7. Then we go up to Cody Penbury, try to get there for his bro, 94, but Fanger Dan's like, no, if I'm going to go out, I'm going to be the one who's going to set what happens with the championship. 95 points for the top spot.
So 95 points, the benchmark that's been set by the current and 4-time champion Fanger Dan Woolhouse.
We know if anyone's going to be able to knock that off, we've got Jordan Joyce, Sean Potros, Taylor James, Dave Steedman and Luke Fink. These guys are all capable of it.
Oh, and of course Case Penbury as well. So
yes.
6 qualifiers to come. Still your championship points leader, but here he is, Jordan Joyce, the first of the elite performance.
Jordan Joyce in the Elite Performance Stock Street S14. He spent some time down at Limitless Tyres last night. Had caught up with him and his team. They said, Steve, is there any way we can get our car back into Baypark?
So Jordan Joyce done a good job through the wall ride. Not as close as we know Jordan can be, but being a bit conservative at this stage. Wants to bank a score, make sure he's in that main game. Round through the Dale ITM teardrop. Looking really good through this first half of this run.
Jordan Joyce certainly is. He's been looking good this entire championship. Really got his stuff together when it comes to the battles and things. He's kind of like a bit of a Nico-esque style where I don't care what I score, I just want to battle.
And there it is, coming through to finish off that run, Jordan Joyce.
And of course he's using the power of the Velinos. We know that those things are super sticky. You spoke about it earlier on, just how much grip these tyres have.
Yeah, it's a super soft semi-slick. If you do get a chance to get down near these cars, is there an actual open pit walk, or it's just the pit lanes?
Yeah, I think it's just the lanes. So
yeah, that's a reminder to everyone, if you do want to get down up close and personal with all these drift cars, make sure you head down to the pits, down through the hard park that's happening there, and then down the far end, down behind Fanger Dan's transporter that's up the end of the pit lane. You can get yourselves up, and there's some lanes that go up through the middle of the pit lane. Something quite unique that I've seen here at Baypark Speedway, and I think it's fantastic for the fans. Yeah,
it gives you the opportunity to, obviously in the world we live in with health and safety is everything. Oh, what's it looking like? It's sunny and smoky. 16-degree high, 15-degree current, and it's going to be a 2-degree low later on this evening. Second, and yeah, we just need some more wind. It's like at Speedway, when there's wind, there's no rain.
Yeah, that's what we want. Jordan Joyce, second of his qualifying runs, throws that S14 right up there, a little bit off the wall ride. So struggling to get that car up on the ledge that we speak about. So he makes his way through into that Dale ITM teardrop for the second time.
Well, get his foot hard on that gas pedal. Arcs off really nicely, comes through and switches. Again, slightly off his clip, but I think that Jordan has pretty much kissed every piece of concrete over the last few days, and it's like, you know what, I just need to finish a lap so I can think about battling.
Yeah, like you say, correlating towards the same as Nico Reed's style, very aggressive on the loud pedal, and yeah, but maybe getting a little bit sheepish as far as the concrete's concerned after a couple of coming together. He's hit it twice this weekend already, hasn't he?
Yes, it may have even been more. We've seen it come back on the trailer a couple of times. Saw him stopped in the pit chute, and he very gently returned his car back to the pits last night.
Did see that. Such a gentle driver as well when he needs to be.
Listen, I like that. All big teddy bears. That's going to get me in trouble at the after party later on this evening.
So, scores from Jordan Joyce in the first run was good enough for an 87.3. Second run betters himself slightly. He's got an 88.7 average across the 3 judges. Good enough for 8th spot at the moment, Jordan Joyce. So he bangs himself into the top 10. And now now we've got the So Sus new number plate there being sported by Sean Potros.
So sus, that's probably what his 2Js have been over the last couple of rounds, but he's got himself together and he's going to get right on the walk. Sean Potros, we know that he's he's a talented and an aggressive driver. He did so well in pro sport. He moved into pro and just went, yeah, I should be here.
Yeah, he's taken a little bit to get used to that switch, I guess, from, you know, he was dominating, if anything, in the 235 radial class. Now up on those 265 semis, he's built this pro car, the 2JZ S15, and the aggressive nature of it, just with the extra grip, he just can't be as aggressive as he used to be, but a good, solid banking points run for Potros there to get himself up into the ladder.
Just as we watch the replay of Potros's run, his teammate Jordan Joyce, he moved into 8th position, so he's in the top 8 so far. You can see the judges. So what happens here is this is the judges watching the replays. It gives them the ability to make the right judgment call. And then they've also got their own independent judges replay system, so they actually have the ability to see every single camera on track. They can so they can do slow motion replays, etc., just to ensure. So what happens is we see Kenny Ruddle, who has worked for many years in commentary, the face, the voice, the everything of Oversteer TV. You'll have seen them around the traps as well through YouTube, etc. Well, Kenny looks after the drivers. So if this weekend they'll go down, they'll talk to Kenny and they'll say, hey, I think they got it wrong on this. What they can do is they can actually go back up to the judges. The judges can go through and find that particular run and decide, do we need to change our opinions? It's something we see it in cricket, we see it in rugby. There we go.
So Sean Potros leaves the line for the second of his 2 qualifying runs. Elite Performance Stock Street Autos up onto the wall ride. Look at that, just dragging the wing around the top. You can see the black marks that are left there from these big wings from these drift cars. And through he comes into the Dale ITM teardrop. Looking to fill that outer zone, which he's done really nicely through here. He's going to hit the Mimico switch under those case excavators.
And he'll head back up onto this Repco wall ride to finish his lap. And I can tell you, he's finishing it in style. He's moved into 4th position. Is this going to be better than his first run? It may not matter anyway. 4th place right now is a pretty good finishing spot. So his first run, he got a 93, an 89, and a 94. So that gave him an average of 92. And we just missed Kenny Ruddle. So let's have a look at this one here. Look at that.
So Potros here did a great job in banking 92 points average in his first. And the second one, pretty much a carbon copy of the first one, to be fair. Not a lot of difference in it. I wonder if he'll go up or down slightly.
Well, he's coming through to finish. One person's getting ready to start. We'd normally say that was Adam Davies, but no, it's not. We saw a couple of rounds ago at Hampton Downs an engine let go under the bonnet of that immaculately then presented S14 of Taylor James out of Tukuroa. Well, Taylor did the deals. They worked out what they needed to do to get himself a competition drift car that could go through and get to the pointy end of a championship. So this is Taylor James. Normally 1100 horsepower, normally a Nissan S14, but no, now he has the Mimico, the Repco 24/7 Mimico 13B.
So Taylor James through that Repco wall ride.
Yeah, there we go.
And into the teardrop he goes. And getting that 13B up on song is Taylor James. He won't admit it, but he absolutely loves the rotary power, I'm sure, as he gets back up onto the wall, just ever so nicely arcs it around.
Having the foot brake a bit. And comes through to finish. He's got, of course, JRI supporting him, CWR, HDL.
Take another look at that there. That's on the way back through for Taylor James. And that screaming 13B rotary. I just want to say at high revs like that, that 13B sounds just as good as the 20B of Adam Davies, who in fact owns the car. Regular driver.
If you think that the 13B sounds better, you give me thumbs up for a 13B and hearts for the 20B. If you're watching on the Book of Face.
Michael Tor says Ari the world. I could not agree more. And it looks like that.
I know this is really bad, but I mean, I hear my director offering up people coffees in there. Should we get him to get us one too?
I'm real keen for a warm drink. I don't drink coffee, but I'll take like a hot chocolate or something.
Oh, wow. I'll have a coffee as well, thanks, Mr. Director. Huge shout out to our incredible, amazing, inspiring director. Is that Brendan White or is it Kaz? It's Kaz. It's Kaz. We love Kaz.
So Taylor James in behind the wheel of that 13B rotary. And look at it. Look at the... That's a cool visor too. But you can see the joy all over Taylor James.
Ultimate Graphica on the side of that helmet. They do some incredible paint jobs on helmets, or sign jobs, whatever you call them. That always amazing. So is this driver here out of Tukuroa. A great team.
Oh, wow. Look at the arc there from Taylor James as he goes through the Repco wall ride and through the switch. He's going to get through and get the inside clipping zone. Yeah, through that teardrop. Not quite as deep as other drivers have been, but still filling the outer zone there.
Grabbed that one there really nicely as well. So how far can he get up on this wall? That's a good looking run. How good is it though? Is that a P1 run?
That is certainly improved on Taylor James's first run. And you're going to have to score very shortly. We're going to have all of the drivers in the 90s in the top 10.
So one thing to consider is Taylor James right now is not in a mathematical chance to win a championship, but he's definitely in a position to take that opportunity away from other people, and he's also in a position to take the second place away from other people.
So the battle is essentially the battle for second and third on the podium, isn't it? You can see a good slow still shot there of Taylor as he comes back around the wall ride. And finishing the run. No, you're not seeing double. That is the other Mimico Repco 24/7, the third one of Dave Steedman, Napa Auto Parts.
Today?
We have.
And this is the one with the better engine of the lot.
Whoa.
Oh. Well, Dave Steedman, of course, Napa Auto Parts, Repco 24/7 Mimico. And on his roof, he's got Vehicle Service Centre here in Mount Maunganui. Still some tickets available if you want to get yourself around, if you're in the Bay of Plenty area. And let's see what Dave Steedman can do. Now, this one is actually an extremely important run. We won't go too far into it. Use your brains. Taylor James has gone to P1 as well, 98.3.
Wow.
Oh, wow. And a 99 in there as well. Okay, back to Dave.
So Dave Steedman comes through to finish off the first of his qualifying runs, and he's also doing a good job right out by that Repco wall ride on his way back through. And look at that.
Wow. Well, that's a great run, but Taylor James has just done a 98, a 98 and a 99 for an average of 98.3, 99 being the biggest single score we've ever seen in the D1NZ. For a 98.3, so far the biggest score as well. I don't think we've seen anything higher. The start of in Topol we did see some big scores, but I don't think we saw a 98. That will be the biggest score ever done in the D1NZ.
So Taylor James straight to the top. Wow, Andrew Redwood, Joel Counter and Jaris Wharido. Loving what they see out there. Of course, provisional at this stage. The deductions do come through afterwards. We'll look to confirm that for you as soon as possible. As Dave Steedman lines up on the start line for the second of his two qualifying runs.
All right, well, big angle. Come on, Dave. You need to put on the biggest run of your life right now.
And just on the limiter, Dave Steedman into the Adele ITM teardrop. And look at the outer zone there. Doing a fantastic job in under the Mimico banner. And filling that outer zone really nicely as well. So Dave Steedman, solid run here. Look to see Dave dig himself deep into the top 10 as well with a 90-point run.
Oh, it's just so good to watch, isn't it? Just now, no points through yet from Dave Steedman. I know the judges will be spending a lot of time deliberating on this run and the next. Taylor James still sitting on the top. I can't believe that run.
98.3 average across 3 judges. Look at that from Steedman, just good proximity. He's happy with that one, just getting rid of the flies out of the inside of the cab of that S14. Next on the line we have Luke Fink from out of Australia, the LS Turbo 180. Gee, that's the supercharged S15, I believe, by the looks of that.
So he's another man that's going to have to absolutely pump down the lap of his life.
Look at the squat from the back of the S15 there. He is this is an aggressive driving style from Luke Fink. He's loving being out there in the concrete jungle. And a couple of the practice runs I saw this morning from him, he was getting up close and personal with the concrete, which he's done right there, right on cue as he goes around the Repco.
He's holding it there too. He's such a skillful driver. Literally got into Auckland Airport yesterday, him and his wife Tiana, via a accidental mishap of grabbing their kid's passport instead of their own. They've been in Japan all week, or for the last couple of weeks, and so we see all these amazing JDM machines, all these amazing Japanese machines, of course, in Japan. So what did Luke Fink do? He took a Barra Falcon, a Barra-powered Falcon, so that he could go up and skid around in a Ibisu.
Tell me you're Australian without telling me you're Australian in a Ibisu. So there's the end of the run there. Dave Steedman scores both a 91.7 and a 91.3, so 91.7 points. Good enough for 6th spot.
So Luke Fink, we haven't seen any scores come through, and the judges are next up. We'll be waiting for their scores to come through as we wait for Luke Fink, and we'll release him down the front straight here. He's on the wall, and he's got a lot. He started to arc off a little bit sooner.
He did adjust himself back to get out on the wall to finish off that wall ride. And you can see the helmet movements of him, the squatting, the aggressive nature of Luke Fink. He has filled that outer zone right to the edge of the teardrop, brings it back through the Mimico switch on the way back under the diggers onto the way to the wall ride for the final time. Luke Fink in qualifying.
Come on, Luke, you can do it.
And look at that, he's ever so close without touching. And just like that, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Luke Fink from out of Australia, JDM Racing, EFI and Turbo on the rear guards of that one there. And this one here has to be better than the second run.
Well, his first one, he got quite a heavy deduction, 0.2 across the board, so that actually brought him into 88-point run. So 14th place. We're waiting for the second run to see if he can improve before we go down to our next driver.
So look at that, Luke Fink. That's got to be a good point score. That's got to throw up. Well, he's sitting outside the top 10 at the moment.
And just Tony Wilson, get out of the way. So this is our championship leader. The car is been run by 2 drivers today, him and his brother. This guy here moved into the Pro Sport Championship only a handful of years ago. He won it last year. He took every single round. He won the lot. There was only one round he didn't top qualify, and currently he is leading the championship, and he is right on the wall. This is Case Pullenbury. Case Pullenbury, he started as a young kid, and now he is turning into the man. Go loco on the bumper as he comes and slides it through the Dale ITM teardrop. He's got the core civil construction on the door, and he's getting CK Earthworks right up on the concrete. This is the man who is chasing a title. This is the man who is trying to get there in emphatic style. Case Pullenbury.
Wow, what an absolute cream run from the core civil construction S15 there. Let's take another look at it on the Dale ITM replay. And right out there, just dragging the arse of the S15 around the wall. And then through the switch there under the Case Earth Movers into the Dale ITM teardrop.
Tony, you said us.
Look at that. I did it. That's right, we're only on Facebook at the moment.
What a run.
And at this point here, I had to clench my shoulders as he gets... That's the earliest we've seen anybody get back up onto the wall. Right? And he just held it all the way around there. Is that going to be better?
Man, show some love. If you guys, if you're watching on Facebook, if you're watching on YouTube, well, Facebook definitely, chuck up a heart reaction if you think that's a P1. Chuck up a thumbs up if you think this guy's the man.
And just look how calm he looks under the helmet too. You know, he's just
the judges didn't think so. He's just missed out. He's in second second place.
So
Second run.
And he's just going to push the limit again. This is a carbon copy of the first one. This time he's actually just off the wall. He's not so much dragging the tail like he was before and through under that front end loader. And this time, can he get it right out? And he's going to sit right on the edge of the contract, perfectly on that yellow line. Look at that. Back into the Mimico switch, through that clip box and back. Look how early he gets back on that wall. And the Repco wall ride, this time he's just off the wall again. Geez, I'm going to call early, Steve. I think that is actually better.
Oh, that is an incredible run. That is an incredible run. That is absolutely outstanding.
If that is not better than Taylor James.
Taylor James in a rotary gets style points.
Let's have another look at that here. I just can't believe how early. See, this time he wasn't in the wall. He was actually just off it, which is probably where the judges maybe that's where. And there, look at this here, right through the outer zone there, pushing the absolute limit. Grabs the entire clipping box on the way back through there, and look how early he's back on the wall, right there.
Is this enough to be the Panhead top qualifier here for the grand finale, the grand final, round 5 of the 2024 championship? Has Taylor James done enough? What are we going to see? I want the scores.
Oh, I'm being impatient here. Wow, what a qualifying session from the pros here. The Repco.
So we have got results come through. Judge 1 says 97. Judge 2 says 98. Judge 3 says 98. 97.7. He hasn't done enough. Taylor James with the biggest score ever in D1NZ, 98.3. He is our Panhead top qualifier. Case Penbury, oh, so close, 97.7 from Fanger Dan Woolhouse. Cody Penbury, the Penbury family are right up there with Darren Kelly in 5th place.
Sean Pontros with a 92.3 is sitting in 6th place. Dave Steedman and Luke Fink both finishing on 91.7. Cole Armstrong inside the top 10. What a return for him, 91.3, and Jaren Olive Corona 91.1. Adam Davies in 11th with James McManaway 12th. Jordan Joyce, Kurt Blacky and Jeremy slam it through down to 88 points in 15th spot. There's the rest of your top 20. Connor Halligan, Sam West, Calvin Clark, Jace Brown, Michael Thorley, and then Clayton Daly, Ben Jenkins, Troy Jenkins and Johnny Latham make up your top 24. Now, interestingly enough, that's going to put, when we look at the battle tree, Case Penbury and Cody Penbury on the opposite side. So the only time they can meet is in the final.
I love it.
Wow, that is interesting. I'd love to know what the difference was. Now, you know me, you know how dearly I love rotaries. I'm always on the rotary side of the fence, no matter what. Taylor James, also a friend of mine. Case Penbury, though, I thought that run was actually better.
Well, we've got a couple of mechanicals, and I'm just going to quickly nip off to the toilet, and I'll be back.
Right, so Daniel Krinkle out on track at the moment in the JD Roofing. And, well, I do hope you're enjoying that footage. And if you are here, welcome along to Mercury Baypark Stadium for the final round, the grand finale. It is the concrete jungle that is Mercury Baypark Stadium's D1NZ drift track. And what a start to the day we have. We've been for a treat this morning. It was meant to be pro qualifying last night. And we're through now. And we found Taylor James into top. And we will take a short break here, and we'll be back with you shortly as we look to head towards the Pro Sport Battle Tree.
Link engine management too. I always say we build computers for race cars. We build sophisticated engine and mobile power management systems for automotive, heavy transport, aviation and marine applications. Our innovation over the last 30 years has created a world-class product, and we're really proud to be one of the first companies in the world to have an off-the-shelf hydrogen engine management solution for the internal combustion process. I think recruitment's easier in the tech space here in Christchurch because there's so many similar companies around who are doing either hardware development or software development. The universities like the University of Canterbury have a really great intern program that we benefit from. One of our exciting collabs at the moment is working with Roden Cars. The great thing about having a relationship and a partnership with Roden is they're challenging us to be at our best. process. And our engineers get together and honestly, we're like a bunch of passionate kids because they get to talk about motorsport all day, and what's not to like about that?
Wow, beautiful day here at Mount Maunganui Baypark Stadium, Mercury Baypark Stadium, for the final round of the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship. It is round number 5. It is a grand finale here, and you're in for one heck of a treat, some drifting. It's 9 hours worth of drifting throughout the whole day. If you did join us earlier on, the crowd's slowly building. Make sure you grab your spots, make sure you get yourself out of the sun. If you are in the sun, make sure you put your hat on, grab some sunscreen, and just look at there, the front straight. That's the spot to be at the moment. Look at that beautiful sunshine. And nice and early getting his spots here. And big news, Taylor James qualifying at the top of that pro. Case Penbury though, just about there. And of course, we do have those wrecked cars in the middle, thanks to Pick Apart out of Malemi Street. Tauranga will be treated to the monster trucks a little bit later on this morning. This afternoon, should I say. The morning's been and gone. And if you do want to go for a ride in the monster trucks, the Taurus is out there. You can get yourself a ride in a monster truck out the back of the pit side of the building. Plenty to do out there if you do head all the way through the car show, the hard park that's happening out on the pit area as well, around behind Fanger Dan Woolhouse's transporter. You can get yourselves through into the pit lane chutes as well and have a look. It's a unique setup out there and a fantastic concept of getting up close and personal with all the cars, crews, drivers, etc. that are out there. And some great shots of the pit area. Yeah, it's Richard Lay.
Hello, hey, Richard Lay. Throw us a mana wave.
Give us a mana wave to the big screen.
Just anywhere. Yeah, there you go.
There it is. So, of course, out the back as well.
Put his teeth in.
We have the barbecue. I'm looking forward to some burnt ends on fries, burnt pork belly ends, and sushi panda as well. Actually, I'm going to order some.
You can do that? You're too good.
Oh, I'm just going to do a phone order. You want some?
I'll go straight to my hips.
Premium.
Top barbecue down on the entry in, the old entry gate, if you've ever been to Speedway. So look, there goes. So there is all of the trucks, all of the trailers, all of the cars. Let's go and have a look at a couple of these runs.
So we're treated to a side-by-side here of the Taylor James and the Case Penbury run. Now, Taylor was right out by the wall, so was Case. Look at that there.
Taylor's got a little bit more speed coming through.
Does he actually hold a little bit more angle as well through the most of the teardrop? It's hard to pick the difference here. It's good to see them side by side. It's the earliness of Case getting back onto the wall.
Is it because Case basically railed the wall the whole way around, actually touching the wall? Was that what the difference was? Because
Taylor was just off it. Now, you mentioned speed there. I don't know if you noticed towards the end of that replay, Steve. Taylor James had finished a good couple of seconds before Case as well. So the speed and the drive that he's got out of the back of that car.
Well, we've got some fans of Roddy Knowles out there, MTF Finance. Drift team, yeah, there you go, that's you.
And oh, there, look, they're tucking into the burnt ends there, surely. Top barbecue, one of my favourite. You know, I'm more excited to come to Bay Park for the food than I am to Speedway sometimes.
You want burnt hens?
The barbecue burnt hens on fries is amazing. But I'm going to go for sushi panda today, I think. So there's a side-by-side look at these runs again. And so keep your eye, at this point here, they're in about the same situation. Taylor James is probably a good car length in front of Case Penbury, but it's through this point there. Taylor James is already up on the wall ride. Case is just getting there. And he definitely finishes as far as speed goes there. 1, 2, 3 seconds, around 3 seconds difference between Taylor James and Case Penbury where they finish. And I guess the good news for the Penbury team is that they're on the opposite sides of the battle tree. One of them in second and one in fourth as the Taurus backs into place. You can head on down to pit lane and get a ride in that Taurus. It's just $10. That is cheap. I do hope you're enjoying your morning so far and get yourself settled in for a wonderful afternoon of drifting
Hey, there goes random guy down there. Oh, we pull out past the case. Do I call it top loader, front end loader?
Front end loader, well, that's what I'd call it, a front end loader. Not too sure what the actual terminology is for the 921G.
Down. There goes our media as well. Got a huge media this weekend.
Mentioned earlier as well, merchandise available all in and around the pit area. Do make sure you get back there and check out all the wonderful cars on display in the car show, the hard park that's happening out in the pit lane. Plenty to see and do. Of course, we're treated to the monster trucks out on track. I mentioned Pick Apart bringing in those cars, and we will see the legend that is Kiwi Thunder back out and about the infield. We're doing some reasonably, I wasn't expecting some jumps as big as that yesterday, actually.
I didn't expect them to jump quite as high as they were. It was certainly a little bit more than I expected, and it was great to see, considering I call it redemption. I mean, I think many people have seen the
I know where this story's going.
Atrocity that was the former monster trucking event that we had here at Bay Park. I just happened to be standing where that Dale ITM sign was, with a crowd of incredible people ready to watch what was just not as fun as it could have been.
And I understand it was like a sellout crowd, wasn't it? Like, there was a lot of people here. It was
definitely as close to a sellout as possible, and yeah, so great promoter though. The guy was great. He was a very polite man. But you know who else is a great man? And I've seen him floating around the pits. He's got this aura around him. And there he is right there. That is Steedman McGyver.
Stop that. Afternoon, lads. How are we? Beautiful day here at Mercury Baypark. I've got to say, the drive up from Hamilton this morning over the Kaimais is one of the most beautiful drives I've had in a long, long time. Coming over the bay, and then there was this ring of sunshine, and I'm sure it was Steve just sunning himself, and the glow coming over Mercury Baypark. But there's a hell of a glow, and there's a real vibe out here in the pits at the moment. After those two runs by Taylor, James and Case, Penbury, I mean, there is a real buzz now as to what we will see in the Pro Championship a little bit later on here in Repco D1NZ. I think we may have a couple of mechanicals in Pro Sport not too far away, but I know Aaron Habib and Aidan Daly, who are first out, I think, for the Pro Sport Top 24 battle, champing at the bit. But as you can see, one thing, if I can take you just a little bit backwards here, Tony, because Tony's on the cam again. He does a magnificent job. Kiwi Thunder. So that's something to look forward to, because you'll see out in the middle there's some crashed old cars there, and there's some ramps and things like that. It's going to be a cracking old day, that's all I can say. So Kiwi Thunder's in the house. I went up to the owner and said, how many horses has that got? He goes, oh, about 500 horses and a camel. I went, okay, I'm sure the camel certainly helps. And there's the other one, the bigger one, the orange one that we saw, Taurus, at Manford. That's been taking people for drives, and they're really lining up just to have some fun today. If you are anywhere near Mercury Baypark, this is the place to be, right? Come and sit down. There is plenty of food vending stalls over there. The pits are like a rally pit. You can walk around the pits and have a close look, and just come and soak up the grand finale of Repco D1NZ, because I think this one could be an absolute special. Track has been manicured and it's been curated beautifully by the team, and we are seeing some epic runs already. So as you can see, I'm calm, but inside I'm buzzing. So let's get ready for the Pro Sport battles, boys, because I know there's a mechanic. Oh, there you go. Look at this. Look at this thing. Look at the size
it's
of
the
this
calm
thing.
before the storm.
Mate, I tell you what, if I was on a storm, I'd like to be in that thing right there, Steve. That would be me.
I can show you a video of me travelling in the back of that once.
Well, there's plenty of suspension, let's put it that way.
So good to have Steedman McGyver out here.
Did he say up me?
I tell you what, do you think, if they got seatbelts in the back of the thing, can you jump on the back of that for a ride while it does jumps?
No.
Didn't think so.
Well, in theory you could. They have got to roll bars, etc., around the entire outer area. So we've got here Johnny Burns.
So Johnny Burns on the mechanical.
Oh, please stop. Please stop.
So that might be a couple of just grudge runs. Actually, Johnny Burns is qualified outside the top 25. We'll take a look at the Pro Championship point standings as they sit.
So it's the Pro Sport Championship as they sit, as you've just said. Tony Jeets, run us through the top 5.
So in 5th place, Zach Zayden sitting on 202 points. I've gone backwards there. Keisuke Nagashima sits up top with 314 points. Daniel Edwards and Adam Whitehead can certainly both catch him on 280 and 260 points respectively. Daniel Smith there on 207 points and Zach Zayden on 202. Take a look further through as well. And I do believe it's Daniel Edwards who's sitting second in the championship. This is a true fact. I haven't seen the battle tree, but I heard them talking about it. Up against Keisuke Nagashima, the current points championship leader, in the first battle.
Oh my gosh! Well,
of their top.
That's the way to do it.
16.
Well, there goes the rest of them. We've got Aaron Habib, Brody Knowles, Brady Marr, Sam Rawson, Aidan Daly, Matthew Brown, Daniel Caldwell, Jason Wu. That was the top 20 cars. But now we're going to go and bring out, well, it's a top 24 bracket. There goes our official launch master Willie. He won't be able to hear us. Can you hear us, Launch Master Willie? Nah, I can't hear us through the pay. Chuck us a mana wave, bro. No, that's a signal for an OMT, and we don't like those. So this is our first battle of Tauranga. It is the Mac Civil BMW. The Sultan. Getting some warmth in there as well. Let's see if we've got any.
So Aidan Daly in the Red and Harrison Performance S14 warming up the tyres as well. That's who he's going up against.
Just waiting for our sheets to upload and get and refresh. So we'll see what's going to happen. Are there going to be any more Tauranga battles? Aaron Habib on the left, our left. We've got the Nissan Silvia of Aidan Daly on the right. It is 2JZ versus RB25. It's BMW versus S14. It's almost 1,000 versus 500. What's it going to be? It's going to go down to the lights. Or are you just waiting for some smoke to dissipate from Aidan Daly's cockpit after the scrub? It's in the cream insurance scrub box. A little bit too long. Ah, there it is. We're just going to wait for the haze to dissipate from the venue. We need this, the afternoon wind to make its way.
Here we go, lights go red. The first battle of the day, it is the Pro Sport Top 24. Aaron Habib leading out Aidan Daly. So they fire into the Repco wall ride for the first time. Aidan Daly's let a little bit of gap go between himself and Habib. So he's shallowed up there to get right back up on the door of the BMW as they make their way through into the teardrop.
Well, they'll come through and they'll make their way up to the top. We obviously want to see the lead car do a qualifying run, a couple of corrections for the chase driver. Again, it's all about proximity when you're in that chase position. Can he close up the door? It's an RB25. It might be a bigger engine next year, but it's, oh, he's going for the shallow line to get up on the door. They come back onto the front straight, and that is the first lap, the first battle of the grand finale day.
So a good solid battle to start off as far as the championship ladder goes for the battle tree today. And we'll take another look on the Dale ITM replay of that one there. Aaron Habib getting right out by the wall, and Aidan Daly having to run shallow to get right back up on and make him the mobile clipping point. Bit of a drag on the handbrake there from Habib as he gets into the teardrop. And shallow's off there, which gives Daly a chance to close right up on the door as Habib accelerates away from him. And then this is where Daly gets right back up on the door again, shallowing his line. I'll tell you what, the bonnet always freaks me out on the front of Aidan Daly's car as well. It always looks like it's open.
I'll see if I can sort that out with new bonnet bolts.
Of course, shout out to all those people who are tuned in around the country, around the world. On Facebook, Josh Carter and his sons. Hope you're enjoying the footage as Aidan Daly this time leads out the BMW of Habib. Right out by the wall goes Daly.
Well, it's a solid way to start for Aidan Daly in the RHP Silvia. See how he goes as he moves up into the Dale ITM teardrop, the top of the teardrop. Did a great job to fill that outer zone before coming through and switching. He's going to head up to that Repco wall ride again.
So Aaron Habib now, a little bit of a mistake, I think it was, from Daly up front. So it's to take another look at that. Habib right there, though, as they finish off the run. And put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. What a good first battle that we're seeing from these two drivers. So Habib there having to take the shallow line to try and get the proximity on the lead driver. And Daly there looking good in that Reed and Harrison performance. S14, look at that outer zone there, which left the door wide open for Habib to come right up on the edge of the S14. It was this point here that Daly, no, he was just trying to get it out by the wall further, nothing too much in it. And coming through to finish the run with Habib right there on the back bumper.
Well, a huge amount of support for both of these drivers here at Mercury Baypark Stadium. Lots and lots of Mac Civil supporters for Aaron Habib, and of course the RHP team are here in vengeance, supporting their man Aiden Daly.
So it's going to be left-hand side for Aaron Habib, right-hand side for Aiden Daly. Just looking for a result from the judges.
All right, Andrew Redwood, Joel Counter, JT, Wharedo, and it's going to be 3 strikes to Aaron Habib.
Well done, Aaron. You know, you survived season 2024 and you keep rolling on through. Probably the chase was a better one now?
Yeah, pretty happy with the chase. Had a few shambles with the wall through practice, but I'm happy to take the win.
Keep going.
Happy days.
As we get ready for our next battle of the day. Lots and lots of fans out there for the man on, well, probably for both. Brings fans for everyone, doesn't it? We've got Dean Young and the 1.5 JZ's S13 Sylvia versus Matt Kitto in the 2 JZ S13. It is Dean Young who will lead them out in the first pass today.
Dean Young there right out by the wall. Good initiation from him. Kitto's going to play catch-up for the first part of this battle as Dean Young now throws it into the teardrop for the first time as well. Kitto's still there, though, trying to go shallow to make the proximity up against Dean Young. SF Tiling, S13 doing a good job. Beautifully presented, as always, the Dean Young vehicle.
Well, he's going to head back up to the wall now, and a big mistake by Kitto on the chase position. You can see how low that car was down there. Comes through, kisses the wall to finish.
Yeah, and I think that might have been enough to give the advantage to Dean Young late in the run there. It was a good wall ride. Kitto there, not as much angle and not as much depth up into the wall. And Dean Young.
Game is Dean Young. He's got a 360 camera on the back end, and he's about to go and send it into the concrete. Well, he comes through, probably arcs off a little bit too soon, but he comes through to switch. Now, this is a point here where you'll see quite a big mistake as they fire through here and there.
Yeah, it was all bar straight line of reinitiation.
And then Dean decides, boom, I'll just hit that concrete. Should be right.
So they'll switch roles. Kitto now will jump into the lead position. Dean Young will pull up into the chase spot. Yeah, a good shot into the inside of those cars. And it will certainly be advantage to Dean Young at this stage. So they leave the line, get the green light, go ahead from Launchmaster Willie. And there's Matt Kitto leading Dean Young. And Dean Young there needs to play a bit of catch up this time for himself as Kitto shallows off on the Repco wall ride. Dean Young though, trying to close the proximity up. He needs to get right up on the side of Kitto, using him as a mobile clipping point. Kitto very shallow through the first part of the teardrop. And Dean Young, here he comes now. Is he going to get right up on the door for the final part of the wall ride? Oh, contact between the two cars. They've kept it in it, though. So maybe problems with the steering of Dean Young there. Is the front wheel hanging off the right front of that car? We'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay. And Kitto was very shallow to start the run. Dean Young there trying to get up on his door. And it's a little bit messy from both these drivers in the second half of this battle. Katoto doing a good job here into the in the lead position, trying to get back out on the wall for the final part of the Repco wall ride, which he does so here. And there's a little bit of contact from Dean Young. He was probably envisaging Kito to wash himself a little bit wider out towards the concrete wall.
Well,
oh, so it is big problems with the steering on the front end of the Dean Young S13. So proving that contact is evident there as he came into the Repco wall ride for the final time. I wonder if the judges deem that to be Kiddo's fault or if Dean Young just came in there too hot.
yeah, and that's what I was going to mention, was what are they going to decide? What are they going to choose? Are they going to deem that there was the issue was in the hands of the lead driver? Well, to me it isn't. He needs to get up there, but you've still got to use that car as a mobile clipping point. What truck's that?
Here's Billy McFarlane from 111 Towing. Massive shout out to him, bringing that flat deck over. Of course, if you do need any towing needs in and around Rotorua and the Bay of Plenty, make sure you get hold of Billy and the team at 111 Towing.
Another person you could probably go and talk to is Stephen McIver. What's happening down there?
Well, I'm not giving you the result because I don't know the result right now. I know you're looking at me going, have I won? Have I won? Yeah, I know, mate. But good lead run.
Loved it, mate. Every second of it was just wicked. It's awesome. Like, nothing beats the thrill of drifting.
Did you get a tap at the end there?
Yeah, I felt him nudge me and I was just banging just to keep her moving around and just keep off that wall, and close to it, but not stuck in.
Were you a little bit worried in that first run where you sort of straight line it coming into the home straight?
No. The car's a gem, mate. She's along. She takes us.
All right, well, you're sitting in, you qualified P24. We're just waiting on the judge result. Well, it's a hell of a run, so I'm going to go back up there and we'll see what happens, okay?
Thank you very much.
So there is Matt Kito and Billy McFarlane, the 111 Towing team out there, just dragging that up onto the back.
So a big thank you to everyone that did answer my SOSs yesterday. We have got two recovery vehicles today. That was one of the ones I said I'll give away 6 tickets if somebody turns up, and he's like, I'm not going to just do it for now. Here we go. And it's going to be 1, 2, 3 strikes in favour of Dean Young. Dean Young is going to win on the back of a truck.
So a bit of work to do out there for the boys in the Dean Young drift team. And the 111 Towing team doing the best to get that car up there as quick as possible. There it goes. Steering issues major for them. So we do hope you are enjoying the drifting here nice and early in the afternoon. For the drifting, a whole lot of drifting action to come. We have the entire Pro Sport battle tree to get through, as well as the pros a little later this evening.
You know, you can tell how a builder's day's going, Josh, by the way they park their utes. True. Hard close, not quite a slam. Paul's having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, so they're a bit behind. You going all right, Paul?
Having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, and we're a bit behind. How did you even do that?
Nobody understands builder like we do, Josh.
ITM.
Well, we are here. The crowd is starting to build. This is the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship, Mercury Baypark Stadium here in Mount Maunganui. We're getting ready for our next battle of the day, and what a battle it's going to be. This is a battle between essentially teammates. It's a 350Z with an LS under the bonnet and a Eurofighter with the same monster V8 under the bonnet. Jason Wu's the silver Eurofighter. And then we've got Corbin Wilson behind the wheel of this Pro Wear 350. Out of Gisborne, he just started drifting 18 months ago. He came through last night qualifying really, really well. Why do we talk him up? Because this kid, and I say kid, is 15 years of age. He came out of Speedway racing mini stocks around tracks like Baypark Speedway out of Gisborne and decided he was going to give drifting a go. Corbin Wilson has won over 20 races here at Baypark. Behind the wheel of his mini stock, he's held the checkered flag more than any other driver that's ever been here at Baypark in a drift car. But this today is the first time he's actually competitively drifted in battle. He's got Jason Wu in the Eurofighter. Both of these drivers out of the Drift Academy, driftacademy.co.nz. Sky Zhao's great opportunity to get people into drifting out of the Mercury Drift Track south of Auckland, just north of Hampton Downs. So if you want to learn to drift, it's a great opportunity to do so. That's what Corbin Wilson has done, and he's about to show you. Is he any good? And you know what? If he's not, it doesn't matter, because he has years to continue to hone his craft. As the higher qualifier, he will lead out the first battle of the pro sport campaign. The first run. Let's see how Corbin Wilson can go. Almost looked like a touch between himself and Jason Wu. We know Jason Wu is an extremely strong battler. A very, very good qualifier. Corbin Wilson will make his way back up into the Repco wall ride. The 15-year-old kid, hard on the gas, will come through to finish, and a solid way to debut in battle with the Repco D1NZ Pro Sport Championship.
And that's an exciting name to keep an eye on, keep your eye on for the future, isn't it? Corbin Wilson, impressive out there in qualifying. He set an early qualifying score run yesterday that got him into the top 5 and hung there for a long time. And looking at how that battle panned out, geez, right out there. It's
probably a hard one. I mean, these two drivers would be used to. That was a big adjustment correction mistake in the chase car. That's a very hard thing for Jason Wu, because although he has drifted probably a lot with Corbin Wilson at Mercury, they both do spend a lot of time at that drift track. He's never drifted with him on a full-size drift track like Baypark, getting the hammer down. Where is Corbin Wilson? Okay, he's lined up next to him as we get ready to send them.
So a hard one to call there from how it's set and how it was looking to start with between Jason Wu and Corbin Wilson.
Launchmaster Willie just saying, back him up.
Just get back.
I love the gloves. He, speaking to Corbin yesterday, he was very thankful for the support from Azar and ProWear. Let's see what the Eurofighter can do from the lead position. That is impressive. He hit the wall. It should have taken that whole front end in. He kept his foot on the gas and drove out of it. Skills.
That was something you said yesterday was, if you head towards the wall, just put your foot in it. And that's exactly what Jason Wu's done there. He's driven himself out of trouble. He's dropped the wheel off on the way round.
We've got to make sure that Corbin Wilson held his drift coming up into the teardrop. There is a reason why. I think we've got the 2 wheels off. That big mistake that we've seen from Jason Wu might be enough for the kid who qualified higher than his teammate yesterday in his first ever event. He's 15 years of age, out of Drift Academy, out of... You see those taillights go? They look more expensive than Darren Kelly's.
So that's that point there. The Corbin Wilson didn't maintain the drift there in behind. And there's where a couple of wheels go off Jason Wu there. So has Corbin Wilson done enough to get through? So Jason Wu coming through, leading the run through. And we'll head down for a result. We've got Stephen McIver pit lane.
All right, which way is it going to go? Jason Wu or Corbin Wilson? And it's going to be 1, 2, 3 strikes to the 15-year-old kid in the white car. It's Corbin Wilson.
Corbin, congratulations. First time in the big show and you're going up against the championship leader in the next round, Keisuke Nagashima. How was that?
Yeah, it was pretty cool, eh? Like, first time doing a round of D1 here, so big deal for me. So go out, have some fun, see how it goes.
What do you make of the walls? What you'd be used to, you've done speedway on these walls, haven't you?
Yeah, last time I was here, I was racing a mini stock, so it's a little bit different, but no, all good, yeah.
Big crowd from Grizzy watching today?
Oh, I'm not too sure, eh?
Well, mate, you got a lot to do because you got the championship leader next, so go seal yourself in for that one.
Sweet, thank you.
Well, Corbin Wilson, 15 years of age, already winning battles at the concrete jungle. It's Baypark Stadium. He's used to probably around 40 or 50 horsepower under the back of a mini stock. Now he's got a fair few hundred under a LS350Z. So Matthew Brown and Dylan James next on the line. It's going to be Matthew Brown that leads off Dylan James all the way from Christchurch Mainland Drift, the Drift South competitor. Calendar Girls on the door of that one there. And, problems for James in the chase.
That could have been really bad. Matthew Brown, though, he'll stay on the gas. He had a great run in Taupō in qualifying. He P1 that one there.
And he's fair gapped him as well. That mistake from Dylan James late in the wall ride. As he's trying to close up the gap, shallows up to try and come through and finish a run. He's got his work cut out for him if he wants to take the win here. Dylan James, it will be an advantage to Matthew Brown as I see it at the moment.
Okay, here's one for you. Corbin Wilson at 15 years of age. He won the MSC Challenge. He has an official Formula Drift license. He can go into FD.
Oh, look at that. So that was actually for one, maybe two wheels off, front wheels for Dylan James, unfortunately. Actually, I remember seeing Corbin's mum was online watching him yesterday during qualifying. Dare I say, should be here in person. She'll be very proud of that win from Corbin as well. And a couple of other people certainly sending their congratulations through the Facebook live feed. If you are tuned in, welcome along around the country, around the world. And of course, if you are here at Mercury Baypark Stadium, welcome along. Beautiful day here at Mount Maunganui. We have a huge day of drifting ahead of us. Dylan James leading out Matthew Brown. We are in the Pro Sport top 24 at the moment. And Dylan James needs to somehow force the issue on Matthew Brown, sorry, to force the mistake if he wants to advance. So Dylan James did a good job through the teardrop there, but Matthew Brown doing enough. Fairly conservative chase. He's keeping a bit of distance between himself and James, which I think is a smart move. Whether his spotter's given him and told him.
Oh, he almost ran himself out at that point there. So I think Matthew Brown's like, this is easy, I've won this one here. You could see that he really came through, and there's a huge gap, so he's like, I'll just take a massive dive, take that really short line, and gain all that proximity coming back.
So we take another look here, and it was a good lead run from Dylan James, but he's just let himself, unfortunately, go on the chase to begin with. Look at that outer zone there, filling that really nicely, but Matthew Brown, he's right there as well. So a few more battles to go in the top 24. So we head down pit side. We have Matthew Brown on the left. Is it going to be Dylan James on the right? We have 1, 2, 3 strikes to Matthew Brown on the left-hand side.
Don't go on me, pal. I got to jam this down in here. Congratulations. Conservative chase.
Yeah, it took a bit to get here. A few repairs on the car, but we're out there, we're doing it.
Go get it, mate.
Thank you.
So the winner of that battle goes through to take on Daniel Edwards, who's currently second. So we have both the MTF Finance Cambridge cars out here. Look at that. They're already throwing hands at each other out the windows. It is Justin Patterson on the right. He's in the black MTF Finance Cambridge car against Rody Knowles in the yellow MTF Finance Cambridge. This will make work interesting on Monday for the two MTF Finance Cambridge boys as Justin Patterson leads out. Rody Knowles, shallow for Rody in the chase. Justin Patterson up on that left foot brake, trying to get it in and out to the wall into the Dale ITM teardrop they go. And good angle there from Patterson. Throws almost too much angle. That's given Rody Knowles a chance to catch up, get right on the door, and around goes Patterson. He's over-rotated himself. And around goes Rody Knowles to finish off the run. So it's going to be advantage to Rody Knowles at this stage. How did they get there? One of them qualified in 15th and one of them qualified in 18th. So Justin Patterson got 15th, Rody Knowles 18th, and that put them up against each other in this top 24 battle. The winner of this battle has certainly got their work cut out for them as they have Pete Drever in the top 16. So that's going to be interesting for him, which way this goes. And advantage to Rowan Knowles there in the yellow MTF Finance Cambridge car at this stage. As we take a look at the replay, a little bit messy from both drivers through the Repco wall ride to start with. And Justin Patterson, it sort of came undone here for him. He threw it into the Dale ITM. That's where he piled on the angle. And then at that point there, just threw it back through. So that's going to give the advantage to Rody Knowles, who's going to lead out this time in the yellow one. On the right-hand side, it's S13 against S13. RB versus 2J. The 2J in the black. S13. And Rody Knowles into it and fires that car into the Repco wall ride. Justin Patterson in the chase has had to show up his line there to try and gain proximity on Rody. As Rody now throws it into the teardrop. Justin Patterson, look at the chase that he's putting on. He's trying to pile the pressure on his teammate right now. And doing a good job up front though at this stage, Rowan Knowles. And Patterson is going to fall behind here. Rody Knowles has done a good qualifying run. He doesn't need to be too aggressive on that wall ride on the way back as well. So he's kept the rear bumper a metre or so off the wall ride. And that, unfortunately, will be the end of the day for Justin Patterson. The battle of the MTF cars. So we take a look at that replay as well. Justin Patterson was doing a good job in the chase position at this point in time. The proximity is really good between himself and Rody Knowles. And there we go. Fires himself up ahead there. Gives a couple of car lengths away. Going to shoot upstairs and get a result from Andrew Redwood, Joel Counter and JT Wharedo. We have Rowan Knowles, Rody Knowles on the right-hand side, Justin Patterson on the left. Expect 1, 2, 3 to Rody Knowles. The yellow MTF Finance car picks up the win.
I was in the pits listening to you talking to the boss going, okay, so I'm not going to let you get away. You put too much pressure on him in that run.
Yeah, to be honest, it was a little bit scrappy in the chase, but I needed to apply the blowtorch in a big way because, I mean, he's had his own struggles this weekend, but the only thing that was going to get him was a little bit of just that extra noise, extra pressure. I'm stoked to get the win. Hey, look, obviously, you know, Justin is my naming rights sponsor. He looks after me like I'm his own son during the year. We work together, we play together, and I love him for that, and I'll always go out and fight hard with him, and as long as we're having fun, that's what it's all about.
Go get ready for Drever.
Thanks, mate.
So next battle on the line, Sam Rowson will take on Paulo Tavares. And Sam Rowson in the Laurel, he qualified in 10th spot, which put him up against the 23rd qualifier of Paulo. Big straight line in behind there in the chase. So Sam Rowson's going to grab a big advantage in the early parts of this first run between these two. And the Laurel just pouring the smoke out through the teardrop as he makes his way back up onto the Repco wall ride. And a little bit shallow from Rowson, but I'm sure a spotter is in his ear. And something interesting, if you are new to drifting, welcome along to Baypark Speedway, Mercury Baypark Stadium for the final round, the grand finale, the concrete jungle as it's slang to of drift track. And yeah, interesting thing between the drivers, they do have a crew member, or what they like to call the spotter. They'll be in the air telling them exactly what that driver is doing, and behind obviously they're keeping their eyes forward. And at this point in time, I believe that Sam Rouse's spotter will definitely be letting him know that he's got the advantage over Paulo Tavares in the early part of their battle. This is for the top 24, Pro Sport top 24 at the moment, and the winner of this battle will go through to Matty J and take on him in the top 16. So we get a look at the replay there, and Rousen doing a good job up front. So his turn to chase Paulo in that BMW.
Great to see him back. We haven't seen him for a couple of rounds, or actually, I think we saw him at round 1 and then haven't seen him since. So let's go and see how they stack up, line up next to each other. What are we waiting on? Ah, that's what we're waiting on. It's somewhat hazy. I think Panhead does a hazy beer. All right, well, let's have a look at the second half of this battle. A beautiful white BMW. Oh, up on, and it's just kissing the concrete. As he comes through, and oh, that's an over switch at that point there. Takes 4 wheels off. He's headed off to turn 2 of the speedway track. So Rosa doesn't actually need to finish the drift from the chase position, but you tell me a single drifter that does not want to keep his foot down on the gas pedal. A slight kiss with the concrete to finish, and will come through and slide it in. Well, that's going to be a cut and dry, isn't it? So we'll have a look and see what happened there. So everything seemed really nice. There was obviously a slight kiss of the concrete coming through. We see the great switch. And then at this point here, I don't know if he just got on the lock stops and couldn't bring the steering wheel back. But it was not going to be enough. Sam, from the chase position, goes, oh, I'm all right with this. I'll go up and put my foot down and get some sideways action going. All right, which way will it be? Well, it's quite easy to see. Unanimous. The judges say the C33 Laurel of Sam Rousen takes the win.
Did you give this car a polish before Grand Finale Day? Because it's glistening.
Can you tell?
Congratulations, mate. You must be stoked with that one.
Stoked, yeah. First time here. That's wicked.
What's it like? What's it like in the jungle?
Oh, mate, I've always been the one on the outside washing all the big boys in there, and now I'm in there doing it, and man, it's wicked, eh?
Well, you drove like a big boy. Go get ready for Matty J.
Thank you.
Let's talk to Paulo, because I'm told that this is Paulo's first time in the jungle, first time in comp. So how was the experience?
Well, it was awesome. After 6 months battling with this car and finally here, I can't complain. Honestly, it's so good. Sam drove so good. It was so nice to be behind him. It was good. It was good.
Mate, just get out of here and enjoy the rest of the day.
Thank you very much. See you guys next year.
Oh, that is awesome. Someone give him more sponsors so he can afford to just turn up, because that is what we want to see.
Can we have any more smiles out of Paulo there?
Well, there is the pits there. So, of course, we've got most of the Pro Sport Pro drivers through that centre section. You'll see all those big transporters on the right-hand side. Fanger down the back there. And then over the side, I think we've got over 70 show cars. And I think there's even a couple of Impalas. One of them might actually be Tony G's, I hear. That may just be a rumour. Tony G's just nipped out for a moment. He'll make sure he's A-OK. Work getting done, and that goes the crowd there. Yeah, we can see you too. Go on, chuck us a McManaway. Hi, Craig. Well, let's have a look at, I think we'll see if we can find out what happened with this car. Qualifier on the side of Ra Hader's car. Hello, Steve and Ben. Qualifier is exactly what it did. The scariest thing in motorsport, check this out, ladies and gentlemen. Ra Hader trying to set the score, and no, he just set himself alight. He's just driven past and gone, oh, look. So And look at the speed of the recovery team. One of them's actually a Baypark Speedway one. He knows it's the scariest thing in motorsport. Nothing is worse than seeing a car on fire, and to see it back out there now. That's what the rear looks like, Tony.
Yeah, and what I can also tell you is there's a brand new radiator in there, and it's only got in there about not even 5 minutes ago. He's barely made the line. Yeah, he's had no practice this morning, doesn't know what's happening in this track. In the words of Ra Hader, as always, just send it. Chasing down Zach Antics here. Zach Zayden from out of the Hawke's Bay up against Rotorua, the qualifier S15 up against the Drift Antics S15. And it's a good start to the battle from both these drivers.
Well, he should be the quali battler now. Qualifier on the door, can he get through? And he's running that short line so he can get right up on him. They're side by side coming out of the final turn here. A great lead battle, a lead run though by Zach Zayden in the Drift Antics S15.
So we'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay. So Zayden there is actually a little bit shallow through to start with, but Ra Hader right there on the door. It's at this point here that Zach Zayden really put the foot down and drove away from Ra, trying to put down that little good lead run into the teardrop they go and put that out of zone out really nicely, which opened up a really good chase as well from Ra Hader. They both grabbed that clipping point there perfectly and into the Repco wall ride for the final time. And Zayden,
oh, look at him go.
Tap and go there.
And just brings it to a stop. Well, it's the second half of the battle time. They will switch positions. Of course, the higher qualifier will always lead out the first half of the battle.
So
see all the safety measures and that stuff they have.
A lot of work gone into.
What are they looking at? Stop looking.
Well, he's only just put, like I say, that radiator it got shot off to Marlemy Street.
Those are water sprays, it's okay.
Yeah.
Did it go to Marlemy Street, did it?
They had to go down and weld it back together. I think that's where Nick, the pitman, went over there and sorted that out and welded it up together. They had to put the AN fittings back on it. We were calling top 24 battles. Ra's radiator was still on his way back to the track. So, problems from Hader there. Oh, late initiation.
Okay, so I think that's probably going to be a cut and dry victory in the other. Oh, look, the rest of the car's coming off. He tried to burn the top of it last night, the back of it, and anything else that's left is gone. But that big straight line moving into the first turn is probably going to be enough to extinguish the qualifier's dreams. Qualifier, it's a company who looks after all the alarm systems. That's where the big sort of mistake was. We're not looking at the chase car right now. We're actually looking at the lead car. And I know that Qualifier was so happy with essentially their man being out there and taking all that sunshine glow that they actually came up and donated, gifted, sponsored 10 fire extinguishers to the team here, because they thought, well, just in case we decide to come on full time with Ra Hader, the Qualifier team thought we'd better look after the D1NZ. And we say thank you. One strike Zach, two strikes Zach, all three, it's unanimous. Zach Zayden.
Mate, well, you go through, that's the most important thing. Happy with the way the run went?
Yeah, it was not bad. It's a little bit slippery out there, so I think we've got to dial back the pressure a little bit. But
in which part of the track?
It's usually on the sweeper. I don't know if you can see, I might have rubbed up the rear. I don't like touching that wall, Steve, so yeah.
You're breathing heavy. Go and have a drink and get you ready for the next round. Just quickly. Hell of a weekend for you, brother.
Oh, hell of a weekend. I'm just grateful, man, just to be here, and thanks of all the boys that helped us with our fire last night, and Ben and Steve from Qualifier Fire Protection, they've been helping us out get here this weekend. All my boys, Dallas, Haxton, Nick, everyone that's helped out this weekend has been incredible, bro. And I just wanted to do a shout out to all of them. My partner who looks after my kids. Been an emotional weekend, but yeah.
Good to have you back here.
Cheers, bro.
So there it is, Raheda. Geez, he was one of my top 4 drivers after practice and quali, actually, unfortunately. Coming to that dreaded commentator's curse.
Oh, it's your fault.
Ryan Parry will lead out Daniel Krinkle here. Ryan Parry from Aotearoa in the Calendar Girls S14. Daniel Krinkle. And big angle. Listen to the limiter. I absolutely love the sound of this RB, and I will not say that very often at all. Ryan Parry out there in the lead run. And Krinkle, look at the proximity he's got.
Oh, Krinkle really having to work it. You can see how much lock he's having to run. But of course, by doing so, you're not actually gaining that wheel speed to get yourself back up, and a big gap's forming between them. What is that bouncing off? Well, that'll great stuff for the highlights reel. As we come through and finish the first half of the battle, well, what are we going to say? Advantage Parry?
Well, yeah, I want to keep an eye on, you know, I've been watching this drifting thing with you all season long now, Stephen. I'm starting to pick up all these little bits and pieces. And I want to see if Parry stalls up a little bit as he pours on the angle into the teardrop. So he comes off the wall ride just nicely there. Krinkle's right there, good proximity in the chase, so it's a good start to the chase. It's at this point here that Krinkle really closes in, and nothing too much happening in the front there. Just sort of almost looked like he, I don't know.
Like to see whether or not he was running the chase driver out of, because it looked like, as you said, it looked like there was almost a clutch kick to go up and reinitiate.
Yeah, it's like he had to get back up in the rev zone or something. Yeah, we'll see which way the judges see that. Obviously, my eyes as a judge versus my eyes as a commentator are two very different things. So they flip the script, and we have Daniel Krinkle, who's going to lead out Ryan Parry for the second half. So we just get someone out there.
Well, look at the crowd starting to build up here in Mercury Baypark Stadium. Of course, the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship. 5 rounds. It started in Taupo at the end of last year, and then we have continued on from there. It started with Jace Brown taking the win in his first. He got the second win at Hampton Downs. From there, we had our back-to-back rounds at Manfield for rounds 3 and 4. But today is the day that we crown a champion, that we crown a Drift King.
So before we get to the pro side of things, it is Pro Sport top 24, and Krinkle leading out Ryan Parry this time around. And Krinkle, look at him pouring on the angle as he comes off. So throws it in. Oh, Parry struggling in behind. Oh, a couple of wheels off there, and he manages to keep the drift going. So it's only going to be deductions with 2 wheels off for Krinkle as Parry tries to get back up on the door for the final wall ride of this battle between the two.
Well, they'll come through out of the last turn onto the front straight. Oh,
contact as he goes across the finish line. And the car looking very second hand there.
Well, have a look at the Dale ITM replay. First of all, he comes through and hits it. JDM roofing on the side door of that car there. Daniel Krinkle, has been great to have him part of the championship this year. He sets himself up nicely to go up and kind of just grabs that inside wheel and might have just bounced over. And then, well, 2 wheels off. Ryan Parry looked like he had maintained his drift the whole way through as they start entering and back up on top of the mountain that is this big wall ride here. And then he's like, okay, look, I like the concrete, I'll hit it again. So, all right, which way is it going to go?
1, 2, 3 to Ryan Parry on the left-hand side. Grabs the win over Daniel Krinkle.
Bit of work to be done. Oh, that was good. Battled him 3 times in a row now, so glad to get the win, and love this track, eh?
Yeah, what's it like being at the grand finale around this track?
Oh, it's amazing. It's good. Best track around.
You're up against Daniel Smith next.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Oh, good, that's what you like. Quickly talk to the Crink man. Car looks a bit worse for wear, buddy.
It's a bit rough now.
Pardon?
She's a bit bent. She's a bit bent. It's been an awesome weekend, though. This track is unreal. Oh, yeah, I've got nothing to say, really. There, I'm happy win or lose because I drove well. He drives awesome. It was great. Fans would have loved it, so that's what matters.
Come back next year?
Definitely. Oh, well, hopefully the missus is watching, so it's in her court, really.
Happy wife, happy life, buddy.
That's the one, bro. Thanks.
All right, getting ready for the top 16 battle. Stay with us. It is the grand finale of Repco D1NZ at the Jungle.
me, what does Link Engine Management do? I always say, we build computers for race cars. We build sophisticated engine and mobile power management systems for automotive, heavy transport, aviation and marine applications. Our innovation over the last 30 years has created a world-class product, and we're really proud to be one of the first companies in the world to have an off-the-shelf hydrogen engine management solution for the internal combustion process. I think recruitment's easier in the tech space here in Christchurch because there's so many similar companies around who are doing either hardware development or software development. The universities like the University of Canterbury have a really great intern program that we benefit from. One of our exciting collabs at the moment is working with Roden Cars. The great thing about having a relationship and a partnership with Roden is they're challenging us to be at our best. And our engineers get together and honestly, we're like a bunch of passionate kids because they get to talk about motorsport all day, and what's not to like about that?
All right, well, let's have a look at the battle tree. Of course, we've got the Link top 16. We'll have a look at the first 4 battles. We've got Adam Whitehead and Aaron Habib, Braden Mayer versus Dean Young, Keisuke Nagashima and Daniel Edwards versus Matthew Brown.
Pete Drever will take on Rhodey Knowles. Matty J will take on Sam Rowson. Isaac Aldridge goes up against Zach Zayden, and Daniel Smith up against Ryan Perry. That's how they line up for the Link ECU top 16. It's the Pro Sport Championship. Looking for a champion, Keisuke Nagashima, your current points leader. And Daniel Edwards, so he's sitting on 314 points as Keisuke Nagashima. Daniel Edwards on 280 points at the moment. Now, we will...
So let's have a look at the championship points for Pro Sports. So Keisuke Nagashima, Daniel Edwards, Adam Whitehead, Daniel Smith. Now 314, that's the magic number. We've got 100 points is what the highest, the most you can get. So Keisuke, he's 34 ahead. Behind there, there's another 20 points. In theory, there are only 3 people that could take the win. Keisuke Nagashima, Daniel Edwards, Adam Whitehead. Daniel Smith, however, he's pretty keen on taking second place in the championship, and he's going to do whatever he can to go up and grab the points above him.
So we're going to have a look at the track map. What are these drivers driving on this weekend here? It's Mercury Baypark Stadium. This is the concrete jungle.
Mercury Baypark Stadium, the home of the grand finale of the D1NZ. Well, it's all about the outer zone again, a huge wall ride to start. There's only 2 inside clips, 1 entering the teardrop, 1 exiting. It's back up on the wall ride again though, and it is a heavy acceleration, making their way back onto the front straight. That's a lap of Mercury Baypark, the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ. Well, that's a lap of, oh my gosh. That guy's so terrible. Who is that guy? All right, well, I know who that guy is, and I know what that plan is. It's plan A is to take the plan B S14 all the way. He top qualified yesterday, and what I understand is he's had enough of hanging out with the Pro Sport guys. He wants to take the step up to Pro. Well, great results and making sure we look after Plan B Hydraulics, and the rest of the sponsors might get him there. This is Adam Whitehead out of, he calls the Bay, of the Hawke's Bay. And he's going up against the Sultan, Max Civil. It's Aaron Habib.
So things are heating up here, Mount Maunganui. As they put the heat into the tyres, it's the Cream Insurance Scrub Box this weekend here at Mercury Baypark Stadium, and clear blue skies. There's a few clouds floating around.
Higher qualifier will park up on the left-hand side of the track. On the right-hand side will be the chase. Both of his laps yesterday were good enough to take P1. Adam Whitehead, 21. Is his race number. 2JZ is his race engine. S14 is the chassis. He's got 600 horsepower, but he's going up against over 900 horsepower of M4 BMW. It's Aaron Habib. He's got a point to prove on this track. Is he going to do it now with Adam Whitehead in the lead position?
Yeah, as you mentioned, Steve, Adam Whitehead, both his runs yesterday in qualifying were both good enough to take the top spot. So he's done exactly what he's carried on doing from yesterday, and he's thrown it right out on the wall. He's got right out through the Dale ITM teardrop, look at that. But Aaron Habib is right there on the bumper. What an awesome lead run to open up for the chase here. This is going to be a good battle between these two guys. Oh, he's tried to shallow up there, Aaron Habib, and he's got himself out of shape. He needs to get up wider. And in fact,
they're still maintaining his drift though, which is great. That's what they want to see.
So Adam Whitehead. So he would have picked up 12 points from qualifying top spot.
Yeah, it's either 12 or 14 points is what the top qualifier will get in qualifier. There you go, Ra. There's another one for you. All right, well, those points, though, if I'm correct, that we've just seen would have had the qualifying taken into consideration. So although they would have seen a rise in it. So he gets back up, and look, there was a slight correction from the chase driver. He's just bringing the nose down. He needs to hold, and I guess I thought we might have straightened up, maybe not.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, the wheels are certainly spinning the whole time, but rolling burnout at the worst. So always well presented, the Max Civil Construction. Obviously not so much after a little contact with the wall yesterday.
Well, he's got some toys out there too. It's not just Rex that have got fancy machines. He's got a Ditch Witch drilling machine in the middle there. He's been here for every day for the last, I don't know, month, making sure he can play his part in getting this Baypark track up and going. They've done everything from pouring concrete to being on everything from the skid steer, the rollers. He's quite an artist on an excavator as well, is the man who leads the way in this battle. It's Aaron Habib.
Tell you what, Aaron Habib, that is one of the best runs that I think I have seen from him all weekend. And that, oh, Adam Whitehead, a little contact with the wall after the completion of that. And a good fade off into some smoke as well. So let's check this out, Aaron Habib. Look at the arc that he's got around the sweeper there. That was perfect on the wall ride. Adam Whitehead, however, right there. At this point here, Aaron Habib was carrying a lot of pace there. He was trying to get himself out to the outer zone, which he's done. Adam Whitehead all the while still right there.
One of the things I want to see here is Adam Whitehead. We know that he hits the wall. We have to make sure that he has crossed the line. So he's sideways, sideways, sideways. He's still got angle, and there is the line. He was sideways there. That doesn't count. Very similar thing to what happened to Adam Camplan earlier on today. And of course, that's what put Adam Camplan out. Now we're just waiting to, well, are we going to wait? I don't think we are. 1, 2, 3 strikes. You're going to talk to Adam Whitehead as the winner. You might as well chat to Aaron Habib and talk about all the hard work he's been doing here. Whitehead takes the win. Aaron Habib comes second.
Didn't make it, mate. Adam got the win.
Did he? Oh, okay. Where is he?
Yeah, good. Here he comes now, mate. Good lead run. That last lead run of yours was a cracker.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I don't even know what happened, but whatever. I'm glad he took the win. Happy days. Next season.
That's what I want to hear, buddy.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk to Adam. Mate, it took a while to get back to tell you that you got the win.
Yeah, I just seen it on the big screen, but no, that was awesome. Cheers to Aaron, and he's got a fast car, so I knew I had to give it all, and yeah, I just touched the wall, and yeah, I've done another lap, and just a cool-down lap, and here we are.
Feeling good?
Feeling good today. Car's feeling great, I'm feeling good. It's a good day.
Do you want Dean Young next?
I want all of them. Give me the whole lot.
Big dog call. Get out of here.
All right, cheers.
He wants all of them. Well, mate, this is your last day to do it because you're moving up to pro, young man. That's not Pro Blast, another name on the side. You guys heard your name. Give him more money next year. Pro costs a lot of money.
So Adam Whitehead managed to have a chat with him. He's one of the drivers that I caught up with and was explaining the whole tabletop or the ledge that's out by the wall.
Yep.
And he was saying, yeah, if you can just really get your rear wheels up on that ledge, it makes it a lot easier as far as the wall ride goes. And he said it's as easy as that. Just get up on the ledge and the wall ride just looks after itself.
One great qualifying result and he's an expert.
Yeah, just like that. But then he also, you know, he's feeling comfortable. He's confident. And yeah, I think that look for him.
That's a great crowd.
Maybe threaten Kiske for that championship.
Do I know anyone in that crowd? I knew one.
So Next two cars make their way out. It's going to be Braden Mayer. Braden Mayer's coming up against Dean Young. Now, Dean Young, he made contact with, it was Matt Kitto who's up against as they were going around the Repco wall ride. He did manage to go through and finish that lap, but the right-hand front was pointing, and he had some extreme toe-in. It's not what he wanted. And got towed back, line towed back to his pit area. Looks like those boys have got that car sorted though. He's back out to battle his top 16 battle. Now, Braden Mayer, he qualified in 8th position. Dean Young qualified in 9th.
What's the go with him and not wanting the rear of his car? It is so much work to make that thing look pretty after it just left the chat completely in round 3 in Manfield a month or so back. Well, we'll see how we can go this time here. He posted a great qualifying lap yesterday, last night, here at Mercury Baypark Stadium. And he's up on the wall and he's over-rotated, and Dean Young has kissed the concrete. Glad.
Oh, so problems for Mayer up front.
So he's going to go through and check the car. Of course, as the lead car, as long as there was no contact from the chase vehicle, he will be deemed the sole fault or the sole cause. The problem is that we do know that Dean Young actually went in quite hard as well, and he's gone the wrong way, which means that he's either thinks it's the fastest way to go back and settle the car down, or he, because he's made contact, is going to go back in the pits.
So he'll get essentially a free mechanical, won't he? Take a look at the replay to see exactly what happened there. And Mayer,
no contact,
literally over-rotated all by himself. And Dean just had nowhere to go.
The worst thing, he's got his brakes on. He's going up towards, one of the things is when you hit it with everything with your brakes on, you actually make contact with that front wheel, you can actually do a lot more damage. Or he could have actually done, yeah, he could have done a world of hurt. Because when it's all locked on and you come through and you hit it, well, not only does that break, you'll find that, you know, brake rotors can bust and everything. Ooh, but you know what? Let's park those ones for a moment and repair those ones. Let's talk about what we've got up now.
This is actually an exciting battle for me.
I was talking about the monster truck.
Oh.
Sorry, okay, back on the prize,
Your current championship leader in the Pro Sport Championship, Keisuke Nagashima, against arguably one of the best drivers that I've seen this weekend at the moment, by the way of Corbin Wilson. He's certainly putting his, stamping his authority and joining.
He said, can you put your window down? Does Keisuke got a...
It's wind up windows. He's got to wind them up and down.
I haven't seen those things there since I owned an old Toyota Corona back in 1984.
Here's a question for anyone out there, actually, all the train spotters, is has a Toyota chassis ever won the Pro Sport Championship?
Has a Toyota chassis ever won anything?
Well, that's also a good question.
86 Fighters on the side. That is a beautiful car. Infinity Group Torque Performance Developments. And 3 million other sponsors. And if you want one of each of those stickers from that sponsor, you can go down and see the 86 Fighters team down in the pits. So it'll be the number 4 qualifier versus the 13th qualifier. The 4th qualifier is Keisuke Nagashima. Corbin Wilson, he's the 15-year-old kid. Is he the future of giant killing? I would say so.
Well, if he wants to sort of grab that nickname to start with, now's a good time for him. He's up against the points leader. This is one of those things that just feels maybe like I want Keisuke to go through. I want this to be a tight battle to the end, but it feels like the atmosphere or the place to do it, you know? And Corbin Wilson, you mentioned yesterday, Steve, he's carried the checkered flag around here probably, I don't know, I want to take a guess, around 50 times.
Yeah, something like that.
Because he is super quick in a mini stock.
That's because he drilled out his restrictor plate. Only speedway people will know that.
It's something to do with advancing the cam timing and re-drilling and putting the cam sprocket on.
Running on that gas. Well, as the future turns up to the line, Pro Wear on the door. It's Keisuke Nagashima. He's the future of Pro, but this is the future next door to him. 15-year-old kid. It is Corbin Wilson in the 350Z. It's an LS V8 versus an SR20. but the SR20 leads the championship.
So Keske getting right out by the wall there. Look at the proximity from Corbin Wilson. He is right on the door. He's showing Keske, hey, I'm the new kid here. Hey, I want to get on your door. The trust that he'll be able to have in the championship leader as well. Look at them both filling out their outer zone. This is a fantastic lead from Keske, but an even better chase at the moment from Wilson. Can he finish it off?
Oh, he's coming right up on his door again. This kid isn't scared of anything. As Keske, it's a solid, a fantastic lead run, but at 15 years of age, Corbin Wilson, you, sir, are the future.
Well, we will take a look at the Dale ITM replay of this one here. Now, Keske, good initiation, but Corbin Wilson went, you know what, I'm going to trust exactly what you do. You are the championship leader. I know that you're going to be a good driver up front. I've got the trust in what we're going to do, so let's put on a good battle. And that's exactly what Corbin Wilson is showing us here. The proximity that he puts on the 86 fighters is absolutely amazing. Of course, a good chase run also doesn't come without a good lead.
All of the wheel adjustments that you see from Corbin Wilson, they're just settling the car down. It is all about proximity. So what, he won MSCC Challenge. He's got a Formula Drift license by doing it, and he's 15 years of age, competing in his first ever event with the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship.
Well, Corbin, you've already taken a battle win. You've chased extremely well. Let's see what he can do in the lead position. He throws it into the Repco wall ride. Keske Nagashima needs to do something special here. It's going to be a good 50-50 call at the moment from myself. As he goes through into the Dale ITM teardrop. Can he fill that out of zone up?
There's a potential wheel drop.
Keske Nagashima's turn to throw the proximity straight back at Corbin Wilson. He's going to shallow up here. Corbin, look at
Corbin Wilson. Just railing the concrete, comes through to finish. That is solid. So for me, as you hear the horns beeping, Keske with his wind-up windows and horns beeping. Areas to look at over here will be coming out of the teardrop for Corbin Wilson.
So he was, I think he was wider around the Repco wall ride. We take a look here. Now this is the bit that Steve's looking for here. He throws it into the teardrop. Now look at that. He's right on the edge of the track. Does he drop a wheel? There's a little bit of dirt turbo out the back there, ever so slightly. I'm going to say that's just some dust off the edge of the track. It's not actually dirt that's flying up from
now. The next thing I looked at was right there, and I've just ruled it out, was a potential straight line by Keske. He was shallow, but that was again just about transitioning the car back up to the top shelf again. They come through to finish. Are we going to see a 50-50 call get made?
That might be the first one more time of the day, or are we going to go with...
Judges are still thinking. I know they're still watching. So the judges have their own judges replay system.
So we can see them both. All right.
One strike Redwood to Corbin Wilson. Joel Counter says Nagashima, and of course JT says Corbin Wilson.
Wow, stay there, Keske, just quickly. You just knocked off the championship leader, pal.
Yeah. No words.
Mate, you were on his door both runs. I mean, what's going through your mind right now?
Absolutely nothing. Like, I was so nervous going into that one, but...
Mate, don't hyperventilate on us. Just go settle down and we'll see you in the next round.
Sweet, thank you.
Oh my, Keske. Two fantastic runs. Your lead was an absolute ripper, mate.
Yeah, no, it felt good. I thought I put a good lead on him, and I thought I had a good enough chase to at least go one more time or get the win. But hey, congrats to him. Good. Like, it's good to see 15-year-olds and, you know, the next generation of drivers coming in the sport. And hey, I just didn't push hard enough to get the win. But hey, that's how drifting goes. So it's all good.
Respect, man.
Nah, appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, Corbin Wilson stamping his authority straight into D1. And I don't know what made me say that, but I said I could feel that something was going to happen along those lines. It's just the place, the time.
So when you're Daniel Edwards and you're watching Stephen McGyver choosing which car it is, you're chasing a championship and you see that your main championship competition has just been knocked out.
That's actually, yeah, that's something to think of from Daniel Edwards. Of course, first, Daniel Edwards has got to get through Matthew Brown as well. And of course, Adam Whitehead, after top qualifying, still floating around there with a potential. So next battle makes their way into the Cream Insurance scrub box. And there's Daniel Edwards in the Horizon tyres, 180. And Matthew Brown. Matthew Brown out there privateering, RPM fabrication on the back window of his S13.
Well, Daniel Edwards is going to know I need to secure this battle. I'm certainly definitely keen to see if there's an updated championship leaderboard. We'll see the live doc and see where we're heading, because right now Keisuke Nagashima's made all the points he can do for 2024. Daniel Edwards, Matthew Brown, 2JZ versus 2J. Sorry, 2JZ for the...
I didn't see that comment actually, yeah. So Daniel Edwards leading out Matthew Brown for the first half of this battle. And Matthew Brown trying to close the proximity up. There's a good lead run from Daniel Edwards here. But Brown, he's right there, putting the pressure on. Second place in the championship at the moment. And over rotation.
Is that the championship right there? Is that the championship right there? He's got a 10-0 advantage in the old speaking.
Now Adam Whitehead's only 20 points behind Daniel Edwards as well at this stage. So.
Yeah, but we're two. Oh, okay, all right.
And they come up against each other on the left-hand side of the battle tree.
Now, this is the Dale ITM replay of this last battle that we've just seen. The car in the chase position at this point leads. Is running second in the championship. He'll be trying to move through into first. His main championship contender, Keisuke Nagashima, is out. Now, my question is, did Keisuke, I reckon Keisuke threw it so that in case, it's basically said, you guys do what you want to do, because I want to stay in pro sport. If you win pro sport,
you can't stay.
Catch you later. All right, let's have a look at the second run. We know that there is a massive advantage in favour of Daniel Edwards.
So Matthew Brown needs to do something pretty special here, doesn't he?
He certainly does. Good way to start, but it's just a clean lap. Daniel Edwards knows that he's in the box seat right now.
And so Edwards can be conservative on the chase here. Matty Brown, once again, you can see how slippery it is. Zach Zayden mentioned it a little bit earlier. And it's a pretty good chase here from Daniel Edwards. He's got himself stuck down low, but he's going to do the job well enough here. That'll be enough to advance through for Edwards. Some great shots there from George and the Inspire U team. So we take a look at the replay. And Matthew Brown, pretty good. This is one of the lead runs that Matthew Brown wanted to potentially lay down in quali. And right around the outer zone. And Daniel Edwards there, hanging in behind, doing a good enough job to hang on to that advantage that he gained after Matthew Brown spun in the Dale ITM teardrop. We go down to Stephen McIver for a result. It is going to be, we're pretty sure, 1, 2, 3 strikes to the right. It's going to be Daniel Edwards that picks up the win.
Congratulations, mate. And, well, championship ambitions just got a little better with Keisuke Nagashima being knocked out.
Yeah, it did. I was actually watching that, and my nerves got up a bit, but I'm stoked. Yeah.
Not going to get ahead of yourself, though, right?
Nah. Just play it how it goes, and like I always say, we're on.
Get out of here.
So next battler on track will be Pete Drever up against Rody Knowles. Ryan Knowles, MTF Finance Cambridge, just picking up the win a little bit earlier.
Well, Rody Knowles has certainly been enjoying his time in the D1NZ. I know that he's very, very keen to get into the Pro Championship at some stage. He's actually been driving in the D1NZ for many, many years prior. All right, I can see some great-looking people out there. Go on, chuck us a mana wave. Any mana waves? That mullet over there should be able to do it.
Oh, there's one.
Yeah, there's one.
Right up the back there it is.
Yeah, okay, who else got a mana wave?
Them going.
They'll know what a mana wave is. All right, one of you Maldies over there, show me what a mana wave is. It's okay on one of us. Yeah, there we go. With the red hat on. Wonder if there's anyone at a corporate. They won't know, they're corporate.
That was a pretty good mana wave. I don't know who there's the white t-shirt under the Dalton sign there.
Oh, there was a mana wave in there? Where is everyone? Oh, it's right, it's still early on. So we're certainly expecting to see 5,000 to 10,000 people here tonight. Chuck us a mana wave.
I'm sure Launchmaster Willie, if he could hear us, would give us the heartiest of mana waves.
Here it comes. No, he's just saying get out there. Stop throwing those things. You're encouraging one more times.
Not even going to bring up that word at the moment.
Launchmaster Willie will continue wearing sunnies at night. Sunnies at night and t-shirts in the rain.
Now, in Launchmaster Willie's defence here, those lights that are out on the track are extremely bright.
They're brighter when you turn the right ones on.
So Pete Drever, ABC Drift Kids.
I've got stickers.
And the S13 all the way from Taranaki, and we've got Rody Knowles, MTF Finance Cambridge. It is S13 as well from out of Rotorua. Are those giveaways or are those South Keepers?
That's the South Key Ring. And yeah, so there's a few bits and pieces down. I know if you go into the Stadium Lounge, and especially if you've got kids, go down and check out the ABC Drift Kids. They've got a couple of books and things down there. ABC Drift Kids in the Stadium Lounge, which is in behind the main grandstand. 227 is Pete Drever. He qualified really, really well last night. Rody Knowles, he's had to go up and take out the boss today. And that wasn't out for lunch. All right, here we go.
So it's going to be Pete Drever that leads out Rody Knowles after that qualifying hire. And Pete Drever straight out to the Repco wall ride. And oh, contact. He just touches and goes. I like that little slogan from you there, Steve. Pinching that one off you. As they both go into the Dale ITM teardrop for the first time. Drever doing a good lead run here, which is opening the door for Rody. He's doing a pretty good chase as well. He's been fairly conservative through practice, but he's really showing us what he can do now.
Again too. So he'll come through to finish. I just love that we've got such an amazing team in the D1NZ, and our broadcast team are incredible. It's just good to see that Kaz is human. Okay, so there we go. But this is what I talked about. You have to keep your foot in it. So many people mentally, you've got to get your foot out of the gas and get on the brakes. No, Pete just jumped straight back in, and he's going to do it again on the same lap.
So they get back through there. They fill the right outer zone there. So good. Both drivers grabbing that clipping point on the way back through the Mimico switch and back onto the Repco wall road. Look for the contact from Drever. Right there it is. And Rody Knowles, the proximity from him as well.
There we go. And then that was just, that was beautiful. Shout out to all of our broadcast team.
So they will switch themselves around.
Oh, look at that. About 4 o'clock this afternoon, we're going to see Kiwi Thunder making its way up and over. Of course, I think you can still have rides on the Taurus monster truck. Pete Drever, he's going to be knocking on the door. Roddy Knowles from the lead position.
So Roddy Knowles now right up, but that's probably the closest we've seen to the wall at the moment, and he's shallowed off quite a bit. Pete Drever's reverted to the qualifying line. Can he close the gap up on Roddy Knowles? They both grab the inner clip and wash out wide to the Dale ITM outer zone through the teardrop. Oh no, Roddy Knowles is semi-over-rotated there. Pete Drever's done well to keep it in the drift in behind.
Oh, well, okay, we're going to have to obviously look at that. Roddy Knowles, he's going, okay, I'm keen to go up and scrape the bumper against the concrete. As the sun comes out and messes up the cameras.
So I think that might have been an over-rotation from Roddy.
Yeah, so he's come through and it's like the car stalled up, and it was like almost like he had to kick it, like clutch kick it again. We'll have a look at this yellow car coming out of the teardrop, ITM teardrop. So they're up on the Repco wall ride, did a really strong job at this point, comes under the switch, and from here we kind of want to see what happened with the yellow car.
So he throws it hard to get to that outer zone. He fills the outer zone really nicely. But at that point there, look at that, has to pile on the lock. And he really pulled the angle on. And I mean, Pete Drever had to avoid the collision, didn't he? He managed to keep it in drift, which was good. Will the judges deem what we think we saw as well, Steve? And,
things to consider, obviously, is areas that are or are not a decel zone, a deceleration zone. We'll go through the judges and we'll see which way they go. Is it going to be Pete Drever? Would it be Roddy Knowles? It's Roddy Knowles. Well, you can see which one Roddy is. He's got it on his plate. Oh, fantastic directing brought to you by Director Kaz. She's only human. Well, it's certainly worked with a lot of robots. She's definitely human.
So judges just looking through their scores, and they'll be punching those numbers in. So the three judges this afternoon, we're looking for a result from
there we go. Pete Drever, Roddy Knowles, which way is it going to go? One strike, Pete Drever's 2 strikes, and that's going to be enough. Pete Drever takes the win.
I think you're a little bit surprised at that result, aren't you?
I actually am really surprised. Roddy actually opened up a fair bit of gap coming on the wall when we come back around, and yeah, I'm quite surprised we run that one, but maybe, hey, maybe our lead was a little bit better. I'm not too sure. I know we were sitting on the wall that time, and we're not meant to be. We should be just off it, but we were definitely on the wall, so.
Oh, well, it backs up your good qualifying, Pete, too, so you just got to keep rolling now.
Cheers, man. We'll keep going through, hopefully.
Nice to see the Drift Kids car back, buddy.
Yeah, cheers, man.
So Pete Drever, ABC Drift Kids, of course, head along into the corporate lounge. Well, not the corporate lounge, the main lounge.
So that's it's certainly a fun day here for the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship, Mercury Baypark Stadium.
You know, you can tell how a builder's day's going, Josh, by the way they park their utes.
True.
Hard close, not quite a slam. Paul's having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, so they're a bit behind. You going all right, Paul?
Having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, and we're a bit behind. How did you even do that?
Nobody understands builder like we do, Josh.
ITM. Oh, sorry, I was just singing along to that. Dale ITM, big shout out to the team there, and yeah, now I'm getting laughed at. Big shout out to Deb and Martin from Dale ITM and all the ITM family. If you're from Tauranga, you'll be used to a few ITM names as well. But they don't pay our bills, so I'm not mentioning Morris Cowling's name. He's my favourite Super Saloon driver in the history of the world, Morris Cowling.
I've got a new favourite. Mitch Vickery's in a Super Saloon now.
Hang on, we get in trouble for talking about Speedway at a Speedway, won't we?
All right, so Matty J up against Sam Ralston. Matty J leading out. Sam here. Sam's already been out on track this morning with a top 24 battle. And Matty J, Psycho Jay-Z. Oh, still got a bumper still hanging out on track.
Let's get it back. Come on. Destroy Rhodey's bumper on the way back. It's definitely online, so we definitely want to see it get lunched. Come on, hit it, Matty J. You can do it. You can do it.
Let's see how wide Matty J goes into.
Oh, please don't stack. Come on, here it comes. Hit it. Oh, yes, I saw a part of it go. And they're both from Rotorua as well. They can talk about this later.
It's a hard position for Matty J, and he's come around, he's seen bright yellow S13 bumper, and he's like, that's one of my Rotorua boys here.
The other worst thing is that on one of those lock-off cameras, we could actually see that bumper from our broadcast position and could have told somebody. Oh, look. Who's that? Is it Hoagie? It's the team.
He's managed to stay in relatively some pieces.
Oh, that's Rhodey's fault. Don't lose your bumper.
I tell you what, if that was like Pete Drever or someone coming back around there, or, you know, Adam Whitehead, it would have been
there's got to be a McManaway in that crowd. You little fella in white, go on, chuck us one.
Who we got down on the fence there? Come on, down on the fence.
Yeah, chuck us a
McManaway recovery. Give us a McManaway. Go on, to the drone.
I'm talking to you.
There's a drone right in front of you. Give us a McManaway.
Yeah, that's a wave. Give us a McManaway or I'll get security to move you off the fence. Yeah, there's one. There's one. There we go. His old banger up the top, he would have been given a McManaway too. Shout out to all the amazing camera operators that we've got and that we've had this season.
As the second half of the battle leaves the line, Sam Ralston this time will lead out Matty J. And he's too caught up on what was going to happen to that bumper more than what was actually happening with the run and who's got the advantage or where to call it. But Ralston. Here we go, out to the outer zone of the teardrop. And Matty J's proximity hanging in there. Nice tight battle between these two drivers. Top 16 of Pro Sport here. Round number 5.
Well, he comes through to finish, and we'll see what round number 5 of the D1NZ can do for both of these drivers with contact against the concrete. Is that going to be? Well, that was after the whistle. Oh, look at it.
So I just want that breeze to just pick up just a little bit. Or if everyone just in the grandstand just gave it.
But we don't want it cold.
Still start blowing and we'll get rid of the smoke.
There goes our judges. And Coleman. I must try and say hello to Coleman. So we've got KJ from Oversteer TV doing the looking after the judicial system, as well as Joe and Justin, Keg in the background, and Anne from Motorsport New Zealand. Don't worry about anyone else, just Anne at the far corner there.
So look at the concentration that goes into the thoughts. The judges most certainly looking deep into the replays.
So have we got a result? Are we going to find out? Which way is it going to be? Okay, that's uncomfortable silence. Let's go back to the judges.
So JT Wharedo looks like he just locked in his, you know, you see him, I don't know if you saw that, he just went down to the little phone in front of him like he talked about earlier, just a little bang bang. He's made his decision.
Okay, what are we going to do? Kate Winslet, Leo, Titanic. Okay, Matty J gets 1, Matty J gets 2, it doesn't matter about the third, Matty J takes the win.
You were breathing heavily coming in there, bit of work to do.
Oh, he's been driving well this week, and I've been impressed. So I was happy to go with him. Like, you know, it's always good to go with a good driver. So yeah, shame he couldn't get through, but I'm pumped to get through. I love this track, and I'm really feeling it, and I'm pretty hungry for it.
Yeah, Zach was saying it's a bit slippery out there. Is it slippery? Where's it slippery?
I'm not telling anyone. I'm not giving away anything now.
Oh mate, you should be a coach of a footy team or something. Get out.
Nah. A little bit slippery on the top, right up high of the bank.
Yep.
Other than that, yeah, whatever.
Well done.
Yeah, we'll see you on the next one, eh?
You bet that.
So a very happy Matty J through to take on, though, an informed Pete Drever from Taranaki. Next out on track, Isaac Aldridge gets the Drift Direct BMW out onto there, and he's going to be up against Zach Zayden. In the meantime, we will take a look at the Pro Sport battle tree as it sits at the moment, how it's playing out.
So we've got Adam Whitehead. He's taking on the winner of Bradermere versus Dean Young. Keska Nagashima is out. Corbin Wilson will go up against Daniel Edwards. That's the Mimiko top 8.
Pete Drever will go up against Matty J after a win over Rody Knowles. We've seen Matty J win over Sam Rowson. Isaac Aldridge up against Zach Zayden, which we're going to see very shortly, and we'll see Daniel Smith up against Ryan Parry.
All right, let's go, let's go, let's go. It's time for our next battle of the day. It's Isaac Aldridge in the Drift Direct BMW versus the Drift Antics S15. Zach Zayden.
So right out by the wall is Aldridge.
Man, he had some big angle, Tony, coming through that first section.
Yeah, and we're looking for some shallowness from Zach here to try and close up the gap on the proximity. And oh, that's
not going to help.
Ever so close.
Straight line by Zach, and he's going to he might run himself out of room coming up on there. He's definitely got one wheel off. He needs to really put the gas down. They are going to be looking at what happened, and was it the lead driver that caused that issue. Contact coming through, and that contact may have also been before the end of the finish line. So we'll go and have a look and see.
Well, there's a lot to sort of digest from the replay of this one. Steve Dale, ITM replay, right with us now. So Aldridge, good start from him, and Zach was very shallow to start with. He poured on the angle, both of them. The proximity ended up being there. Now we go into the teardrop. Now this is where we look for Aldridge to wash really wide. He stayed there. There's a
one wheel off. Points deduction. Straight line.
Straight line from the
Was that caused by the lead driver putting wheel off? And at this point here, because of that, he's actually had no choice but to transition into a very, very low line. And then again, we're going to have a look at the lead driver. That was before the finish line as well, so he will be marked down for the heavy contact that he's made because it's happened beforehand. Oh, to be judged. Let's go back. Car's obviously A-OK. Fingers crossed they let the bumper out. No? Okay.
So Zach Zayden leading out this time, very shallow, but Isaac Aldridge following the lead car like he's meant to. It's a mobile clipping point for him in the chase position as he throws it into the teardrop now. Dale ITM and filling the outer zone nicely. Isaac Aldridge is right there this time. So a very clean second half of this battle as they get through to the Repco wall ride for the final time. Zach Antics, sorry. Zach Zayden.
Got enough Zachs, isn't he?
He's got so many last names.
Got about 5 different last names on social media.
He was very shallow on both of the wall rides. Well, they were wall rides, they're just rides around.
So very low, actually, wheel off the whole time, but both drivers did the same thing. You alluded to it. The chase driver is just being led by whatever the lead driver's doing.
So at this point here, it's pretty clean through the majority of the teardrop. And
so one of the things
shallower here as well. So
if Isaac wins, it's because the judges are happy with what they see. If the other driver, which is Zach Antics, wins, it is because they believe that Aldridge ran him off. Which way will it be? 1, 2, 3 strikes with Isaac Aldridge taking the win.
Really nice words coming out from Zach saying take it all the way. You're a little surprised at that?
Yeah, I missed first. I went second to first instead of second to third on the run up of my lead, which I mean, it didn't really affect anything. It was obviously quite early on in the run up, but you never really know. I guess he was quite low on the bank around on his lead, so I thought maybe to go one more time. A couple of us, both of us made a little errors, but it's all right. We'll take the win and move on to the top 8.
Look forward to it, mate.
We'll do.
So Isaac Aldridge, nice and happy after the win there, through to the top 8 at this stage. He will take on the winner of the next battle out on track. No, next battle out on track is actually the second half of the Dean Young Bradermere battle.
So that was the one that we had contact and he headed back in?
So Bradermere made contact with the, he spun out himself and Dean Young had nowhere to go and made contact in the Repco wall ride on initiation. So he would have taken, well, it was a free mechanical for him at that stage, and he doesn't have to take his mechanical due to the contact caused by the other driver. So it is the second half of this battle between Dean Young and Bradermere. Massive advantage to Dean Young, and in the lead position for Dean. And the SF
Right,
piling.
you can see that Dean Young's trying, he's whacking the roof, he's trying to... And what's going on here?
Oh,
There's a little bit of noise in the judge's box. And I understand there's been an inquiry by one of the teams into race control. We will bring you more information as we get it.
So Dean Young leading out in S13, SF Tiling being chased down by Braden Mayer, and a huge advantage to Dean Young. That's a great shot of the cars coming around the wall ride there. And Dean Young, what a great lead run at this stage. But Braden Mayer is right there trying to put the pressure all over the back of that S13. They shoot themselves into the Dale ITM teardrop. And around they go. Big smoke out the back of the S13. Of Dean Young, SF Tiling, and I think that's going to be enough from Dean Young to pick up the win, as though Braden Mayer still putting the pressure on Dean Young right to the end.
Great chase drive as well, but it's obviously not going to be enough.
So looking for the replay here, thanks to Dale ITM, and Dean Young, I would say, has definitely done enough to pick up the win between himself and Braden Mayer. Of course, this is from one of the earlier battles in the top 16. It was Braden Mayer who made contact, or sort of spun himself. I don't think he made contact with the wall, but Dean Young had nowhere to go. And what that ended up doing was giving Dean Young a chance to go and fix the damage. Didn't have to take any of his mechanicals out of his regular championship mechanical that he does get. Each driver gets a 5-minute mechanical. But this is the second half of that battle, and Dean Young, after a huge advantage, goes on through. And dare I say, we'll go down to Stephen McIver for a result. And I'm pretty sure we're going to see them between Dean Young and Braden. So Dean Young gets the win. Confirmed Dean Young on the right-hand side. SF Tiling gets the win.
Okay, took a while, but you got there.
We got there, man. Poor boys have had to do a bit of work in the last hour.
How's the front end, all right?
It's drivable, man. We'll run it.
Mate, you should be a politician. I love that when it's drivable. Feeling good though?
Yeah, man, yeah, loving it. Every lap just gets better and better, eh? My foot's shaking, man. I'm just adrenaline pumped.
It's shaking, right? Go relax.
Awesome, mate, thank you.
Let's just quickly have a quick check to Braden. Hey, man. The weight put you off a little bit?
Oh, well, diff breather at the back. I'm suspecting because it's leaking. It leaked on the rear wheels on my lead, and yeah, just spun.
Disappointing, right?
Real disappointing. It was feeling on. That was my best lap at Bay Park. So,
mate, we're going to see you next year, aren't we?
Yep, definitely.
That's what matters. See you next year, buddy.
Yep, see ya.
Well, over the last this last season that we've had, that finishes today, we've had a judicial system and a slight change to what we're able to do with the drivers. So what has happened is, if there's an issue or something with any form of run, etc., there is a pathway the drivers can take, and they can contest a decision, which is then a decision is made. We understand that a decision has been changed in a result between Keisuke Nagashima and Corbin Wilson. And Andrew Redwood, what can you feed us? What can you tell us about what's happened?
Yeah, so we had a pretty good battle there between Corbin and Keisuke. Both of them chased and led very well. Joel went in the way of Case. JT and I both went in the way of Corbin. And what I didn't see was that there was a wheel drop. JT and Joel both saw it. So when they brought up a inquiry, I reviewed it, have noticed the wheel drop and adjusted my quarter point off, which brought mine back to an OMT, and therefore we have split and an OMT decision. We're going for an OMT.
Well, okay, thank you very much. It's always good to have OMTs in drifting.
That's it, yeah. We saw the replay there as well on the big screen and on the TVs at home, and it was a wheel drop that you can see. It's very hard to see. You pretty much had to take real good notice of the dirt and the smoke that was coming from behind. And hey, I'm a little bit on Andrew Wood's side by way of missing that. It was until I saw the replay and got to slow it right down. We'll take another look at that right now.
So looking at the left rear wheel at this point here. So all is okay. Until this point here, it is well and truly off. It's actually, there is a yellow line that was there, but he's actually gone past that. And
so just like that. Yeah, well, I mean, in the replay we saw it, but in real time, you know, an initial decision. just gone through and made the decision, you know, and it looked like it stayed on the track because there wasn't a major brown, you know.
But the smart thing that he also did was he held on to that. And basically said, okay, I'm just going to drive out of that. Kept his arc, didn't try to make anything evasive, and of course by doing so, almost hid what had happened.
So next battle out on track, Daniel Smith qualified in 6th position up against Ryan Parry, who's already made his way through Daniel Krinkle in the top 24. They make their way out into the Cream Insurance scrub box.
Well, we'll head back out there. He's got VIP on the bonnet, Talk Performance on the door. This is Daniel Smith.
Is that, that's Daniel Lyman's car too.
That is correct. So Daniel Smith has a 180, but he's been running Daniel Lyman's Chandler RB30 powered Nissan S13.5. It's 700 horsepower versus 600. It's 2J versus RB. It's Daniel Smith versus Ryan Parry. Daniel Smith, he won his first ever round number 3 in Manfield Circuit Chris Amon. And since then, he's like, I want to taste more when it comes to victory. This guy here has done a great job for us with the D1NZ. He's been part of the team. And he's a little bit off his line.
So, yeah, a little bit shallow through the latter part of the Dale ITM. Teardrop there. Ryan Parry, though, tell you what, not showing as much angle as Daniel Smith has most of the run, which, in fact, slowing down the run somewhat. But look at that for a wall ride to finish them off for the first half of this battle.
So we'll talk to you and actually explain if you don't know what the likes of the word shallow means. So, of course, we want all these cars to run right against the wall, for example. Not necessarily in it. You'll see that there's about a metre gap between the rear bumper and the wall. That's too far away. So shallow is when you're that. You see it often with the chase drivers, so when they have to run that inside line, we'll talk and discuss how they're running a shallower line to gain back proximity. In that situation, coming out of the hairpin, or sorry, out of the teardrop, Daniel was running a much shallower line. By doing so, it's actually a faster way around the track, and it's a way to gain back extra length between you and the chase driver.
Geez, so a whole lot of smoke there as well off both those vehicles. Ryan Parry lines back up. I wonder if they're going to hold up for a little bit here. That's exactly what they're doing. As the Mercury Baypark Stadium contains the smoke within the arena. How good is a stadium round, though? I can only imagine the crowd has been building ever so slowly throughout the day. And make sure. I like that DK Smith's got some air fresheners inside his drift car.
He sure does.
Look at that, Casper Transmissions and DK Smith Excavators. That's himself, Daniel Smith. You know, you need your drift car to smell nice. It probably smells like rubber often.
So, of course, Daniel Smith, about a month ago, or however long ago, just turned up, jumped onto one of those case excavators and started uncovering all that terracotta clay, which we have Speedway during the summer, and then when Speedway finishes, we lift up all that clay and re-expose all that beautiful concrete.
So Ryan Parry leads Daniel Smith into all very shallow from Dan Smith here, and nice and wide from Parry, and good angle as well. So second half of the battle well underway here. Into the teardrop they go. And Ryan Parry doing a good job up front. Daniel Smith now closing the gap right up and getting the proximity on Ryan Parry. Needs to stay in the pocket so he can keep the vision in behind, and he's going to run himself out of room here if he's not careful. Daniel Smith
holds on to his arc though, so Daniel Smith will make his way around, but I think this might be the Ryan Parry show in respect to this battle here. He had a very nice chase run, but that lead run was really, really good.
Brilliant shot from George there. We'll take a look at the replay. There's a bit of a gap to start with, so Daniel Smith was playing catch-up. He shallowed up his line to get the proximity, which he managed to do late in the Repco wall ride. And
he comes through out of the Dale ITM teardrop, the top of the teardrop, and you'll see that Ryan Parry kind of just arcs off and he just starts heading up on doing his job. Poor old Daniel Smith gets stuck in a bit of smoke. And I can't tell you how difficult it is to see when you get caught up in that pocket of smoke. He dropped back slightly, although he managed to fight back towards the end. Is it going to be enough? I don't think so. Will it be Daniel Smith? Will it be Ryan Parry? 1, 2, 3 strikes with the 777 of Ryan Parry taking the win.
Wow, how about that?
Oh, that was crazy. I don't know if I had that or not. I felt like he was right behind me, but I got it, so I'm happy.
You would have been happy with that final lead run. That looks solid, man.
Oh, it felt good, so it's quite hard coming back into the wall. There's a whole lot of smoke there, and you don't even know where you're going, but that's good fun.
Into the top 8?
Yep, I'm ready.
Well done, mate. Of course, Daniel Smith's got his car. I said to someone, has Daniel Smith wrapped his car for the final weekend? And mate, it looks, as old school, that looks fly.
No, it was good. It's a good round. We love this round. Obviously, a lot of effort goes into it.
Yeah, mate, thanks by the way, for you getting all the clay off and doing the job with your excavation company. Good work, mate.
Someone's got to do it, but, you know, we love this round, and it's sick. That was a great battle, and, yeah, good luck to the boys.
All right, mate, we'll see you next year, won't we?
You will. We'll be there.
All right. Love the colour scheme, man. I love red and flames.
Looks good.
And I tell you what, Kaz loves the bonnet more than anything else, doesn't she? The paint, the glitter, you can see the fleck coming through there. Pretty.
He's got amazing posters too now. Oh, they're sensational.
How do I forget about bringing those ones up? As the Mac Daddy Taxi, Max Civil, and David Hunter at the wheel behind that. 4 up in that. I think you can get behind the scenes there, and if you go back behind the grandstand, you can grab yourselves a ride in the taxi throughout the day. David Hunter, what a handful. You can imagine the weight that's in the back of that thing. And I think it's $55. Quite cheap.
All right, well, let's have a look at their battle tree ahead of this rerun that we've got. So, you know, we've got Adam White here going up against Dean Young. Daniel Edwards going up against the winner of Corbin Wilson versus Keisuke Nagashima. Pete Drever, Matty J, Isaac Ulrich, Ryan Parry. But this OMT is all about the championship. Keisuke Nagashima, he had to do it. He basically had no choice. He wants to win the championship. I thought he was throwing it so he could just not go to pro, but obviously he wasn't, and he really wants to get there.
So, I mean, this is the lifeline. This is the second chance for Keisuke. So this is going to be one heck of a battle. And, I mean, I tell you what, we saw it in Corbin Wilson's voice as well. He was very nervous at the completion of the run after he thought he picked up the win against Keisuke. I have to agree with the judge as well. A good decision here, a good review system, the way that's panned out. The wheel off that Andrew Redwood didn't see. Great to see that they picked that up. And well, we've set ourselves up looking for the final driver of our top 8 in the Pro Sport Championship. Who is going to take on Daniel Edwards? Nice and warm, getting those tyres, those semi-slicks on the rear of the ProWear 350Z. Yeah, I said it right that time. I said Z.
You always get it right. So if you are here, and I think about 3:10 this afternoon, there is a Pro Sport signing session, which is normally in the Stadium Lounge. I'm guessing that's where it's going to be. So if you want to go up and catch up with some of the Pro Sport drivers, make sure you make your way there.
So Keisuke Nagashima will be leading out. Corbin Wilson for the first half of this battle. This is the one more time. This is crunch time for Keisuke Nagashima as he throws it into initiation. Corbin Wilson, he is right there. Look at the proximity between these two. They are so close as they come off the Repco wall ride. Throwing it back the other way. And what's going to happen through the Dale ITM teardrop here? Keisuke Nagashima filling the outer zone just nicely, and Corbin Wilson still on the rear guard of the AE86 here. He's going to close it right up as well through the second half. This is an exceptional lead, an exceptional chase. What a battle here, Pro Sport.
And of course, you're only allowed one OMT, so this is it. If they can't decide, they will have to decide. And that was incredible.
You watch this chase run.
Keisuke set his line, he's a little bit off, but that's all right. But just look at how much Corbin Wilson is in the pocket. This kid races a mini stock. He's only moved into drifting just over a year ago. He's 15 years of age, and he is really putting on. I mean, I don't care what happens. If he doesn't beat Keisuke, or if he does beat Keisuke, he's probably going to go through and beat Daniel Edwards as well. And I understand that if he wins, his dad's going to do a shoey.
look at that. That is such a good battle. Corbin Wilson, and it's the trust in the lead driver as well. Keisuke Nagashima laying down a fantastic lead run. As these two drivers, what a great shot down there on the start line. Keisuke looks over at Corbin Wilson. 15 years of age, this lead driver in the pro wear at 350 up against the 86 fighters. This is the second half of the battle. They initiate into the Repco wall ride.
Well, let's see what happens this time as we see Corbin Wilson in the lead position. He's got Keisuke trying to do and emulate the same thing that we just saw. Keisuke is an absolute championship champion, but this 15-year-old kid, what is he doing? What is he bringing? He's bringing the heat today.
Wow, these two drivers just absolutely putting it on. Look at Keisuke, he's getting the proximity right up on the side of the door, and they are side by side as they come through the Repco wall ride for the final time. This is such a good one more time. Try and split these drivers, Steve. I don't know which way to go.
Oh, wow. Even the judges are clapping, I understand. This could go any way. We'll have a look at the replay.
So the line, actually the lead drive here from Corbin's actually wider and maybe on a better line to start with. The judges, we get a good shot of them as well. They're going to really have to look into this. Now Corbin Wilson gets nice and wide, fills that outer zone great through there as well. I want to say that Corbin Wilson was a bit deeper, or you know, like a bit further into the clipping zones, into the outer zones than Keisuke was on the lead position.
So are they going to look? The thing is that you'd normally, like this to me is an OMT. And you know how much I love these things. So this to me is an OMT, but they've already had one.
So they have to make a decision.
They have to make a decision. So there you go, lead for lead. And if you're going lead for lead, if you think that they're both the same, that their chases are the same, you've got to go for their lead. And is the wall ride of Corbin Wilson going to be the difference? We're about to find out. Andrew Redwood, Joel Counter, JT Wharedo, and it is going to be Keisuke Nagashima. He's carrying on.
Well, it takes a sharp eye to have a crack at an OMT, mate. I got to say, and the judges are clapping. That was a worthy of a pro battle, buddy.
Look, like I knew when the decision went his way. I was a little bit iffy about it. Like I said, I wanted it one more time. We got it. I knew I had to push, and mate, I just put everything on the line. And no, like, well done to him. Bloody hell, like he is a driver, right? He can pedal. So, nah, I'm absolutely stoked. We'll keep going.
Well, you know who's next, don't you?
Yeah, Daniel Edwards. I know, mate. We'll get it done.
You're going to have to repeat that sort of drive.
I'll keep doing all night if I have to. I'll get it done.
Okay, let's talk to Corbin. Oh, wow. Well, 1 minute you're there, 1 minute you've got to do an OMT on your first weekend. How are you feeling after all? Mate, can I just say, epic runs.
Yeah, it was pretty overwhelming, but yeah, all good.
I mean, getting that proximity is what everybody loves to see. Do you have no fear going that close?
Oh, nah, yeah, always freaking out, eh? Just got to hope and pray that you don't crash, and yeah.
Okay, there's a lot of questions being asked right now in my ear. I'm going to ask one question. You want to come and do this next year full-time, like pro sport?
I don't know, like, we'll see how things go, because we do have other plans, but maybe after today, we'll see.
Mate, you've put a lot of smile and you've raised a lot of eyebrows. We hope to see you next year, pal.
Yeah, sweet. Thank you.
Well, I've just been told that the judges say they would have gone OMT again if they could, but they had to make a decision, and of course they had to go up and make the decision. Keisuke Nagashima took the win. Well, it's a pretty fantastic afternoon so far, and it's only going to go better as we get ready to look at our Pro Championship shortly. Of course, this is the final day of drifting for 2024 with the D1NZ National Drifting Championship here, Mercury Baypark Stadium. Bring it on.
When somebody asks me what does link engine management do, I always say we build computers for race cars. We build sophisticated engine and mobile power management systems for automotive, heavy transport, aviation and marine applications. Our innovation over the last 30 years has created a world-class product And we're really proud to be one of the first companies in the world to have an off-the-shelf hydrogen engine management solution for the internal combustion process. I think recruitment's easier in the tech space here in Christchurch because there's so many similar companies around who are doing either hardware development or software development. The universities like the University of Canterbury have a really great intern program that we benefit from. One of our exciting collabs at the moment is working with Roden Cars. The great thing about having a relationship and a partnership with Roden is they're challenging us to be at our best. And our engineers get together and honestly, we're like a bunch of passionate kids because they get to talk about motorsport all day, and what's not to like about that?
You know, you can tell how a builder's day's going, Josh, by the way they park their utes.
True.
Hard close, not quite a slam. Paul's having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, so they're a bit behind. You going all right, Paul?
Having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, and we're a bit behind. How did you even do that?
Nobody understands builder like we do, Josh.
I see him.
Well, we are back. This is the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship, Mercury Baypark Stadium here in Mount Maunganui. I hear the chat is going off at the moment in Facebook land on the D1NZ.
I'll tell you, we've got our top 8 already, Steve, but that to me has been one of the battles of pro sport. I think we're going to get on top of that. Now, I asked the question.
Yeah.
Well, you actually said, if the judges said that if it was to come up to their decision, it would have been one more time.
Yeah.
Now they need to make a decision. Now I was thinking it's a one more time. We're going to look at lead for lead. I thought, and I think a lot of people agreed with me on the chat, lead for lead in the one more time, Corbin would have taken the win. But under the rules and the schedule of how it works,
well, I can tell you, man.
You can tell me exactly, and you can tell all the people out there in Facebook land, because I'm reading the comments and I'm agreeing somewhat. But
to me, I mean, it was cut and dry. Like, okay, let's look at it without knowing the rules. Corbin Wilson had a better lead in that second run. Corbin Wilson should have gone through, but
Keisuke Nagashima also had better proximity in his chase as well. So the one more time, it was a one more time.
There is a but. It was an OMT. The judges wanted to call an OMT. So what they did is they have to make a decision. So they've gone back and looked at the first run lead for lead, not the second run, the original run lead for lead. And in the original run lead for lead, the better lead was Keisuke Nagashima's due to the wheel drop.
Because of the wheel drop from Corbin Wilson. So there it is, and hey, it's opened my eyes up to it. I was looking lead for lead in the one more time. I did believe that Corbin put the better one on, but the better chase from Keisuke with the, well, the judges deemed it to be one more time in the one more time. So as Steve has just alluded to us and cleared the air for myself, absolutely knowing as well, it is back to lead for lead in the original run where Corbin Wilson dropped the wheel. So that's how it plays up. We do have the top 8 set. It will be Adam Whitehead up against Dean Young, Keisuke up against Daniel Edwards, Pete Drever up against Matty J, and Isaac Aldridge up against Ryan Parry. That is the Pro Sport Championship. We do hope you are enjoying the coverage here. If you are live around the country or around the world, tuned in to Facebook or YouTube.
Hey, I've just got a message from the Baypark Speedway Facebook page, and they said, Hi, we're in the stadium today for Amazing Finals. We are all the way from South Africa. Could we please have a shout out for our South African champion drifter? I don't want to butcher this, Matthias Maud. I'm so sorry. We hope to see him on a circuit soon. We're not at Baypark Speedway, but Baypark Speedway love us so much that they're like, hey, this is what we've been sent, so thank you to Baypark if you get a chance. All right, but I tell you what, now it's time to bring out our top 24. It's time to bring them out. Now, that must be the top 24 of what? The Pro Championship. So they will head out into the Cream Insurance scrub box. That is out. Here goes Connor Halligan, and he'll be going up against Sam West. This is the battle of Jason Ober's Builders. 027 New Home.
So it's pro time. This is what we've been looking forward to. The Pro Sport boys certainly turning it up already. And we'll take a look at the Pro Top 24, the first of those battles. It is Connor Halligan and Sam West coming out. So it is the Jason Ober's Builders against Jason Ober's Builders. Connor Halligan qualified in 16th place. Sam West qualified in 17th. We've got Topor versus Mount Maunganui. It is S14 against 180. It is 2J versus... Oh, actually, what's Connor got?
1.5 JZ.
It is 1.5 JZ versus 2 JZ. And Sam West has got a big secret that we're, well, he's going to run a Eurofighters car next year. Is that
well, I know that. I saw it on a video that he had the other day that said that he's doing a new build. And I understand it's a 1,300 horsepower E92 Eurofighter. I mean, I saw it on the video and it was him that was saying it. He was getting interviewed and he said it.
Was he lying?
Nah, I don't know.
Doesn't lie.
He doesn't lie.
So Connor claims to have 700 horse, Sam claims to have 800. We both know that they've got 1,000 horsepower under the bonnets of these Pro Championship cars. This is the top 24 looking for a spot to go up against your number one qualifier, Taylor James.
Sam West out there, as well as Connor Halligan. Look at that 180, looking thick out there.
Cave on the back bumper of Sam West as well. If you do get a chance, go down to the Stadium Lounge. There is a free drift competition brought to you by the Rock and the Cave. So if you do want to jump on a simulator. Meanwhile, back to the action on the track. It was Connor Halligan leading in Sam West into the Repco wall ride for the first time of this battle.
Connor Halligan, he's right up on the top shelf. Sam West having to run the low line to try and gain back that proximity as they fire out of the Repco wall ride. They'll slide up underneath that digger and it will be up onto the top edge of the teardrop. Running that right rear tyre, left rear tyre and making smoke is Connor Halligan.
Connor Halligan, he's done a great job for the full first half of this run. And then we go through to the Repco wall ride for the final time. And there's a bit of a gap between Connor Halligan and Sam West. That's not the proximity that Sam's going to be looking for against a driver like Connor Halligan when he's going to be chasing him. We've seen Connor Halligan, he's been nice and aggressive through the season. What can he do in this next position? We'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay of the first half of that battle.
And another plug for our friends at Mimico as we see what's happened. So they slide back underneath the diggers there, they go down into the top edge. It's a solid, there's nothing wrong with the lead run.
Yeah, the lead run is actually really good. It's up there with one of the best qualifying runs we've seen all weekend. Sam West just lacking proximity through the entire part of that battle. And you can see it there, there's a good, I mean, if you're looking at sideways cars, there's about 5 or 6 cars you could fit between himself and Connor Halligan in that chase position. So they'll switch positions. Around they go. It's going to be Sam West's turn to lead out Connor Halligan. Look for a pretty aggressive, solid chase from Connor here. Sam's going to have to put on one heck of a lead run.
Well, Jason Overs will be up in the VIP enjoying watching 2 cars with his name on it. 027 New Home. The name on the side of both of these cars, West Plastering, of course, with McKinstry Roofing, Hanson and Murray, JT Performance. Both of these drivers coming out of the Pro Sport Championship, making their way up into Pro. Sam West, he lives about 300 metres away from the Baypark Stadium here. And we have all the RHP boys on the wall cheering him down. We're waiting for the last car to make the recovery car to make their way to the infield section before we go to the lights. There's 5 lights. We start with red. There's 3 oranges, and then we go green. Off we go down the front straight here at Baypark. It's pro time for the D1NZ.
So Sam West leading out Connor Halligan a second time round. Sam's not quite out by the wall. He gets there late in the piece, though. Look at the proximity from Connor, though, in comparison to the chase that Sam West put on him. So he's going to close it right up. Oh, wheels off. He's going to be 3 wheels off.
Okay, now this is the thing we're going to see now is he knows he's made the mistake. He knows he's thrown the entire battle away. Is he going to stick it to the wall because he told me he's going to win it or bid it? And here goes the wall. I told you so. Oh, and that's not a commentator's curse. That's my bro Sam West out there. He told me that if he doesn't win, he's going to lunch that car. Oh, Sam, your wife.
So Sam West, you literally said it, Steve. You knew that he dropped 3 wheels off. He was going to go. What? I've never seen something so live happen. Steve literally said, we watched Sam West drift out wide, drop 3 wheels. If he's not going to win it, he said he's going to bin it. And that's literally what's happened here. Sam West throwing it back through. So thumbs up from Connor Halligan here, making sure he's all good. We'll go out to Sam West, who has been cruising along the wall. Now, he's stuck up against the wall. Oh, here he goes. There we go, shake of the hands. I thought he might have had his device on the passenger seat or something, but Sam West, there we'll take a look at it here. So Connor Halligan was putting the pressure all over the back of him for that top 24, and he just washes out 3 wheels off. And as Steve alluded to, Sam told him personally, if I don't win it, I'm going to stick it in the wall, I'm going to bin it. As Steve said this is the moment right here. He said, win it, bin it, and there it goes, bang. And it just straightened him up. Wonder if he got off the gas. And oh, look, that's some height from that car. It doesn't look all that high on the video, but I can tell you what, that will feel like a massive jump inside the 180.
He's not answering his phone. Well, how great was that? I mean, that wasn't a commentator's curse.
No, it wasn't.
That was just brilliant.
That I don't know if you saw the replay there, Steve, how high he got. Like, the front of that car jumped quite high in the air.
I think the last person I saw do that was probably Sam West. Oh, he's such an entertaining fellow.
And, well, where he's hit the wall versus where he's ended up, he's just still try to drive that car off the circuit.
Now look in your car. Get your phone, Sam. Well, what's he grabbing? Is he grabbing his phone? If he is, I'm calling him. No, he's not.
So, Tauranga Towing coming to the rescue there with their flat deck.
Well, we've obviously clearly got a result, so well done, Connor Halligan. You get to go through.
Do you know what I like about that the most? It's the drift hands. I'm really starting to notice drift hands, and I love it.
I went on a couple of school visits, and if you're from Omokoroa #1 school, welcome along. I'm glad you guys have made it here. Also, from anyone that's come along. Okay, hang on. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Connor Halligan. Yeah, you win. Congratulations, Connor Halligan, and well done to JOB, Jason Obers Builders. So we went and visited a number of schools. Mount Maunganui Primary School. We went to Otamoitai Intermediate School and Omokoroa #1 School. Got to do some skids as well, and one of the things I laughed about was the fact that drifters always talk with their hands. So if you ever get a chance to meet a drifter, if you haven't, ask them to tell you about their last run and just watch their hands. It's just it's a new form of braille.
So there is the Jason Obers Builders 027 new home on the side of Connor Halligan's S14. He picks up the win against Sam West. We'll hopefully head down to Stephen McIver and catch up with an interview on him as he goes down through the pit chute. And he will make his way through the top 24 into the top 16. And he will be up against the #1 qualifier, Taylor James.
Well, let's go down and have a chat with Stephen McIver and the winner, Connor Halligan.
Yeah, well done, mate. She was a bit of a wild old battle, that wasn't it?
Well, it was always going to be wild with me and Sam being teammates, you know. So, bragging rights on the line, you know. So you know, I was chasing him. I was like, oh yeah, I went in the wall a little bit. It's real slippery over the back corner there, but I saw him going and I was like, oh, I'll keep going. And then I saw him do a wheel stand. I was like, that's probably enough for me. I'll pull out. So yeah.
Mate, you're in a good mood. How many Red Bulls have you had?
Yeah, not enough. All the boys drank mine this morning, so I don't know where they've gone, but yeah, that's all good. We're going to need a couple more, I think, to get to the end of the night. It's a long.
You'll be right, mate.
We're all good. Cheers.
So there it is, Connor Halligan through to the top 16, the first of the pro battles. And Tauranga Towing with Sam West up on the back of that one there, well on his way back to the pit area. And that will be the end of his pro championship for the season, as he bows out of the top 24.
Epic fail.
So next battle, we will see.
Let's just try one more time to ring him.
Do you think he's got his... Oh.
Go on, have it on you.
Oh, he's lost all the tail lights.
Hello, Sam West. How are you?
I'm good, mate. How are you?
I'm good. Now, you are live to everyone, so don't swear, but wave to the crowd. You told me you would win it or bin it, and that's what you did.
Yeah, I thought that kind of had it, so I thought I'll just back it into the wall and bloody send it, eh? So.
You've got a whole lot of sponsors watching you in a big crowd. Congratulations on your season, mate. We're looking forward to the Eurofighter.
Oh, you're letting out my secrets again, Steve. We're going to have to keep that one on wraps till next season, I think.
Well, congratulations, Sam West. We look forward to catching up with you soon.
Sweet. Love you, Steve.
Love you too, Sam.
Oh, that's a bit cute, isn't it? There he is.
You know, a lot of companies spend a lot of money for the technology to do that. They developed the thing called a cell phone.
All right, here he is, one of your local guys. It is.
Which one is it?
Cole Armstrong in the Armstrong Plumbing S13. And we have him going up against, so he's qualified just outside the top 16.
Oh my gosh. I'm so sorry, I was watching another shot. I hope they've got the drone on. Oh, they have. They're playing a replay of sending a drone over the side. So it's been about 3.5 hours since the pros were last out on track, so we're just giving them an opportunity to just remind themselves that that's where the concrete is, that's where the concrete is, and that's where the concrete is. You either drift on it or you hit it. Make sure it's the right one.
So Johnny Latham, the other car up there, against the Armstrong Plumbing S13 of Cole Armstrong. He's won the Pro Championship not only once,
but twice. But not 3 times, like Darren.
And Cole, he'll be loving being out here in the crowd. He'll love the atmosphere. And actually, the last shot that we had of that crowd, it's certainly building itself right up.
And look at the glory of Cole Armstrong up in that photo.
Looks like Justin Patterson's shoulders, though.
Oh, that's in the old Edinburgh days. I mean, that is a fresh photo of just how young Cole Armstrong looks. A proud dad of 2 now. Hello to Lydia. Hello to the rest of the whānau. All right, Johnny Latham, the 133, the number 11 is Cole Armstrong. We're going to go to the lights. It's red lights, a few oranges. We go green for the green machine, which is Cole Armstrong. RB under the bonnet. He says that's God's engines. I always tend to differ. Look at him up on the wall and look at the chase run of Johnny Latham in the BMW.
So Johnny Latham, he's looking to keep right up there on Cole Armstrong. Cole's doing a really good job up front of the moment of the lead run. He's got right on that qualifying line. He qualified pretty well as well to Cole Armstrong. But Johnny Latham trying to put the pressure all over the back of him in the BMW to get themselves back up. Look at Cole right out by the wall here.
Cole Armstrong has definitely won the Baypark round before. He's come second in the Baypark round as well. He knows his way around this track. So if anyone can go out there and scorch it without any form of practice, without basically giving up drifting for about 3 years, it is Cole Armstrong. The best commentator I've ever worked with. Oh, you're a great commentator.
Oh, thanks, Steve. Second best commentator you've ever worked with?
Kenny Ruddle.
Third.
Warren
I'm the third, I'm the fourth.
And a wet tea
Actually,
towel.
I've come fourth a few other times. I'll take it. I'll
At
take
Baypark as well. All right, let's...
Oh, my heart.
Wow, look how high. Cole is just on fire. Kid Cole. The mole. Looking prime with his avocados.
So Cole Armstrong qualified 9th and just outside the top 8. All of the top 8 qualifiers got an automatic bye through to the top 16 in the Pro Championship.
And Armstrong Plumbing.
And Cole, unfortunately, on the bubble there, just missed out. So he's taking on 24th qualifier, Johnny Latham. Now that TRD NASCAR Toyota engine just breaking the tyres off the line there and getting the grip down. Cole Armstrong, though, chase position time for him.
Well, it was NASCAR motor versus the man who originally bought the NASCAR motor. I'm sure there was contact at that point there. They've dropped back slightly, but straight into the pocket goes Cole Armstrong. Armstrong, he's going to get on that back bumper. What can Cole do? We've got a wheel off. It's going to show an advantage. We've got contact as well, and they both stay in it. There is no way that Cole's ever going to throw something like that away, and we'll see how close he can get. Be careful, Johnny Latham. Cole Armstrong's coming knocking.
Look at that. What is the pressure? You know, Johnny Latham, he probably heard that screaming RB in the window as they opened it up. They're coming around that teardrop, and he just really put the pressure on it, washed him wide.
Oh, and just imagine if he wins the interview that's going to be had with him and Stephen McIver.
I'll tell you what, it's the energy that I don't bring over Cole, that's for sure. The energy that Cole had. I just can't.
And you can't forget the love of Jesse Greenslade. If you're watching Jesse, we miss you. Come back.
Actually, last time I saw Jesse in person was here at Bay Park. This time last year. I was hoping we'd have a bit of a, you know, surprise visit from him. We could catch up and have a drink, but I see it on one of his Instagram stories. He's still floating around Dubai. So, is it going to be left-hand side Cole Armstrong, right-hand side for Johnny Latham? 1, 2, 3 for Cole Armstrong. Picks up the win.
Okay, give it 5 minutes. He's not going to stop.
I can't put my microphone through that blimmin' window.
Safety first, mate. Safety first.
No, very good. The old green turtle is pretty good today.
It is smooth. Smooth operator, they call it.
I've got to say, your Chase put a lot of pressure on him.
Yeah. Well, it's so good to get back in the seat, honestly. That rush that you have just then, that's why you come back. So, one event. Stoked. Beautiful little baby boys at home watching right now with my Mrs. Lydia.
The new one, Clayton, congratulations.
Clayton,
and Theo, Clayton sleeping at all?
Nah, Clayton will be watching right now, so yeah, pretty pumped to jump on through. First good battle.
Look good, mate. Nice to see you back.
Oh, I love to see you too, bud. Thanks, eh?
So Cole Armstrong, he'll go through now and take on Luke Fink in the top 16.
Look at all those old drifters watching old daddy out there.
Thumbs up all round from the Jenkins lads, and of course Calvi Clark. He's not too far from being out on track. Next battle though, Jordan Joyce up against Michael Thorley.
Yeah, maybe they could go from Michael Thorley's car to Michael Thorley's old car.
Yes, of course.
I think it's still out there. Is it still beached outside?
Yeah, I think it is still sitting out there. I haven't seen it. I haven't taken notice of it's just become part of the scenery.
Commentary box window.
It's a big window.
Oh yeah, there's a bit of light coming through there. I'll get that patched up. So of course, Michael Thorley in the Valvoline GT Radials NZ Laurel. I Am Hope also supporting, so if you want to make a $3 donation, text DRIFT to 469. Michael Thorley supporting I Am Hope, but he's going up against the Stock Street Elite Performance 2JZ powered Nissan S14 of Jordan Joyce. Jordan, he's had a lot of problems this weekend. He's kissed the concrete far too many times, but with a fresh wheel alignment from Limitless Tyres at the Mount last night at midnight, I'm sure he's got it dialed and packed in.
So Jordan Joyce leading out Michael Thorley here as the high qualifier, and Thorley was nowhere to be seen in the first little part of the initiation. He's caught right back up to close up the proximity. Jordan Joyce now, oh, there's almost a straight line. It looks like he just kept it in grip and drift there, Michael Thorley. And the NZ Valvoline machine back up on the door of the Elite Performance S14, but a pretty solid run there. I'm going to say advantage to Jordan Joyce, I think, at this stage. And we'll take a look at the Dale ITRM replay to see what happened. And it was a late initiation and a fair few car lengths, not enough angle and bits and pieces going on there as they go through. And that's at that point there that Thorley got right up on the door of Jordan Joyce. They go through the Dale ITM teardrop. Jordan Joyce doing a fantastic lead run here. The qualifying line, absolutely amazing from the Elite Performance. And there, not quite a straight line. I'm going to say that he stayed in angle, did Thorley, and he managed to get back up on the door. But at this stage, he's going to be a fair advantage to Jordan Joyce.
Well, we'll head off down and to see the next run of the day. The second half of their battle was the Smoke Rises. Got a couple of young men in the commentary box with us. Go on, cut them to it. Just cut them to it. There we go. Hey. This is Brooklyn and Braxton White. Good to see you guys. They are the future bosses of the D1NZ. And Brendan White. Great producer, great director, inspirational. There you go. You guys are on TV, on the big screen. We held up the show for you because you matter. Now that's something cool to tell your friends, because all their friends are out there in the crowd.
Look at me, I'm on TV.
Like seriously, man, that's cool. Those two are our future bosses.
They are, literally.
I don't want to be talking about drifting at 70, but you know, hey.
Michael Thorley now will lead out Jordan Joyce for the second half. A beautiful shot of Te Maunga, Mount Maunganui. And Thorley now
I like that car more. I always like seeing Thorley in an L dog. He always looks more sort of comfortable behind the wheel.
Yeah, I saw it. I saw a snap. The 180 still parked out there in the grass. Jordan Joyce there doing everything he needs to do in the chase position. He can be fairly conservative, as I say that. Closes the gap right up. And now, here it is. It's pretty much going to be practice.
Come on, JJ, knock on the door.
Oh, Jordan Joyce almost coming out of the
Don't forget it was a, what do we decide? It's not a correction, it's an adjustment.
Adjustment, yeah. And it was a shallow wall ride from Thorley, unfortunately, which made Jordan have to work his way back out towards the wall.
Let's have a look at the replay as we see the Valvoline machine. It's about 4 metres off the optimal line, but that's okay. It's Michael Thorley and we love him.
And Thorley, former pro sport champion.
He gets on the gas again, a little bit shallow, so we'll see what the judges score it as we come through to a result. On the left-hand side is actually his just standard competition pro car. We'll talk about why that's there, hopefully if we get a chance.
So we'll head downstairs to Stephen McIver. We're going to go left-hand side for Jordan Joyce, right-hand side for Michael Thorley. And the result's going to be 1, 2, and 3 to Jordan Joyce.
Tough weekend, huh? Chase at the end. What do you make of that?
Yeah, no, it was a bit slower than the normal pace. The bro's in his spare car. He had problems with his, so big ups for him trying and anything. And yeah, now through to the next round. It's sunny. It's big turnout. There's heaps of people.
And you want to be at the beach?
Yeah, well, yeah. Yeah, it's getting a bit cold at night, but nah, it should be a good night. Hopefully everyone's car's on song and we get some good battles in.
Keep cranking, mate.
Yeah, cheers, man.
Let's just talk to Michael in the spare car, the old Laurel. I love this car, Mike. It looks so cool. I know it's your spare car, but challenging weekend.
Yesterday was expensive. The car's out there to prove it. Yeah, this car looks good. It's a bit slow, but yeah, I don't know. Next season we'll see. Everyone reckons chuck all the running gear in here and drive the Laurel, so who knows?
What about 25 in the new season? Are we going to see you back? Oh. Up and down?
It's been a tough season. It's been political. I mean, all the drivers will say the same thing. I don't know. We'll probably be back, but there's a lot of things that need to change.
All right, buddy. Well, it's always good to see you out on the track, mate.
Thanks, mate. Good to see you too.
One thing that's never going to change is the support that each of these drivers have, and the likes of Valvoline, GT Radials. Those guys have been on the side, especially NZ. Michael Thorley. Let's talk in the off-season. We'll get you back. James McManaway will be our next battle versus Clayton Daly. It's the LS6. It's a 454 cubic and supercharged V8 who will be in the chase position. RHP on the door, RHP on the stands, and it's going to be JDM who leads the way, and it's the boss. It is the mongrel McManaway who leads out.
So James McManaway and the JDM Racing Skyline puts it right out by the wall, but Clayton Daly kept it nice and shallow to keep the proximity up on him. They throw it into the teardrop for the first time, and McManaway's a little bit shallow on that. And look at Daly, look at the chase that Clayton's putting on at the moment. He's got himself out of the pocket and back in there again for the final roll wide as they come round. And shallow again from McManaway, but either way, Clayton Daly has stuck himself right to the back door of that sedan. What a drive.
A very, a very, very strong chase run. McManaway did a great job up front. We'll have a look and see. So they come back. So they come through at this point here, and you'll see McManaway comes right up to the wall. The shorter line is the proximity line, and that's the line that Clayton Daly was taking as they switch through, and they'll head back up to the top of the teardrop.
So it was a very good first wall ride from McManaway. Amazing. He was shallow there, though, probably about a metre off the clipping zone that he wanted to be, and then he was very shallow on the way back. Unfortunately, Daly all the while.
He looked like he was going to run himself out of room, but no, he managed to hold on to it and get back and regain that composure, hook back into the pocket, and you see both drivers coming across the start-finish line.
And that's it, the power of the LSX just getting right back up into the power band with the supercharger as well. Clayton Daly, he is one of your local boys. He is from Mount Maunganui. Limitless Tyres.
Yeah, Limitless Tyres, Hewlett's Road of the Mount. Clayton and the team, I think they've spent many a late night over the last 2 or 3 nights ensuring that every drifter who needs help gets the help they need. So if you guys want to support that as well, shoot down to Hewlett's Road, Limitless Tyres. Failing that, if you want to get into drifting, check out RHP. I'm sure Seaton Daly would love to talk to you about what you could do to improve your car.
And James McManaway now into the chase position. There's one person I like chasing. He hasn't got the nickname Mongrel McManaway for nothing. He loves knocking on doors. He loves the proximity of chasing. What will he do in the chase position? He needs to put a lot of pressure as well on Clayton Daly, the way we see it, or I see it at the moment anyway, as advantage to Clayton Daly. Daly's put himself right out by the wall ride to start things off.
You can see how low a line that McManaway had to run to basically hold on to that, and he's still there because of the low line he's run. We'll see what Daly can do. He's still hooked up. He's running a nice smooth arc as he comes through and switch. He'll head up to the wall.
So McManaway doing all he can to get him. There he is. There's the proximity we know from the JDM Racing team manager, Jace McManaway. Look at the proximity as they finish off the run. But I think it's going to be the lack of power in the skyline up against that big LSX supercharged Supra that's going to be the demise of McManaway, unfortunately.
So that's what you're calling? You're calling that McManaway will get given the...
I just think he was too shallow. Yeah, I think he was too shallow on the way back through, whereas Daly...
So look at the lead for lead. Like you can see, as you talked about, it was a nice high line, and we didn't quite see that with McManaway.
Now the thing is, as the season's gone on, I've made myself more and more of a professional know-it-all as far as drifting judging goes, and I look at that right out by the wall.
When an old koro like me, I've seen more drifting battles in the last 10 years, competition ones in the D1NZ, than any other human on this on the planet. Why? Because I've called every single one of them. Apart from last year, when you joined the team, you got all the pro sport last year, didn't you?
Look at that. And
oh, it's going to be, well, it's 50-50. We've gone OMT.
One more time, boys.
And that is why I'm not a judge. The judges know what they're talking about, and I don't. I just talk about what I see. So one more time to find out the winner of that battle, who goes up against Darren Kelly in the top 16. We move ourselves to the lower part of the battle tree. And it's going to be Jeremy Slammett and Calvin Clark next out on track.
Jeremy Slammett got a lot of support online out of New Caledonia. And this is David Hunter in the Mac Daddy taxi. This is Aaron Habib's taxi. I think this used to be one of the four-seater cars that Sky Zhao had with Drift Academy.
So David Hunter, I tell you what, doing a fantastic job behind the wheel. That must be a handful with, you know, keeping in mind, this is a four-seater drift car. It's got two people in the back, another passenger in the front.
But hey, look, don't forget, he used to run an RB in a tank like that, similar size. He's used to driving underpowered cars. Oh, the hate on chat is going to be amazing. And then he went to the 2J, and then I think it blew up. And
so a little bit of flyby around the track here from George, and we take a look at all the gear that's on the inside of the track, thanks to Rex and the Mimico
and a few broken
team.
Cars.
And look at those.
So the reason why that Michael Thorley's 180 is out there is because Michael Thorley's 180 travels in a truck, or in a truck. So that truck is literally sitting out in the pits. The problem he has with that is it's boxed in by other vehicles. And he said, can I just leave it out there? And we thought, well, it's kind of funny. And if one of the monster trucks makes a mistake, we're going to lunch it later. Okay, just for everyone, I've just had the entire production crew just gulp. No, we are not driving over Michael Thorley's. Yeah. We're going to crush it with an excavator.
And a couple of excavators out there, the case ones, thanks to Mimico. And look at the Moxie. Actually, I saw a comment just before. Bryce Hocking, he wants more Moxie facts. What facts have you got about a Moxie?
Hold fire.
They carry lots of dirt and rocks and soil and things. As Calvin Clark goes through the cream insurance scrub box to warm up those tyres on the Prime Avocados S13. Going up against him will be Jeremy Slammett out of the JDM Racing team. He's campaigning that Supra, the black version of the JDM Racing liveries.
Nice
And
padding out while I try to find this information.
they're going to pull up in front of this beautiful Moxie. Look at it, that big machine parked in behind there. So Slam It, he's got the 2JZ, JZ80, running about 700 horsepower, and Calvin Clark, RB30 powered S13. See, now his is the SR20, isn't it? He's got the SR20 this weekend. So Calvin Clark's got the SR20 under the bonnet of that green Prime Avocados one, as we ride on board with George from Inspire You Media.
George is saying, like, hurry up, I'm trying to go. You're taking your sweet time.
Of course, if you are up in the hospitality suites, the corporate boxes, welcome along. Hope you're enjoying the coverage as well, the sights and sounds in front of you. And you've got the best seat in the house, apart from the VIPs upstairs. But Jeremy Slam It now leads Calvin Clark right out to the wall. He goes to Slam It. Calvin Clark is right there with him as well. Top 24 battle here.
That is sick. All right, let's get him on the gas. He is, keeps it on the track as well. Jeremy Slam It, he only started drifting about 4 years ago. He started up at Sky Zell's Drift Academy. Now he's part of the JDM team in that 2JZ powered Supra. He travelled week after week, month after month, back from New Caledonia to New Zealand to drift. He drifts over there as well, and now he's become a superstar on his own here in New Zealand.
So we'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay there. Slam It right out by the wall. But Calvin Clark was out there with him as well. A good lead, good chase to start off the run. They go down into the teardrop. So Slam It fills the outer zone really nicely. And around goes Calvin Clark in behind as well. And a good chase run from Calvin Clark. Yes, I'm going to have to go 50-50 on this one to start with, the first half of this battle, Steve.
I totally agree. Oh, you get salt, get back. Get back.
Move back.
Maybe we could... It's a great looking crowd out there. Look at them out there, enjoying the drifting. Just waiting for smoke to clear. Our front straight, chuck us some mana waves. 3, 2, 1, mana wave.
All right, so they head off for the second part. It's going to be Calvin Clark leading out Slam It this time. Slam It, look at them side by side, and they've pulled out of that one there. No initiation from the lead driver.
No initiation from the lead driver, but there's also no pull-out zone that I thought was there, which means that he's just zeroed himself anyway, would it not?
I'm not. You're definitely more clued up on this area than I am. Will they go for a rerun here? Now, was that because Slam It was so far up beside him, or is it just straight problems for Calvin Clark?
Calvin needs a line toe, and...
Oh, so trouble for the Prime Avocados S13 of Calvin Clark.
He's looking under there.
So is that axle, is it drive shaft or diff that's let go in the
also, is there any fluid?
So Calvin Clark, he was quick to get out of the car once it came to a stop. The Limitless tyres, Prime Avocados, Armstrong, Plumbing, S13, and Jeremy Slam It, he's made his way back. He's sort of like, what's going on here? What's happened? As Launchmaster Willie has a chat to him. Once again, shout out to those who are all tuned in on Facebook and YouTube around the world, around the country. Someone watching from Auckland, David Turner. There's a shout out for yourself and D1NZ.
Is he? Oh, hi DT, love DT.
Bryce Hocking's looking for Moxie.
Hopefully our producer can not listen for a minute. David Turner, greatest producer in New Zealand motorsport history. There we go.
All right,
let's get out of Steve McIver.
McIver, there's no G, pal. Hello, Jeremy. Well, that was an easy run through the next round, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah, well, it's not the best way to go through, but I've tried and make the best lead run as I could, and then I was ready to, have some fun, chase Calvin, which is a very good driver. But yeah, we'll, as I see, we might go through, so we're very happy. Yeah.
You know who's next, don't you?
Yeah, we're.
Case Pullenbury.
I'm excited. Yeah.
Well, mate, with the way you were hanging on walls, you just got to keep hanging on those walls, Bell.
Yeah, we'll push hard. Yeah, just straight to the boys, JDM Racing, and yeah, hopefully we'll bring it home.
All right. By the way, yeah, actually, got to ask this question. Hanging around Luke Fink, what's that like?
Oh, it's so cool. He's such a nice guy, you know.
You are lying.
No, I'm not. But yeah, I thought he was like, you know, one of those kind of people where it's hard to talk and stuff, but he's actually a very nice guy, and helped me with all the stuff on the car and everything. So yeah, that's
learning a lot, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, well, go get it in the next round.
Cool. Thank you.
There you go, Jeremy said. Oh, hello, Bay Park. How are you?
Oh, pretty. Aeroplanes landing in Tauranga Airport. As the crowd will continue to build here at Mercury Baypark Stadium.
What are you looking at, about 10,000 expectancy here? 10, 15,000?
Yeah, somewhere thereabouts, all right. Well, look at them. Well, what are we going to do? Try and get a bit of a, hey, there goes my son down there in the bottom left-hand side. Son, I need you to start a Mexican wave for me, but we'll do it multi-style. So what we're going to do is we're going to start from Jano Kahotia. Listen to me. Put your hands up. All right, we're going to work the crowd. Get up there. So we're going to start moving from left to right. In 3, 2, 1, raise your hands. And pull back.
All right, come on,
come on, put your hands up.
I'm not happy enough there. Let's go back. Where's your son?
Oh. We're going to try that again later on this evening, but you know what, if we can't get it done, I'm going to walk out there with a microphone and I'll point to you guys and I'll just make you do it.
Okay, that's what we... Actually, yeah, standing down in front, just rack them up and away we go.
Oh, man, you guys enjoying the drifting today? Who's enjoying the drifting? None of them care. All right, for the kids, who wants to see the monster trucks? Yeah, that's how you get them. Who wants to see the monster trucks? Well, you can see those at about 4:30 this afternoon. Do I feel bad? Never.
All right, so not good news for Calvin Clark as he gets put onto the line tow. And we will, in the meantime, take a short advert break. We'll see you back here very shortly, live at Mercury Baypark Stadium.
You know, you can tell how a builder's day's going, Josh, by the way they park their utes.
True.
Hard close, not quite a slam. Paul's having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, so they're a bit behind. You going all right, Paul?
Having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, and we're a bit behind. How did you even do that?
Nobody understands builder like we do, Josh.
When somebody asks me what does link engine management do, I always say we build computers for race cars. We build sophisticated engine and mobile power management systems for automotive, heavy transport, aviation and marine applications. Our innovation over the last 30 years has created a world-class product, and we're really proud to be one of the first companies in the world to have an off-the-shelf hydrogen engine management solution for the internal combustion process. I think recruitment's easier in the tech space here in Christchurch because there's so many similar companies around who are doing either hardware development or software development. The universities like the University of Canterbury have a really great intern program that we benefit from. One of our exciting collabs at the moment is working with Roden Cars. The great thing about having a relationship and a partnership with Roden is they're challenging us to be at our best. And our engineers get together and honestly, we're like a bunch of passionate kids because they get to talk about motorsport all day, and what's not to like about that?
Well, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, a very warm welcome back to Mercury Baypark Stadium here in Tauranga. This is the grand finale of the Repco D1NZ. It's time for our next battle of the day. It's Jaren Olive-Krona versus Troy Jenkins.
So we're looking at the top 24 here. At the moment, the winner of this battle is going to go through to take on Dave Steedman in the top 16. And Jaren Olive-Krona being the higher qualifier between the two. He's going to lead him out, and it's going to be Olive-Krona in the beautiful sounding, not better than a rotary.
Well, it's a Lexus New Zealand parts trader, and of course it has the, wow, what is this? It's a 1GZ V12 made by Hartley Engines and Motorsports. Oh, there's a wheel off, and we've taken the bumper off as well. A slight, oh, well, that's a double straight line. So, and a reinitiation. So, judges going to have some work to do. TM Electrical on the door of Troy Jenkins. Immaculately presented GT86. There's some work to do for you, Jaren.
That's a really hard one. I mean, Jaren, he was driving really good all the way through practice, all the way through quali. He managed to qualify in 10th place in a massively high scoring qualification as well. And it's come to battle time, and Jaren, he's done pretty well until this point here. It was a very violent switch into the teardrop, and he just washes himself wide.
Starts with a wheel drop. Shallows up. We've got a straight line, and then it's the dual straight line potentially, unless it's the shallowest lead up onto the wall we've seen today. So,
but Jaren, look at that, getting right out on the wall. Look at the wall right there from that Lexus.
It's a big long car. Wheelbase, I'd like to know. So you see in the eyes of Jaren Olive-Krona, he looks across. He says, "Come on, Troy, let's go again."
So look at the concentration. What a shot.
Yeah, what a shot. That's just Tony Wilson's artistic impression.
And Troy Jenkins on the far side as well.
Again, waiting for the haze to dissipate.
Just want that breeze to pick up ever so slightly. Is that Pink Panther hanging off the wing mirror of Olive-Krona? Look at the flamingos, the detail in the Lexus. All right, so Troy Jenkins will lead out Jaren Olive-Krona. Second half of the battle. It's top 24 Pro Championship.
Troy, that is a place to put the car. Big angle as well. We'll see what happens as he comes off the turn. Big switch. Nice and aggressive.
So Olive-Krona, a little bit messy to start his chase run. Troy Jenkins up front though, doing the job. And get the power down for Jaren. And gutted to see that Jaren was driving really well, and Troy just feeds it right up by the wall. And Troy might have done enough. You hear the squeal from the 86s, right? Troy and Ben's car, I don't know what it is about their brake setups, but they always loud on the brakes. They always squeal. So we'll take a look at this very shallow chase from Jaren. And he's, yeah, very twitchy in the chase. So he was running extremely well during practice. He was looking really good in qualifying. I was hoping to see a really good result here from Jaren. I don't think he's done enough to take Troy Jenkins out of this top 24 battle.
Well, essentially, to me, it's either a huge deduction, but it depends. If they don't think that Jaren, I just can't see it actually.
Well, Jaren, he did keep in the drift, and there was a reinitiation from Troy. We could see it one more time, but
All right, what's it going to be? Who's going to win? We've got 1, we've got 2, we've got 3, and Troy Jenkins takes the win.
Well, pal, I'll tell you one thing. The next guy that you face is standing right over there, Dave Steedman. He's ready to go.
Lovely, looking forward to it. Hey, that definitely wasn't one of my best runs in the TM Electrical GT86, but glad to grab the bin. Really stoked with that, but yeah, really scrappy for me, so I need to clean that up for Dave.
Yeah, but, well, it's even nicer you're both back. You and your brother are back.
Oh, 100%. Good to be back here in the sunny Bay. It's awesome track at Baypark. We always love it, so yeah, looking forward to advancing forward from here.
Well done, mate. I'll just quickly, caught up there. Sorry, my apologies. Just quickly have a quick chat to Jaren, because this is the first full year that they had the Lexus out here, and mate, it is what it is, but she's a big learning curve with this car, isn't it?
Yeah, mate, absolutely. It's been a really good season for us as a team. We've learned a lot with the car. We haven't had a lot of battle practice, unfortunately, so that's probably something we're going to focus on now. But hey, overall, Parts Trader, thank you guys so much. The car is going to be a rocket, so yeah, be with us.
Thanks, mate.
Cheers, thank you.
So it's number 856. Do you know why Troy Jenkins is 856?
Why's that?
It spells Team Jenkins Motorsport, TJM. 856, that's where the number comes from.
Ah, I don't know that.
On the old school, like I was born in the 80s phone.
Next battle out on track, it is Kurt Blacky, another one of your locals, up against Jace Brown from out of the Waikato in the Vautour tyres. S14, Kurt Blacky leading out in the LS powered 86. And away goes Jace Brown in the screaming 1UZ supercharged NOS snorting machine.
And hard on the gas for Kurt Blacky. Sucks off that turn, comes through into the switch, grabs that outside clip, makes his way back up onto the Repco wall ride, and we'll see him just start to pound that gas pedal. Jace Brown, though, is really starting to close the door. A nice lead run by Kurt Blacky. That's what we like to see here at the Repco D1NZ.
That was good timing. It looks like you made that happen. So first half of the top 24 battle between Kurt Blacky and Jason Brown.
Jace Brown out of the Waikato. Kurt Blacky, of course, the local hero from Tauranga. Best result was Mount Smart Stadium last season when he grabbed his first podium in the Pro Championship. He powered through on the gas at this point here, and you could see that the Vautour tyres, Valvoline S13, really started to close the door at this point. Kurt Blacky right up on the wall, though. They start grinding the concrete as they start to close up that proximity. A nice lead and an equally great chase.
All right, so the second half, Jace Brown will lead out Kurt Blacky for the second half. And yeah, it's hard. It was a great lead and a great chase. So we'll see if the judges can slip in the second half. It's going to be Jace Brown who gets the wheel spinning well before the initiation, throws it right out to the Repco wall ride, but Kurt Blacky right there on the door.
Oh, that's what you want to see here at the grand finale. As Jace Brown to have a good chase, you've got to have a great lead, and it's a nice looking lead so far. Does he hold it on the track? Yes, he does. And now he'll start to wind up the rubber band as he makes his way back up onto the wall ride. It's Jace Brown who leads. It's Kurt Blacky in the pocket. They're side by side as they finish the lap, and that will be the finish. Which way do you go?
Oh, tough one to call here this time around. I mean, the angle late in the piece. We'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay to see what happened and try and dissect it a little bit more. Yeah, Jace Brown held more angle, but look at the proximity from Blacky through the wall ride. They come through into the teardrop, and the Vautour tyres just hanging on as he throws it right to the outer zone. And once again, yeah, Jace early on in the piece has more angle than Kurt Blacky, but Kurt Blacky, look at the chase that he puts on here and shallows up. And yeah, I think the proximity, is it proximity over angle, or which way will they look at that one? Oh, a tough one to call for all our three judges upstairs. JT Wharedo, Andrew Redwood, Joel Counter, the hard work.
Look how stunning that green car is, man.
It's a beautiful colour.
Which way will it go? One strike to Kurt Blacky, two strikes to Kurt Blacky, and it's unanimous. Kurt Blacky takes the win.
You've been waiting this for long. You've been wanting this for so long, haven't you, mate?
Oh, mate, it's just been one of those years, one of those seasons.
Just, yeah, emotions at the moment. The first win of the season, just we've had so much shit going on with this car. And finally, at the home round, Wolfie decides to play ball, put on an epic battle with Jace. It's so cool to battle with Jace. He's such an awesome dude, and God, he can drive that car. And yeah, we just put on one hell of a show for that crowd, so I hope they're amped up.
Mate, you'll be fine. Just go, keep cranking. We keep cranking, mate. Just keep cranking.
I've got Dad next, so time to stick it to him.
He's got Fanger down there. Just quickly, mate. You know, you haven't been here all season, but just so nice to see you throwing this monster around.
Hey, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, Kurt, you put on a show. Like, it was a pretty cool battle. It's definitely neat to finish the season like that for us. Like that was a hell of a ride. Yeah, just balls to the wall and putting it down. Couldn't do it without all our sponsors, Vitar Tyres, STA Parts, yeah, everyone that's on the car. Valvoline. Without them, we can't be here with such a freak of a car. Like the boys work night and day to keep this thing running, eh? Like it's almost got their lab coats on, but yeah, to put it all together and put runs on like that, like it's a bit of a rush, eh? So yeah, no, fully stoked. Thanks everyone.
I tell you what, mate, just come back.
Yeah, no doubt, eh? I'm addicted. It's gonna happen, eh?
Well done, mate.
Good job, brother. Cheers, guys.
So look at that. Kurt Blacky takes the win. And we'll go up against Fanger, Dan Woolhouse. And yeah, those back-to-back runs, some great shots there. And I think it was just the proximity through the teardrop that kept Kurt Blacky in it over Jace Brown.
All right, well, our next battle of the day will be the Nissan versus Toyota, the 20B versus 2J. It's the 345 on the door of the window of the Repco Ryker 24/7 20B rotary. It's Adam Davies, and he's in the freaking wall. What's he up to? And here comes, oh, knock, who's there? Wow, that is insane. Ben Jenkins, he has come to party.
Ben Jenkins is getting all over Adam Davies. Oh, Adam's put a wheel off coming around, might even be two for the 20B rotary. I don't want to call that one too loud, but
then why did you? It's the TM Electrical GT86 of Ben Jenkins starts to close the door. An epic run by both of these drivers. All right, we better go down to the teardrop in the replay and check out the mistake.
Yeah, well, the proximity from Jenkins to start with, he was right there on initiation, and then look at it later in the piece, there was actually contact between the two cars right there, bang, wheel to wheel, and Adam Davies just kept his foot right in it. This is where they come into the Dale ITM teardrop. Look for the rear wheels of the 180 20B powered machine, and there they go, dirt turbo out the back. Might just be the one, maybe. Hard to see.
Wow, Tony G. Snitches get stitches, my friend. Well, they come through to finish, and it was a nice job to finish by both of these drivers. Well, there it is. New sponsor for the last couple of rounds. It's TM Electrical on the side of Ben Jenkins' car. So we'll see the second half of the battle. It is Jenkins' turn to lead out Adam Davies.
Cool logo as well, you know, just the wire all wrapping around itself and making a T and an M.
It's quite cool actually, isn't it?
So Ben Jenkins just waiting, trying to get the smoke out of the cab while the smoke lifts from out of the stadium.
Look at the concentration. Adam's just too scared to come and look at, he doesn't want to look at Tony Wilson next to him. Sand them, sand them. All right, well, what will the North Shore Toyota Parts TM Electrical keep it read? 2JZ powered GT86 do from the lead position? A nice clean run, wasn't as far up the wall as what Adam Davies was. We need to check for what happens down here for him with a teardrop. Is it going to come down to the Adam Davies mistake coming out of the teardrop?
Yeah, so Ben Jenkins up front. He's doing a good lead run. Adam Davies, he is right there, putting on a good chase as well. These two drivers show the skill level that they're both at. And, oh, that's going to be close to contact now. Ben Jenkins shallow through the wall ride. Adam Davies, look at him right there. Great shot from George and the Inspire You team to finish off that run. And, well, it's going to be seen. It's hard to say with the angle we got. Is it one, maybe two wheels for that first run for Davies? Is that enough of a deduction for Jenkins to grab the win? So they come into the Dale ITM teardrop, And Adam Davies, look at the power. That 180SX is bucking around with the 24. Sorry, the 20B rotary in it. And went shallow to close the door expected. Ben to be up higher on the wall, I think, at this point here, which Ben finally moves out to the top shelf there.
So there was a left-hand wheel drop coming through out of the last section. And a reminder that the judges don't hear what the commentators say because, well, why would you want to? We'll have another look and see, I think, are we? There we go. So this is the lead for lead. Bit of contact.
Now, is that deemed some sort of deduction when you contact another car as well?
Or did that do enough to unsettle him into putting a wheel off?
I mean, it was only a couple of 100 metres from where it happened, so yes. No? See, there wasn't as much angle in the chase from Ben.
All right, well,
Adam made the mistakes.
I understand there might be a result as the crowd continues. The scrub happens for our next drivers. All right, who have we got? Is it going to be Adam Davies? Will it be Ben Jenkins? We've got our three judges. OMT, we have got a decision on the other side, but it's going to be a 50-50. We're going again. All right, off you go. Let's go and go to the next.
You see Ben Jenkins' reaction there. He was stoked with that decision. And those boys get to go again. Oh, he's Pikachu again. Which means that James McManaway is out on track.
If we run out of time tonight, they might adopt my majority points decision. Those would have had winners. All right, here we go.
This is the one more time battle between James McManaway and Clayton Daly. And McManaway right out on the wall road, but guess who's right there on with him? Knock, knock, it's Clayton Daly on the door. They bring their way through to the Dale ITM teardrop. And McManaway leads Clayton Daly in there to the outer clipping zone.
Well, you know, it's hard to battle when you're in the smoke, but if you're right on the door, it's actually easier to see. Make sure you don't run yourself out, and we'll see the power of that LSX Supercharged 454 get up on the back bumper. This is a great run for both. Please don't just stop there. He's all right.
That was after the line too, I think. We'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay to check that one there out.
So that obviously happened coming across the line. It was about just getting that last piece of momentum, proximity in the wall to start, on the wall to finish that part of the run.
Now look at the proximity from Daly. Gave it just enough room for McManaway from the JDM Racing team to switch there. Gets right out wide, fills that outer zone through the teardrop brilliantly. Clayton Daly right there. Of course, a great chase is always due to a great lead, and McManaway certainly put that on this time in the JDM Racing R32. He's not shallow at all. He's nice and close to the wall, but not on it. And Daly there after the line spins, so that's certainly not part of it. So, oh geez, it's 50-50, and they can't go one more time.
Should never be allowed to anyway.
I got no words. I got no words. I got nothing. I do.
I think I just got in trouble from my director. Go and say it again just so the director can hear me and shoot me later.
So, Clayton Daly to lead out McManaway on the second part of this one more time.
Water drops out the front of that. That's because that's where the exhaust, that's where the radiator is. They have water sprayers on the radiator just to try and keep that temperature down inside the cars. That's all there is. So anyone watching going, oh no, there's a problem. I can assure you there's not, but there was definitely a beautiful touch to go off the concrete.
So Daly this turn leading out McManaway, and he comes into the teardrop and he's gone 2 wheels off. Is this going to be enough to hand the advantage? McManaway's made contact.
Oh, we've seen that car do that before.
In that same spot.
Different drivers. I can't believe we've both been fired for that comment.
I think that's the first time I've ever been called that before. So we'll take a look at the Dale ITM replay. And Clayton Daly right on the wall right to start with. James McManaway right there in the pocket. And look at the proximity from JDM Racing, James McManaway. And at this point here, he's just carrying too much speed into the teardrop. That's where 2 wheels go off for Daly. Now he maintains the drift, but he is over-angled somewhat. And that's where McManaway has to pour on the angle. And he's had to... Now I wonder which way that's going to go.
Was it over? I think it was. So 2 wheels off would be a points deduction, but the question is, I don't know. Clayton Daly takes a win.
Happy days for the supporters over there, Clayton. Congratulations. It was a wild old battle.
Oh, that was crazy, yeah. Hey, I'd like to say cheers to James, he put down an awesome lead run. Yeah, no, it's awesome.
You know who's next? Do you want Darren Kelly?
Yep.
Yeah, and now, does that get the old juices going?
Yeah, well, heck yeah. No, it should be good fun.
All right, well, go prepare yourself for that. Hey, just remember, PG-13.
Yep. Oh, yeah. Sorry, my bad.
All right, so Clayton Daly picks up the win over James McManaway.
Interesting results. All right. Drift taxi's back out, and that's just how you do 2 wheels off perfectly. Of course, if you're going to get somebody to send 2 wheels off, you should get one of the best drivers in the D1NZ at doing it, and that would be David Hunter.
Yeah, David Hunter behind the seat of that Mac Daddy taxi, and it's a 4-seater, so there's not 1 passenger in the front seat, not 2 passengers in the back seat. There's a 3rd one. There's a fan out on the track.
That's Ra Hader's biggest fan. So we've got one more battle. Oh, he just moved it with his car. I can get rid of that for you.
And that car just hard on the loud pedal. David Hunter showing us just how good a peddler he really is. And it's got to be quite hard to throw that thing around with all the extra weight in the back seat. You can see there through the shadows the 3rd and 4th people sitting in the back seat. And what a buzz. If you do want to be part of that, head on down to the back civil pit area and you can grab yourselves, I think it's $55 for a ride, for a lap in that. That's cheap.
That's not bad.
I'm telling you, that is a cheap drift ride. Those tyres are what, $150 odd each?
Yeah, they are.
It's $300 to burn a set of those tyres out. Just $55 you jump in there and it's all yours.
It's so cool. So there's it's X amount of dollars worth of cars. There's also a red ute parked in the car park with a dog tied to it, number plate MMZ722. What are you doing tying your dog up to your ute? We'll take it to SPCA and make sure it's looked after. Go sort out your puppy dog, mate. I've got a dog. I'd hate it if you did that. So, anyway, let's move on to that. We'll talk about OMTs. Oh, no, we'll pass on those as well. We've had a few of those. As we see...
we've still got one more time to go in the top 24. We've got Adam Davies up against Ben Jenkins.
Look at that. That's such a beautiful Maunga to climb. Now, Kurt Blacky, he climbs that every single day. Every day he climbs that thing.
All the way to the top.
Yeah, all the way to the top. That is like Everest.
So, look at the beautiful day that Mount Maunga is putting on. It is the grand final. It's the finale. It's the Repco National D1NZ National Drifting Championship.
Well, you know what? Let's... I don't know what we're doing. I think we'll pay the bills. Let's cut to the ads. We'll see you shortly. The Repco D1NZ. Well, we are back With the Repco D1NZ National Drifting Championship, this is Mercury Baypark Stadium here in Mount Maunganui, round number 5, the grand finale. I tell you one thing I can't wait to see at some stage today is the monster trucks. They are so cool, they are so big. Oh, look at that. Isn't that pretty? Certainly hope you're enjoying yourself here at Baypark. Oh, look at that. That is Kiwi Thunder. Kiwi Thunder. This truck was made in 1988. There you go, kids. We've got a couple of monster trucks. They are just going to drive out there and just do a little bit of a tour around. Maybe we could get a side-by-side drifting battle. Maybe not. Let's not try that.
Yeah, no, I don't think. I'm pretty sure they will not be able to drift sideways with those monster tyres on.
That one there can.
So this is Kiwi Thunder from what 1988?
Yeah, 1988. Do you know what time today they're going to be jumping over cars?
Very shortly, not very far away.
What is our time? It's so in about 25 minutes. So this is Kiwi Thunder. Kids, you guys might not think of this as much, but I can tell you that this thing here is so cool. I was a kid when this came out.
I reckon there's a lot of dads and uncles and cousins and stuff that are of you know, the 40s and 50s year olds. They remember this truck, don't they? Surely. Nissan Navara cab, and what it started its life as just an ordinary Datsun that come out of Japan.
Yeah.
It ended up being what, a lifted ute?
I think so. A lifted ute. Go on, bounce the terracotta. And yeah, that's what we'll do next year. We'll bring them back, except instead of doing that, we'll use that red stuff to
make jumps.
Yeah.
What about grabbing like?
Look at this. So these are side crawling. The Taurus is side crawling. Those are some big lights as well, aren't they? So this one here hasn't got rear steer, but the one up the front does.
There's a lot of shocks under those things, aren't there? Look at them, 4 shocks per corner.
There we go. Look at that rear steer. So we're just waiting for the one more time battle to come out on track.
Look at
and
the
then
offset
after that, we're going to get them to do some jumps live on Sky around 4:30 this afternoon. We will be bringing the monster trucks out. Of course, on Fox Sport as well, KO in Australia. That is huge. Big thank you to Dan from Taurus, and of course James McManaway for trucking that thing up. He actually couldn't find a driver, so he managed to find a last-minute driver to bring it up. Oh, there we go. Reverse side crawl. Oh, he was going to fly. He was literally going to fly through it. There goes our D1NZ media. So many of them.
You can just see how big that. Look, the wheels are taller than the wall.
Oh, that's.
So there they are.
Oh, look at
Taurus and Kiwi Thunder. Couldn't help himself.
Lunch and crunch those cars.
So I understand a big block Chev under the bonnet of Kiwi Thunder. And that's actually the owner having to drive this time round, isn't it?
Yeah, he didn't drive yesterday.
No.
I saw him afterwards. I said, how was that? He said it hurt.
And there's that side crawl from the Taurus. Pretty cool machines. A lot of engineering gone into those. You know, we talk about how much drift tyres cost. How much do you reckon those things are a corner? They've got to be... $5 grand.
I'd say they're $5,000 a corner. It'd have to be.
Work it. And there's a stranded Michael Thorley 180. So back to the action on track. What's going on here? Is he going to...
The crowd will love it.
He's just parking up.
You can jump in the tray and watch it.
So Adam Davies to take on Ben Jenkins, and one more time it is the top 24.
Big thank you to Pick Apart and Marlimi Street here in Tauranga is around, as well as other centres throughout Aotearoa. Pick Apart sorting us out with all the pickapart.co.nz. Every single one of those cars had a warrant of registration. It was just parked there. They're all the D1NZ crew cars. We were told to go out for dinner. We parked our cars up, and that's what we came back to.
I actually believe one of those cars had a dog tied to it, but they ended up putting it there, and that's what happens if you tie your dog to a car.
Yeah, we put your car. We'll take the dog. We'll put your ute there. All right, come on, full send. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go.
So the crowd's certainly getting bigger and bigger. Make sure you grab your seats, settle in. It's time to go in the top 8 of each of these, well, top 8 of the Pro Sport and the top 16 of the Pro Championship. After we switch over to Sky Sport, KO TV, Fox Sport, and what, Motorsport.tv, round the world.
Motorsport.tv, it just goes global. Over 90 countries watch our broadcast of the D1NZ.
So the beautiful sound of a pulsing 20B rotary sitting in the pit chute waiting to be released out onto track. Adam Davies and Ben Jenkins as well. He was stoked to, you know, it was like he almost wanted a one more run, one more time more than he wanted to win that battle.
Mimico, Napa Auto Parts, Repco 24/7, Yale, Moorpork Barbecues, MMT Shipping. He's got them all on Tri-Ace tyres out of Tauranga. It is Adam Davies. With that, we've got Jace Brown. Oh no, he's just walking out. He's like, I've got a board I want to give away in a t-shirt. That's what he's doing. So he's got hook a left, move in. Pinnacle Civil, TM Electrical, North Shore Toyota Parts, NST Parts. They are the names on the side of Ben Jenkins cars. Without the sponsors, we cannot drift. So we say thank you to all the individual sponsors. Oh, and for Andrew Stewart, I'll mention AWS Graphics because he's my bro. What a great job he does.
I think the best designed cars in the world come from Andrew Stewart. He's global.
Yeah, I mean, you just say, I want to do this. I mean,
although
did Andrew Stewart essentially rip off Kiwi Thunder for that livery?
Well, although I must say Megan Foster as well. She's done a couple of designs as well on behalf, or you know, alongside sometimes Andrew Stewart too.
Most of them are all like, okay, let's go to Red Star Signs, let's go to Red Star Signs.
And it all correlates back to Red Star Signs as well.
But if it's not that, did you know that Darren Kelly's a great sign writer too? So if you want some sign writing done in Auckland, especially if you're in the Hampton Downs area, we can go and see Darren Kelly.
Mad Mike is also great.
All right, here we go. Get ready to see them again. This is the number 1 OMT in the top 24. Adam Davies versus Ben Jenkins. Davies, a high qualifier, will lead out the first run. And we've got a little bit of this beautiful thing called Sunstroke that's going to hit them. Watch how much it's going to play a part as they come back up onto the wall section. Maybe we're...
So the 20B rotary up against the 2J. And there it is. You can see this, like the glare on the camera screen. That's very similar to what the drivers will be seeing from down in the cockpits of these drift cars as they head. And just as the shadow casts across the track, there is where they initiate into the section. And it's going to be, you know, it's going to be hard on the eyes, hard on the pupils.
You know, one thing you can actually do is if you put the lights on now, it's actually going to take away some of the darkness that's been set around what we call the speedways, turns 3 and 4.
So Adam Davies leads out Ben Jenkins for the one more time, and Davies puts it right out by the wall. That rotary powered S chassis being chased down in massively close proximity by Ben Jenkins into the Daylight Team teardrop they go.
Well, they'll go through and he fires it up. He's on the gas pedal, and this time he didn't drop a wheel. You can see that he's done a beautiful smooth arc. They're back side by side, but no, a gap has appeared between the two drivers. On the wall is Adam Davies. Look at him go.
And Ben Jenkins just couldn't get up onto the top shelf alongside Adam Davies later in that run.
Oh, look, one thing that Ben Jenkins said, he said, I'm going to give drifting a miss in 24. I want to keep drifting fun. I'm going to choose what I want to do. I'm going to drive a monster truck and do a bit of commentary. But he's out there doing it. Look how much fun he is having.
Now, it's this bit here. Look at that big correction from Adam Davies. Now, I hate calling that on the rotary, but there was. You could see the wheel correction.
Yeah, but it was a correction to come up to arc down because he knows that his next one is to go from out wide, back down inside, and then he's going to switch power back out.
So therefore it's an adjustment.
It's an adjustment because the hardest thing for me as a commentator is I try to be friends with everyone, so you can never talk badly about anyone.
That's the thing.
Or talk badly about everybody.
So Ben Jenkins, they'll switch places. He will now lead out Adam Davies in the second half of this battle. And the winner of this battle has certainly got their work cut out for them. They will come up against none other than the 6th place qualifier, Sean Potros, on the battle tree.
The June 21 that was on that net isn't actually the expiry date like you have in most packaging. It's actually the date of manufacture. There you go. So you've got 10 years on that one there. So if anyone goes, oh, that's expired, no, it's got quite a few years left.
So you can look at the sunstrike that's going through the smoke that they've left sort of lingering inside the stadium here.
Get George to just send his drone through it. That'll send it out of the way. We'll be fine. He's got those massive
drones big
propellers.
Enough, you know, to push the air up.
You know that this track here has actually had a helicopter go through here when we had a wet speedway meeting, and the only way they could dissipate the water was to actually bring a helicopter in. True story.
All right, second half of the one more time battle. Ben Jenkins right out by the wall, leading Adam Davies. He's trying to close that gap up. The angle is supreme by both of these drivers. They come through the switch under the front end loader, into the teardrop they go. Oh, contact between the two drivers is going to cause Adam Davies to rotate, and Ben Jenkins will carry his way through. He's going to go through the Mimico switch back up onto the Repco wall ride for the final time and put on a show for you as he makes his way into the top 16. And it's going to be Jenkins that will advance. Of course, that's provisional, given that the judges... Sorry, I just had to keep quiet there while the 20B came around screaming in front of everyone. How good does that sound?
Beautiful thing. Well, this is our last battle of the day for those who are tuning in on Facebook. So after this, we are going to switch back off and get ourselves ready to head out onto it with the team from Sky Sport. TM Auto Electricals powering out. The judges are definitely going to be wanting to see what the cause was of that contact. So of course, once we have a result, we will say goodbye to those in Facebook land, but we'll continue to say hello to those that have come along to check out the best drifting in New Zealand here at Mercury Baypark Stadium. This is the grand final of the Repco D1NZ. Well, the judges, I can tell you, are deliberating. They are going through everything. They are going through and checking every piece of footage. They want to understand what happened there. Let's have a look, Tony.
Yeah, we take a look at the Dale ITM replay here. Now, the one to keep an eye on is the one on the right-hand side. So Ben Jenkins was leading, and he was doing great through the wall ride. Comes through the switch under that front-end loader and into the teardrop. Now, I guess they're looking at here, and he just grabbed the handbrake, and I'll tell you what I see is Adam Davies just didn't give Ben Jenkins enough room to switch.
Oh, I think I'd agree.
So it breaks my heart and breaks me and my soul to call against a rotary like that, but Ben Jenkins will be stoked with the result. Well, do the judges see the same way that I do? It won't be the first time today I've got it wrong. We're looking for a result.
Which way is it going to be? Will it be Ben Jenkins? Will it be Adam Davies? Okay, that is incorrect. It has got OMT, but that is not correct because it can't be, and it will be Ben Jenkins who takes the win.
Get back in the seat and you're cranking along.
Look, man, those two battles with Adam Davies is so much fun. The first one, so much trust in him. He didn't spin, didn't Hollywood. We put it on doors and get to run it again. I don't know how the judges would have judged it. It was a tight battle, and damn, did we have some fun.
Gee, you look like you've been doing some telly. You're so well spoken. Ben Jenkins worked with us in Manfield last time out. You look a little gutted there, mate.
I'm a bit pissed off here, but anyway, it's been my season like that this year, so yeah, bit gutted. But anyway, I just want to thank my team. You know, they've done an outstanding job on the car. They keep wrecking it and they keep fixing it, and obviously all my sponsors are getting behind us and supporting us. So yeah, and obviously everyone else that helps out at D1NZ and all the grid staff and everyone. So yeah, we'll come back next year, maybe stronger, hopefully.
Yeah, mate, and you Mimico people do such an enormous amount for Repco D1NZ, so thanks, buddy.
Yeah, no worries, cheers. Cheers, Steve.
All right, so there you go. We have pretty much completed all the battles now as we get ready to go to Sky Sport 5, that's right, nothing liver than Fiver. In 10 minutes time at 4:30 we get going with the Pro Sport Top 8 and then we get to the Pros Top 16, so get ready. The Smoke Show continues live on Sky Sport 5 at 4:30.
You know, you can tell how a builder's day's going, Josh, by the way they park their utes.
True.
Hard close, not quite a slam. Paul's having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, so they're a bit behind. You going all right, Paul?
Having a shocker. Owner's doing a site visit soon. Subby didn't show, and we're a bit behind. How did you even do that?
Nobody understands builder like we do, Josh.
ITS